In the dead of night, muffled screams were heard from the luxurious castle of demons. A young prince arrived with a mission from the king himself. Lavis Vindica, the young heir of the demon lord, has freely entered the domain of one of the most powerful families in the demon kingdom. But soon the luxurious halls of the palace were flooded with blood. Lavis killed everyone who was in the castle at that moment, sparing no one. Only one member of the family remained alive. He was wounded. But despite this, he spewed curses at the prince's arbitrary actions. The entire castle guard was killed, and along with them, the members of the influential and extremely wealthy demonic family of the entire kingdom. A wounded member of the Hilt family with a broken horn angrily asked the young heir to the throne if he really thought he could get away with this massacre. Lavis Vindica asked if the Hilt clan had hoped he would not find out about their dirty deeds, or if they had hoped he would turn a blind eye to it. Raising his bloody hand over the last survivor, the prince said, "This is not a massacre. This is punishment borne by the traitorous Hilt family." The wounded demon clenched his teeth. He knew very well how strong Lavis was. He could not cope with the prince. A painful death awaited Hilt. The heir's eyes flashed with a scarlet fire. He shouted, "Everything that happened here today is a deserved bloody execution for the traitors." Lavis Vindic, chained, was brought before the demon council, and the king asked how he dared to do such a thing in the Hilt family castle. The demon lord bitterly reminded his son that he had ordered him to find evidence of the Hilt clan's treason, not to exterminate their entire clan. Lavis is the heir to the throne of Vindic, and despite this, he dared to break the laws of the demon world, instead of being the guarantor of their observance. Gamadare Vindica glared at his son, and the demon king said that Prince Lavis had gone too far this time. Lavis objected. What was his father talking about? But the evidence was at every step. The king himself knows very well that these freaks from the Hilt family are hopeless. The young heir to the throne screamed, because of the old men who had attached themselves to the Hilts. Even with the evidence, they couldn't do anything about these bastards. The guy was indignant at how many crimes they had gotten away with. Each time they had managed to wriggle out of it and escape responsibility. One of the members of the High Council of Demons carefully watched the powerful heir to the demonic throne, who was chained up. The king interrupted his son. Enough. Even execution should be strictly according to the law. Besides, the worthless opinion of Lavis is not taken into account here. The young man smiled bitterly. What laws is his father talking about? What legal executions? It's just ridiculous. There is only one law: force. Lavis Vindica asked the king father cheerfully. Darkness is only consumed by deeper darkness. Isn't that the law of survival in the demon world? The king did not answer. He understood that his hot-tempered son was partly right. But despite everything, everyone must obey the law. The prince asked his majesty if he was unable to absorb even such obvious darkness. Then how could the Vindicas call themselves kings? The boy shouted, "The king knows very well that now the aristocrats are in charge of everything here. They have the real power and not the ruler." Gamadare Vindica sighed heavily and lowered his head. What a narrow-minded, infinitely stupid young heir to the throne Lavis turned out to be. But Lavis insisted that the Hilt family had to fall so that the Vindic family could survive. They, too, were ready to do anything for the throne, and father knew that. Isn't that why the king sent him, his son, as an investigator, instead of those who spat on the order in their kingdom? Lavis had to do the work of those who vilely hide behind the Hilt clan and turn a blind eye to their meanness and brazen crimes. The king was silent. The throne room was not the place for such conversations. The prince was still too young and hot-blooded, and did not understand much about governance. Gamadare Vindica sighed again and said that it was useless to talk to Lavis. He was too confident in his absolute rightness. However, the 12 Black Thrones had already decided to punish the young prince. Lavis was at a loss as to what other punishment. The king declared that Lavis Vindica had violated the laws of the demon world and illegally slaughtered the Hilt clan, and for this he would be banished to the human world. The prince couldn't believe his ears. Did they really want to send him to this damn place? A world of pathetic, weak people? This couldn't be. Lavis's whole body shook with indignation. He asked his father if he was serious. He was a prince, the heir to the throne of the kingdom. Lavis must atone for his sins in the human world, where his power will be sealed, and learn the true dignity of the Vindica family. The prince shouted, "No, there was no need to send him to the human world. Even though he had killed the offspring of the vile Hilt, he had not destroyed their souls." The king irritably asked the magicians what they were waiting for. Let them carry out the sentence. The magicians surrounded the guilty heir. Lavis cursed and shouted that he did not admit it and asked the magicians to stop. He would not leave. He was not guilty of anything. This was outrageous. Magic seals began to swirl before the indignant prince, and the court magicians rushed to fulfill the will of the Demon King. The closest of all the other magicians to the condemned prince was his childhood friend, a talented young magician of the royal family, Wanbei. Lavis Vindica screamed desperately. He felt that magic had already penetrated his body, and he was about to leave his home world of demons. The old friend leaned over and quietly wished the wild prince a pleasant time. Lavis grinned angrily at his friend. The magician cheerfully added that he would look after everything here during His Highness's absence. The prince could be sure of that. The heir to the throne loudly cursed the laughing magician. This freak still dares to mock him. A pathetic traitor, a piece of dog shit. The prince screamed. He was going to the human world. He had to live in a human body. He could not kill people in himself, otherwise his soul would die. He continued to scream piercingly as he sat up abruptly in bed, his soul entering the body of an ordinary, very weak schoolboy. Finally, he fell silent and looked around in surprise. He had definitely found himself in some very strange place, in another world. Lavis looked at his hands. The usual sharp claws were gone. He felt some strange weakness. His body was not obeying him well. He bent his fingers, trying to release his claws, but nothing happened. His hands shook from the tension. The prince was shocked at what he had become. The heir to the throne clenched his teeth. A tear of resentment rolled down his cheek. He was still inexpressibly angry at his father, at the council, and at all the magicians. He grabbed his head. Damn it, did he really end up in the human world? He barely remembered what they studied in school about this world. Lavis remembered the scoundrel Vanbei, the magician. He angrily clenched his fist. How dare he set him up when he returns? The first thing he will do is rip out his horns. Lavis moved and groaned. Why does this man hurt so much? What kind of body did he get? Not only is it weak, it also hurts. The guy got out of bed, deciding to look around at where he had ended up. After all, he would have to live here for some time since he had been kicked out of the house. Lavis Vindica was shocked. Was he stuck in such a frail body? And how could he live in it? There was nothing he could do with it. And what if the enemies attacked? He remembered those bastards from the Hilt clan. All this happened only because of them. They only cause harm even after death, hated traitors. Lavis frowned. It was hard to even breathe here. I wonder if there was a sulfur spring nearby, at least to breathe normal air. Suddenly, the door of the room opened slightly, and some girl quietly asked what all the noise was about. The prince demonstratively turned away from the door. Seeing that the young man was on his feet, the girl loudly called out to her brother. Lavis stared at her in bewilderment. He didn't know how to react to her. And the girl, with tears in her eyes, rushed to him, sobbing that he had finally woken up. They had all been so afraid for him all this time. She hugged her brother and continued babbling about what a great joy it was, and she already thought that he would never be able to get out of bed again. The prince looked at the crying girl in confusion. What was she doing? Apparently she was related to this body, and why was she whining here? All this weighed heavily on the prince of the demonic kingdom. Then he heard footsteps. Apparently someone else was walking into his room, another relative. A thin woman entered the room. She stuttered. Minho woke up and grabbed her face. A stream of tears also flowed from her eyes. The woman, sobbing, said, "Thank you so much for waking up. How Minho suffered all this time and they could not help him in any way." Lavis didn't understand what was happening here and how he should react to it all. It seemed like something bad had recently happened to this body. What nonsense this all is. They said that the human world is one of the 3 great circles of hell, so how can a normal demon live here? More footsteps were heard in the corridor. The prince was perplexed by how many relatives this body had. Would they really all cry over it? Crap. A strong man entered the room, looked at the young man. He calmly said. He finally came to his senses. The woman looked sideways at the man who entered. She told her husband with tears in her eyes that Minho had just woken up. They were all very happy that the boy was okay and could walk. The man looked at the young man silently. It seemed he was not prone to sentimental outpourings like the rest of his family. The prince looked closely at the man who had entered. He exuded strength and firmness, and it was clear that the others were clearly afraid of him. The head of the family told his son to pull himself together and go to school tomorrow. He'd been out all week, so he'd have a lot of catching up to do. The wife tried to object, saying that Minho was still too weak, but her husband firmly replied, "Stop lying around. Wake up and okay, it's time to go to school." The younger sister timidly asked how her brother was feeling, whether he would be able to go to school tomorrow. Their father, although kind, was strict. Lavis asked in confusion what she was talking about. Two faces popped into his head, the soft, frightened woman and the hard, stern man. He suddenly smiled, and he even liked this man with glasses. He was not a wimp. It was immediately obvious that he had character, a real head of the family. There are still people who look like demons. The girl recoiled in horror from her brother. His expression greatly frightened her. The prince couldn't help but feel sympathy for the gloomy man. Until this body's memory returned, he would have to act with caution. Lavis was slowly getting used to his new body. The day was sunny, and looking at his son, the head of the family decided that he was ready to go to school. The next day, the parents took the young man to school. He looked at the large, awkward building, and it was a human school. The woman kindly told her son that if he felt ill during class, he should call immediately and they would come and take him home. Mom silently watched her son go to school. Minho was having problems at school and she didn't know how the day would end. Lavis chuckled to himself. He had gone to school in the demon world 600 years ago, and now he was forced to go to a human school. The prince frowned. At his age, going to a human school was truly hell, and now he was stuck with this fucking punishment. He was convinced that the human world was hell, but he needed to endure it. Look around. Maybe he would figure out how to return home. Thinking in this way, Lavis reached the class where Minho studied. The prince told himself that everything could have been much worse. Okay, humans live for about 100 years at most anyway. By the standards of the demonic world, this is a very short period. It's possible to be patient. He decided to sit here quietly for now so that his soul would not be destroyed. And after returning, he would deal with everyone who sent him here. He dealt with the Hilt clan and bought himself some time so that he could return to the demon's homeworld and take his father's throne. We must restore order to the palace and the demon kingdom before the Vindic clan is attacked by some traitors again. The prince's thoughts were interrupted by the exclamation of some guy. He told Minho that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lavis turned around to see who it was. There were two thugs standing behind him. The heir looked angrily at the smug people. He could not understand what they wanted from him. One of them grabbed Lavis by the shoulder and rather brazenly asked, "Minho, my friend, probably brought the debt for the time you skipped." The prince felt his body shrink with fear. Apparently, Minho had problems with these guys. He was clearly terrified of them. And then a memory popped into Lavis's head of how these two were beating Minho, mocking him in every possible way, and no one stood up for him. He saw in front of him the grinning, fat face of one of his classmates, watching the beating of the frail, weak Minho. The second one laughed and dealt the young man one blow after another, watching him writhe in pain and fear. For these scumbags, this was entertainment. And Minho, covered in blood and tears, was lying behind the pavement, trying to protect his head from the blows. It seemed like this boy was very weak and spineless. The prince understood, so that's why his whole body hurt. It seems it was all because of those freaks. They beat up the boy and no one punished them. He glanced sideways at Minho's classmates, wondering what he should do. Should he just meekly endure the bullying of these stupid idiots? The guy asked why the guy was so shy. They were friends. Minhee became even more pathetic. The guy dealt him several painful blows. Continuing to pester the prince, the boy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They should say hello, and as a friend, he owed them some money. And then Lavis Vindic was overcome with anger. Was it really possible that he, the heir to the throne, was being beaten by such petty, pathetic people? It was unbearable. He remembered a lesson at his demon school. The teacher showed them people and asked them to study them very carefully. The students grimaced. Ugh, they look so pathetic without horns. They probably stink, what ugly creatures, not to mention demons. The teacher confirmed that it was true. People are extremely base creatures. They will do anything to hide any of their weaknesses. Moreover, people are so stupid that they worship both angels and demons at the same time, without even understanding their true nature. Lavis Vindica then declared in class that such idiots should simply be burned. Could he have imagined then that he would end up here? The teacher laughed, just like Lavis, and a fire blazed in her hand, and she roasted two figures of the people she was showing on it. She told the young demons that if for some reason they ever came across a human, they should crush that insignificant piece of dirt. The prince clenched his fists in anger. How dare a pathetic human touch him, a great demon, the heir to the throne of the demon kingdom? Minho's classmate continued to hit the boy on the head while burying his face in his phone, which was a usual thing for him. Suddenly, the boy noticed that the usually unresponsive Minho had twisted, jumped out of his seat, and grabbed his tormentor. Lavis chuckled. People really are that stupid. He hit his classmate on the desk with all his might. The latter only gasped in surprise. Everyone turned to the usually timid Minho in shock. The boy's tormentor was writhing and demanding that the freak let him go immediately. The second tormentor yelled at Minhee that he had completely lost his mind, the little scum, and rushed at the guy, intending to beat him up again. Lavis turned to his second classmate in surprise. He felt the magic react, but his power had been sealed. The guy was yelling that the freak Minky seemed to have completely lost his mind while he was unconscious, and now he would fix his mind again. Spewing curses, the tall fellow, clenching his fist, flew towards the prince. He shouted that the pathetic skinny Minhee probably wanted to die. Gritting his teeth, he tried to punch his skinny classmate in the head to make him let go of the guy pinned to the desk. Lavis easily dodged the blow. He was surprised. It turns out human swearing fuels magic. An interesting discovery. Cool. He clenched his fist, which meant that magic and curses in this world go hand in hand. That's how it is. Which meant he could get his power back. The prince hit the bully who attacked him in the face with all his might. Blood gushed from his mouth. Everyone in the class gasped at what had happened to him. The tall guy flew towards the cabinets with a crash and hit them. No one in the class dared to contradict these two. Everyone froze in surprise. The classmates jumped up from their seats and looked in surprise at the timid and weak Minho and the two bullies he had beaten. The prince looked at his hand. In the human world, his power should be sealed. He really is incredibly weak here. He is in a human body, but magic still responds to abuse, which means the more he is abused here, the stronger he will become. The boys stared at the young man with wide eyes and couldn't believe it. This was definitely their old Minho when he had managed to learn to fight like that. One of the hooligans grabbed a chair. That freak Minhee dared to hit him. Well, that means he will kill this useless, pathetic weakling. Lavis looked with interest at his left hand, in which magic was awakening. He definitely had to try to cast a spell. A classmate shouted at Minho from behind. "Watch out," fearing that the enraged guy would actually kill the young man with a heavy chair. The prince turned around. The scoundrel was still restless. Well, in the end, his swearing awakens magic in Lavis, okay? To the surprise of everyone present, the timid Minho delivered a powerful kick to the attacker's chest, causing him to drop his chair in pain. The demon prince's eyes burned with anger, but he felt that with every minute, with every curse word, he was becoming stronger. The bully doubled over and coughed, his whole body shaking. He couldn't understand how this was possible, why Minho had changed so much. How could this damn weakling suddenly beat the two strongest students, whom no one in the whole school dared to mess with? The prince said, "They say that people use foul language to hide their weakness. Does the guy really think that a dirty tongue makes him stronger?" Lavis Vindica decided to finish off the insolent man who dared to raise his hand against him. He took aim and kicked the cowering guy. The kick he received sent the bully straightening up and flying into the far corner of the classroom, tears streaming from his eyes from pain and humiliation. Lavis remembered that the source of human malice and strife was his beloved mother, the beautiful and powerful queen of demons. The prince thought longingly about his family, when he would be able to see them now and whether they would be okay while he was here. Two flew to the back of the classroom and sprawled on the floor, his whole body shaking, a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth. He lay there and didn't move. The guys were whispering, "Wow, Minho beat up Tae-woo and Sung-yun. How brutal. What happened here anyway? How did this fight start?" Lavis Vindica mentally turned to his father and the Demon King who had sent him into this world to be exiled for re-education. So he just had to live here until he died? Well, Lavis decided to take the risk of living in this shitty world. Turning to his frightened and taken aback classmates, the prince asked the boys who else wanted to scold him or could hit him. A strange smile played across Minho's face, and the soul of the all-powerful demon Lavis, the heir to the royal throne, peered out from his eyes. The guys couldn't believe their eyes. Could it really be Minho? God, how much he had changed. No one expected this from him. The boy's friend looked at him with wide eyes. Was Minho really that strong? But why didn't he defend himself from them earlier? Everyone looked from Minho to the beaten hooligans and back in confusion. No one could believe that this was real. Finally, the friend approached Minho and carefully asked him if he was okay. Those villains beat him so hard last time that he passed out. The prince looked down on the shaking weakling with large glasses, wondering what this pathetic creature could possibly want from him. Then he remembered that this guy was trying to help him. Apparently, he and the owner of this body are friends. Well, that might even come in handy. Lavis decided that this man was ideal for him as a servant. He replied with a smile that he was fine. There was no need to worry about him so much. The guys were walking home from school. The bespectacled guy was saying with delight, "It's amazing how Minho beat them up single-handedly. It was just incredibly cool." Imxian asked Minho if he had been reincarnated from another world. Lavis glanced sideways at his interlocutor, wondering if he had already been caught. An unsuspecting classmate asked if Minho was Muram's master in a past life, or if he was from a game. The prince wondered if this servant had already figured out who he really was. Then what should he do? He couldn't kill him according to the rules of the world. Wanbei told him that in the human world it is forbidden to kill mortals. Otherwise your soul will be destroyed. The prince was surprised, and the teacher ordered him to press. The magician explained that teacher Cynthia simply said so. Demons should not treat human death so frivolously. After all, they, the demons, the gods who control death, have the power to take the life of any creature, so the responsibility lies with them. People are primitive creatures, incapable of taking care of themselves. The demon prince cannot forget this, because he is incomparably higher. Lavis then asked Wanbei, "But don't people themselves strive to kill each other, organizing constant wars and banal fights?" The magician replied that this is indeed so, but they are just fools. That is why they, demons, perfect creatures, exist. Lavis Vindica sighed heavily, and Wanbei repeated so that the prince would remember well that if he killed a man, his soul would end. Lavis answered casually, "What difference does it make? He is a demon prince. He has nothing to do in the human world." It seems that Wanbei already knew something back then. The demon prince wondered if killing people here was not allowed. How could he make this kid keep quiet? He was chattering non-stop. The prince's companion sighed heavily and, lowering his head, said that if reincarnation really existed, it would be really cool. The boy in glasses said dreamily that he would really like to wake up in another world, far away from here. But that was impossible. Lavis felt that his interlocutor reeked of unbearable pain. Apparently, the boy was suffering greatly in this vile world of people. Glasses sighed. Of course, reincarnation is complete nonsense. He knows very well how much Minho endured before he lost it. The prince let out a mental sigh. Phew. It seems the boy didn't figure it out after all. These are just his fantasies and dreams. Nothing more. Good. Minho's school friend laughed cheerfully and repeated again that he was just incredibly cool in class today. Everyone was stunned by it. Lavis Vindica shook with anger. The last thing he needed was praise from some pathetic person. Oh, what he had to endure. At night, when everyone was asleep, the prince decided to test his powers. When the people were arguing, he definitely felt a surge of magic. Although the conditions of exile stipulate that a demon trapped in a human body should not perform magic, he nevertheless feels that his power can be restored. He looked closely at his hand. How was this possible? Why could he still feel magic here? He needed to figure it out. The demon prince's eyes flashed. Perhaps everything here was not as hopeless as it seemed to him at first, but his body was weak. Lavis smiled slightly. Since magic exists in this world, he should still try to cast a spell. You never know. Maybe it will work. Junior Vindica clenched his fist and thought smugly that for him, Lavis Vindica, nothing was impossible even in this world. But after the very first attempt at witchcraft, a sharp pain pierced the young man's entire body. Lavis quietly groaned at how terribly painful it was. The whole body was shaking slightly. The demon prince grabbed his body and fell onto the bed. It was necessary to stabilize the body's condition. He lay in this painful state almost until the morning. The pain did not subside. This body was not ready to use witchcraft. Lavis gnashed his teeth. This body is too frail. It can't withstand his magic. Oh, everything aches. How can one live in such bodies? The heir to the demonic throne was horrified. He had only been in human skin for a day, and already he had suffered so much torment. How could he endure 100 years? The hot-tempered Lavis thought angrily that because of this pain, he could not close his eyes, and this weak body needed a night's rest. Finally, the pain subsided, and the prince fell into a sweet sleep. His body, exhausted by pain, switched off, and the young man did not wake up for the rest of the night. Lavis met Imxian again and walked to class together. He thanked Minho. Today, no one bothers them. They walk calmly. The bespectacled man sighed. It was hard to even remember how much time had passed since he had a normal school life. But Lavis answered his companion that it would be better if they fought again. The prince wanted to test his strength once again. Minho's friend was taken aback. How could this be? And then Lavis heard someone calling out to young Minho. Someone was addressing that body. Aha, here it is. It looks like another fight is brewing. The prince turned slightly and looked questioningly at who else needed him. Behind him stood two, who had been beaten up yesterday, and a crowd of guys. The largest of them, clearly older, asked Lavis if it was he who had touched his little brother yesterday, knocked out his teeth and painted his face. The bull growled. To defended Minho for a pittance, and he, the brute, repaid him for his kindness by causing such chaos. The bespectacled man looked at Minho with fear, but he, strangely enough, was not at all afraid. In fact, he was very pleased and smiling. Hearing the curse, the prince simply broke into a smile and cheekily replied to the older student that it was indeed he who beat up two. The older schoolboy ordered the little freak to follow him. Lavis obeyed, and the scared-to-death bespectacled boy trudged after him. Finding himself in the backyard of the school, the elder morally reminded Tu he had told him many times not to let himself be beaten. He contemptuously ruffled his younger brother's hair, saying that some skinny weakling had done that to him, and Tu apologized in confusion. The bully asked young Minho sarcastically what they were going to do. Beating up such a puny little wretch would certainly be completely humiliating for him. But on the other hand, if he just lets Minho go, he'll be a bad brother who couldn't protect his younger brother, so alas. Poking the boy in the forehead with his finger, the older man mockingly asked if his mother had taught young Minho to do this, to beat up good friends. Unexpectedly for everyone, the young man broke into a smile. All this began to amuse him. What a thing to end up in a world with such morons. Lavis replied with a grin that was exactly how it was. That was why he had beaten that idiot too, and he should be glad that he had gotten off easy. Brother Tu recoiled in surprise. He laughed tensely. What a jerk this Minho turned out to be. But it's okay, he'll raise him. The elder swung, intending to hit the boy. Lavis did not move and smiled. His opponent angrily asked why he was grinning. The big guy's hand was approaching Lavis Vindic's face. He didn't even try to dodge. He knew his reaction was much better than a human's. Intercepting the attacker's hand, the prince thought how he could not smile. Choice curses with mention of his mother were always a delight to his ears. Lavis squeezed the big guy's hand hard. He tried to jerk, but couldn't. Everyone stared at Minho. Where did he get his strength from? The elder took two, howled in pain, spewing out a stream of curses. He asked what the hell was going on, how the skinny guy was able to stop him. The prince remembered his all-powerful mother, the queen, who had put poison into people's tongues, and how much she had now helped her son. Lavis dealt the brute a crushing blow to the jaw with his fist, and he coughed up blood and flew back to his friends, who were dumbfounded with fear. The prince's eyes burned. He remembered the words of his wise mother. She said that violence only binds the flesh, but that is not enough. Poisonous words are much more dangerous. They corrode the soul and destroy the very foundation of life for absolutely all living beings. Lavis continued to strike the big guy and thought with disdain that these pathetic little people were so desperately seeking death. The frightened Tu called out to his brother, asking how this freak could beat him up too. The others also shouted, but did not dare to interfere in the fight. Minho's school friend, clutching his school bag to his chest, screamed in horror, afraid that this frenzied crowd would now kill them both. To's older brother, his face blue and blood streaming, cursed his friends for standing there like pillars and telling them to finish off the idiot. Lavis's eyes flashed angrily. He asked if they really decided to attack him in a crowd. Well, that was expected, and even better. The prince felt that one of his eyes seemed to have become its former self. Was it really under the influence of magic that the new body was beginning to change? He already understood that the more evil there was around him, the more power he would accumulate. And perhaps one day he would be able to cast spells in this world again. The young man dealt blow after blow, scattering the companions of Tu and his older brother who were attacking him. Their number did not matter. Lavis had already guessed that his disobedience was causing more and more anger in these primitive creatures, and they were feeding him with power. This means he will pick fights until he figures out how to get his strength back. He dealt the finishing blow to the bully and knocked him out. Minho's friends screamed in horror. He couldn't believe that his quiet and kind friend could have caused such a terrible bloody massacre here. Finally, everything in the school backyard became quiet. No one was yelling or cursing. Only the school bullies beaten by Lavis were groaning. The prince made a familiar movement with his hand, but the magic did not appear, which meant that his strength was not yet sufficient, but it had increased. He raised his head and sighed with relief. Fights in this world, just like in his own, had a surprisingly beneficial effect. The hooligans he beat did not even dare to get up, but only quietly groaned. They were covered in bruises. Their wounds were bleeding. The younger Vindika took a deep breath. He felt a sense of relief. He needed to get into these kinds of mass fights more often. Uncle had given people violence while Mother was inventing curses. Now Lavis understood why he had allowed people to do this. The prince thanked his uncle with a smile for such a gift, and the surprised, bespectacled man asked Minho what he was doing and who he was talking to. All this time, Lavis Vindic's actions were closely monitored. The messenger of the demon world sat unnoticed. In a small hole under the building sat a red-eyed mouse, his gaze fixed on the exiled demon prince. Everything that this little mouse saw, the adult relatives of the heir to the demonic throne also saw. They watched the violent prince. Pointing to Lavis Vindic, the family mage Vanbei said that as the master could see, his order had been carried out flawlessly. The heir's uncle was very pleased, he said, looking at his dear nephew Lavis, that he had fully lived up to his expectations. The prince's uncle's foot rested on the head of the creature he had just killed. This demon could not spend a single day without violence. The demon queen's brother laughed cheerfully. It seemed like Lavis liked his uncle's gift. Well, that's just wonderful. Wanbi smiled. During the execution of the sentence, he inserted a demon bloodstone into Lavis's eye instead of the prohibition stone. The magician was very interested in how long Lavis would last, whether he would be able to endure it and not start killing mortals in their own world. Lavis smiled, and even though he was in someone else's body, Minho's expression now looked surprisingly similar to the prince's. Uncle Lavis Barkin and the magician Vanbei sat together in the deserted ancestral castle of the Hilt clan and watched the young heir to the throne. Barkin laughed. That bastard Lavis, did he really almost destroy the Hilt family? What a quick one. But the boy. The magician said that Lavis would not rest until he did everything his way. The entire demon kingdom knew how stubborn he was. The queen's brother chuckled, who could break his stubbornness, by the way, to throw his son into the human world. Gamadare is truly merciless. With the most vicious types, only submission by force works, such as the credo that their great demon king adheres to. But no one expected that the demon lord would send his own beloved son and heir into exile without any hesitation. Those whose sins stand out even in the demon world are usually sent to the human world, and the hot-tempered Lavis will have a hard time adjusting there. Barkin sighed. And when this little brat managed to grow up and do things, it seemed like only yesterday they were going crazy together in the king's palace. Wanbei was preparing for a magical ritual. He asked if that was why the master gave his nephew the stone of demonic blood. Finally, the magician finished and informed Mr. Barkin that everything was ready for the projection of the sinner sent to the human world. Uncle Lavis laughed and asked Wanbei to show him these very sinners who, like the prince, were banished to the world of people. The magician obeyed. He extended his hand, and darkness began to flow in the large hall. At first, they were just streams, but then they began to change. Wanbi held his hands over the magic bowl and summoned more and more dense and terrifying darkness, capable of frightening even a demon. Finally, the streams formed the images of several demonic villains who were sent to the human world as punishment. Since Lavis descended into the human world, he would inevitably have to face these notorious villains there and not kill them. Barkin slowly rose from his chair and joined the magical ritual that Vanbei was conducting on his orders. The queen's brother reached out and drew in streams of impenetrable darkness, adding to it what he had in abundance: violence. Streams of darkness swirled in the vast, empty hall of the Hilt clan's castle. Enriched with aggression, they would be directed into the human world. A clot of impenetrable darkness gathered in Barkin's strong palm. The queen's brother was one of the most powerful demons in the kingdom. A clot of darkness was sent into the human world with the help of Wanbi. Soon the exiled prince will definitely encounter this message. Barkin laughed, saying that he was in anticipation. His dear nephew Lavis would soon know true darkness, albeit in an alien world. During dinner, Xian asked Minho what had happened to him. He had even beaten his brother Tae Wu so easily, and no one had noticed that about him before. Xian almost squealed with delight, exclaiming that it was as cool as in the movies. But at first, he was of course very scared. Instead of answering, Lavis grumbled, and they said it tasted like a fiery hell, but in fact it was nonsense, Xian objected. But Minho's tears were flowing from the sharpness. Xian told his friend that he should have ordered it for beginners. Lavis thought that a demon who avoids hell cannot be called a demon. Suddenly, the bespectacled man's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and suddenly froze. The name of the subscriber calling Cheyenne appeared on the screen. The boy received a call from Jin Jae-hee, and this name caused the schoolboy to panic. He looked at the ringing phone and was afraid to answer. Cheyenne's eyes were filled with horror. This woman scared him almost to the point of losing consciousness. He knew perfectly well that he had to answer, otherwise it would get worse. Noticing his classmate's reaction, Lavis asked what was happening to him. Wouldn't he answer the call? His phone was ringing off the hook. Cheyenne stuttered as he answered his classmate that it was a very urgent call and he had to leave immediately. The young man was very scared. Frantically grabbing his phone and backpack, the bespectacled man smiled tensely, wished Minho bon appétit, and left the buffet. Shiona was shaking with terror, but he still firmly headed towards the exit. Lavis looked after this strange young man with bewilderment. The prince understood perfectly well that something was wrong here, but he still remained silent. These people are such strange creatures. You can't understand them. Soon, Im Cheyenne found himself far from the comfortable part of the city. He entered the courtyard of gray, old high-rise buildings for the poor. One of these houses housed a discreet tattoo shop, and that's where the frightened Cheyenne headed. The woman's hand with the tattoo needle froze in the air. Jin Jae-hee admired the result. She was satisfied. A man was chained to a chair. He was shaking and screaming in pain. Jae-hee calmly told him not to move, otherwise he would get hurt. She philosophically noted that she should have returned the money on time, but it only added to her work. She pointed to the stand with photos. The woman applied a few finishing touches and said, "Well, it's done. It fits well. This debtor obviously has good skin." The half-dead man had a tattooed inscription on his forehead. Now every passerby would see that he was a thief. The door opened slightly, and the man who entered reported to Mrs. Jae-hee that he had brought that same boy. She glanced at Cheyenne. The schoolboy was shaking so much that he couldn't utter a single word. He barely audibly greeted the bloodthirsty tattoo artist, Jae-hee. She asked with a smile what was wrong, why it was taking so long, and called Cheyenne to come over and look at the work that had just been finished. A bright lamp illuminated a fresh tattoo on the unfortunate man's forehead, which the woman had just made. The wounds were very fresh. She grabbed the schoolboy by the face and demanded that he open his eyes wider and look very closely at the man. Jae-hee asked if Cheyenne knew what the writing on the forehead of that idiot, who was chained to the chair and drooling in pain, meant. He has Zhao Thao written on his forehead, which means thief, and he will never be able to remove this inscription from his forehead, only with his skin. The young man's teeth were chattering with fear, but the woman calmly explained that this brother had not returned her money, and that was why he had received this punishment. She leaned over and asked the frightened young man how he, Im Cheyenne, felt about their agreement, since everything was going according to plan, wasn't it? The shaking, bespectacled man mumbled that everything was not as fast as Ms. Jae-hee wanted. He was working on the program, but not everything was ready yet. Bugs keep popping up, he fixes them and tests them again, but he will try his best to finish the program on time. The tattoo artist, losing her patience, hit the young man in the face. He fell, and Jae-hee angrily asked if he really thought this was all a joke. Two hulks grabbed the frail Cheyenne and pinned him against the wall. The woman asked him why he was so slow on the uptake, and the young man screamed. Jae-hee grabbed the student's hand tightly and brought her terrible needle to it. Im Cheyenne, half dead from fear, screamed louder. The woman chose a place on the boy's arm, saying that maybe he would finally understand if she got a tattoo on his arm. Tears streamed from the frightened teenager's eyes, and he shouted, "No, he understood everything. He would do whatever Mrs. Jae-hee wanted." She turned to the student and told Im Cheyenne to listen to her very carefully and remember well, she did not intend to joke. This is the last chance she gives him. If he does not fulfill what they agreed on, there will be no more mercy for him. Jin Jae-hee pointed to the man lying behind her and asked, "Cyan doesn't want to lie down next to that muscular guy, does she?" She ruffled the young man's curly hair and told him to do as she said. He must prepare everything properly. Cheyenne waited until nightfall to do what Jin Jae-hee demanded of him, threatening him with cruel reprisals. The young man turned on the computer. He did not want to comply with the tattoo artist's demands, but he was very afraid for himself and the safety of his family. Cheyenne's hands were shaking as if he was about to steal something, and he was tormented by the thought of whether he should finish this and give it to the bandits. He tried to stop shaking, but his hands wouldn't obey him. Fear and upbringing were fighting within him. He understood that he was doing something very wrong. But if he doesn't do this, Jin Jae-hee will first disfigure him, and then maybe even kill him, or maim one of his relatives. The young man pulled himself together and decided to finish the job that the bandits demanded of him, and then figure out what to do next. Lavis Vindica also couldn't sleep. Young Minho's weak body couldn't withstand the terribly spicy food the prince ate today. He was rolling around on the bed with pain in his stomach. So this is what it means to not be able to stand spicy food, such unbearable pain. And this Minho is so dead. Lavis was terrified. His stomach was burning. His whole body was aching. He had just used a little force in the fight today, and his shoulders were already falling off. The prince took off his pajamas, his damn frail body. It was impossible to survive in it, which meant he would have to train and pump it up. The young man began to do push-ups from the floor. He, Lavis Vindica, would not break from this. He could become strong even in this weak body. Gritting his teeth, the prince began to pump his abs. He would fix this worthless body and make it strong and healthy at any cost. Lavis screamed in pain, but did not stop. He was sure that no pain would make him give up, even if he were not a demon prince. A new day had arrived. This time, the classmates were going to school out of place. Each of them had their own new problems. Lavis Vindica saw his servant Im Shion only in the school building. He was surprised. Today, the nerdy, bespectacled man behaved completely differently. Shion stood in the middle of the school corridor and silently looked at the flash drive in his hands. He was still tormented by doubts about whether to give it to him. Overnight, he completed the application the tattoo artist requested. His flash drive contained the ready-made installation files. The young man knew that this application was too dangerous and should not fall into the hands of villains or bandits. But what should he do then? Im Shion didn't feel like a hero capable of fighting evil. He was an ordinary schoolboy, a frail, nerdy programmer. He remembered Jung-he leaning over him and her order for Shion to prepare everything properly. Even the memory made him shudder. Bandits will stop at nothing to get their hands on this app, and they can not only tattoo you, but also kill you. The young man clutched the flash drive in his hand, tears streaming from his eyes. He had to decide quickly what to do, otherwise Jae-hee would show up here herself. Lavis walked up to his classmate and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said hello. Shion screamed and jumped up in place from fright. The prince asked the young man what was wrong with him, why he was so scared. Shion looked in confusion at his classmate, who had suddenly become strong. The thought flashed through his mind. Maybe he should ask Minho to deal with them, since yesterday he easily dealt with a whole crowd of strong hooligans. Lavis looked at Shion expectantly. He understood that something bad was happening to him, but for some reason he was afraid to say it. Im Shion decided not to take any risks. After all, young Minho was just a teenager, even though he had become stronger, but he was still a schoolboy, almost a child. Even the current Minho would be at risk of getting involved with Jin Jae-hee, as she has a whole gang of bandits behind her who are capable of anything. Shion lowered his head. He couldn't let Minho suffer because of his stupidity. Lavis watched the boy. Suddenly, the younger Vindica smelled a familiar scent. It came from a long-haired schoolgirl passing by. The girl suddenly staggered and began to fall next to Shion and Lavis. The prince was absolutely sure that he had smelled this smell somewhere. Im Shion recognized her. It was Seung-ye from the class a year below. She was stretched out on the floor of the hallway and showed no signs of life. The sympathetic and kind Shion immediately rushed to the girl, asking what was wrong with her, whether she was okay, and whether it was necessary to call the doctors. The young man took Seung-ye by the shoulder and began to carefully turn her onto her back, asking if she had probably become ill, what had happened to her. Suddenly the girl giggled and howled, her body shaking and saliva flowing from her mouth. It seemed like she was under the influence of drugs. Shion recoiled in horror from the drug addict, who was laughing terribly, shaking, unable to stand on her feet, and her eyes rolled back in her head. Lavis was amazed. This girl has demonic energy, but where could a person get it from? Or maybe she is not quite human. The girl's older brother, Seung-hyun, hurried to her. He studied in the same class as Shion and Minho and was considered one of the bullies. The brother placed the weakened girl behind him and shouted for her to come to her senses. They needed to get her to the medical center quickly. The prince watched the drug addict closely. Something was clearly wrong with her. Lavis was almost certain that she was a demoness. Suddenly he saw a tattoo on the limply hanging arm. It struck Lavis like thunder. He knew this symbol too well. It was the symbol of the Hilt clan. But where did it come from on a human body? Could it be that the souls of the Hilts he killed also ended up here, in the human world? In any case, this needs to be checked. If his assumption is correct, then things will become much more interesting here than the prince thought. Vindic's heir waited until evening, when the hospital corridors were empty, and went to talk to Ye's son. A female security guard was sitting near the drug addict's room. She was buried in her phone and wasn't paying much attention to the people. Seeing that the young man was about to enter Sung Ye's ward, the woman stopped him. Entering there was prohibited without special permission. The woman asked if the young man was probably a friend of the student Sung Ye, but she needed peace and quiet, so visits were strictly prohibited by the doctor for now. The guard looked in surprise at the strange young man with a magnetic gaze. She froze, as if she had been hypnotized. Lavis Vindica spoke with authority that he would grant her oblivion. The demonic power began to manifest within him, and the woman obeyed. The expression in her eyes instantly changed. As if she was dreaming, obeying the prince's words, she obediently retreated. The woman's eyes rolled back. She could no longer see or hear anything. Although she was awake, her mind was asleep. She obediently sat down in her previous place and froze, no longer paying any attention to the young man entering Sung Ye's room. The prince watched the guard for a couple more minutes, but she was completely under his influence and sat quietly on a bench by the wall. He chuckled to himself. Even with a tiny amount of mana, such an ability works. Albeit temporarily, that's a good sign. Lavis quietly entered the hospital room and closed the door behind him. No one should overhear their unusual conversation. The drug addict, who had recovered from an overdose, looked sullenly at the young man who had, for some reason, entered her room late in the evening. Sung Ye looked up from her book and sharply asked the guy who he was and why he came here. The prince silently approached the hospital bed. He asked the girl menacingly who she was. There was something so threatening in the tone of this boy that Sung Ye was very scared. But she quickly came to her senses and snapped back. "What's going on?" He bursts into her room out of the blue and starts interrogating her. Lavis grabbed the girl by her thin arm and pulled up her sleeve slightly, revealing the tattoo he had accidentally seen on her that afternoon at school. She screamed indignantly, "What the hell is he doing? It hurts. Why is he grabbing her hand? What an idiot. Where did he come from here?" The prince silently looked attentively at the raging girl. He tried to understand who was in front of him, a man or a demoness. Finally, he asked why he had engraved the symbol of the demonic Hilt clan on her, a human, and where this tattoo came from. Sung Ye tried to pull her hand away from Lavis and angrily asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. She didn't know any Hilt family. Lavis Vindica barked. If she didn't want to get hurt even more, she had to tell him the truth right now, otherwise it would get worse. He leaned toward the girl and repeated his question about who she was and how she got the symbol of the demonic Hilt clan on her hand. Sung Ye trembled with fear. Sweat ran down her face. She hiccuped and chattered her teeth in fear as she looked at the strange young man. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her was not a man at all. He was too menacing. There was a strength in him that was not typical for people. The girl thought with horror that there really was a powerful demon standing in her room right now. But that was unrealistic. Where could he have come from? Nevertheless, this visitor frightened her greatly. His eyes glowed strangely. He was, despite his age, strong, self-confident, powerful. Sung Ye mumbled something unintelligible, trying to free her hand and run away, but Lavis held her too tightly. He threateningly demanded that she not beat around the bush, but speak frankly, he would find out the truth anyway. It would be better if she admitted it herself. Tears streamed from the frightened schoolgirl's eyes, and she muttered that she really didn't know anything about Hilt. It was all Jae-hee's fault. Jin Jae-hee said that if Sung Ye wanted to join their team, she needed to get a tattoo like this, and then they would give her weight loss pills. Lavis Vindica still did not let go of the shaking girl. He wondered if she was telling the truth or lying. It seemed she was not lying. But Lavis had definitely already sensed the faint scent emanating from this schoolgirl in the demon world. Although it had been quite a while ago. Then he and Vanbei were still children. Lavis, despite the prohibitions, went to the secret tower. The future magician followed his friend. Wanbi asked the prince where he was going. This bookworm was always a bit of a coward, but still always followed Lavis like a tail. He reminded the young prince that this was a restricted area, and that he couldn't just walk around here, as it could be downright dangerous. Lavis looked at his friend with disdain. He was so boring, so proper, it was disgusting to listen to. Suddenly the prince laughed and said that Wanbei was a coward, as if he was not a demon at all, but a human. How could one be such a coward? Wanbi almost cried from resentment. The prince always makes fun of him and calls him names, but he is a talented magician, everyone says so. An indignant Vanbei replied that he was not afraid, he just did not want punishment. Lavis calmly replied that then he could leave. Wanbi didn't want this either. If Lavis were left alone, who knows what he would do? Everyone knows that the young prince is a rare madman. The young magician frowned. He couldn't understand where they were going. what this wayward young heir to the throne was planning again. Two young demons walked quietly through the deserted halls of the huge castle. There was no light here, and this made it even more eerie. To break the long pause in the conversation, Wanbei asked the prince if Lavis knew one interesting thing about keen vision. The heir grumbled, saying he didn't know anything, so Wanbei could just speak up and not pretend to be such a smartass. The magician said that since they were in such darkness, he remembered a story about those whose unusual eyes surpass the boundaries of their race. As far as Wanbei knows, they gain eyesight in two ways. They either lose their sight from too much light or from complete darkness. Lavis's companion continued to talk about the darkness as they approached a large stone arch, and the prince peered cautiously around the corner. He commanded Wanbei to be silent. The young magician looked with all his eyes at the nimble and desperate Lavis. Wanbei always envied him. The demon prince put his finger to his lips and quietly said that there was something there, but he had to look carefully and listen first. The boys carefully peered around the corner and looked around the huge round hall. Inside, there was barely noticeable movement and a strong smell. In the middle of the deserted hall lay a demon, and unusual bright flowers grew right from his body. They were the source of the scent. Wanbei, shaking with fear, asked the younger Vindic what it was. It looked incredibly scary, but Lavis wasn't scared. He resolutely entered the hall and invited his companion to come closer and take a look. The magician exclaimed that this could be dangerous. The demon's entire body was covered with lush blue lilac flowers. They grew on him like a huge but eerie flower bed. The shaking Wanbei said quietly, "But this is Jeremy Hilt. But what is he doing here, and why are these strange plants growing on him?" The prince replied, "Judging by Jeremy's condition, this idiot is already dead. Who knows how he got here and why flowers are growing on him?" Before them lay a man their age, the young heir of one of the most influential families of the Demon Kingdom, the Hilt clan. Lavis leaned over to Jeremy and asked if he was interested in what kind of flowers they were. Wanbei exclaimed that the prince should under no circumstances touch them, but it was too late. Lavis pulled one of the flowers from the body of young Hilt. Streams of blood flowed from the roots of this terrible plant. The prince carefully touched one of the roots, which were moving like tentacles. Lavis snorted contemptuously. What a stench! And then a thought flashed through the magician's mind. He quietly said, "Could these really be devouring flowers? Terrible plants that feed on flesh?" Prince Vindica then looked at this beautiful parasite in surprise. And who would have thought that such a flower could eat him? And now he caught the same scent. This weak girl smelled just like that same devouring flower, but she was still alive. Sung Ye was no longer insolent. She curled up into a ball of fear and begged the prince to spare her, her frightened big eyes full of tears. Lavis silently looked at the schoolgirl. It seemed that she really said everything she knew, which meant now we had to look for this Jin Jae-hee. And suddenly his gaze fell on a tree opposite the hospital window. A rather large bat with red eyes was hanging on a branch. The animal stared intently at Lavis Vindic, and that's when they met the wayward demon prince who had slaughtered the Hilt clan. The bat's eyes sparkled. He was in anticipation of when they would meet him. But now in this world, the world of people. After learning from Sung Ye where he could find Jin Jae-hee, Lavis Vindica set out to find the one who was putting the symbol on people's bodies. The prince walked carefully through the old, unkempt courtyard of the multi-story buildings. He found the place he needed, but there was no one there. Lavis stopped at the door. Here is Jin Jae-hee's tattoo parlor. She applies the Hilt family symbol to people, but why is this necessary? The tattoo of the Hilt clan and the devouring flower, is this really a coincidence? No, such coincidences don't happen, so the Hilts are here. The prince went down to the pedestrian crossing and heard the boys talking. They were discussing his classmate, the nerd Im Shan. One asked why Young Moo's brother was so eager to get his hands on this high school student. The other replied that he didn't want the boy himself. This smart guy created some kind of app. The guy burst out laughing. Wow, they also use high technology now, cool. A candy in a blue wrapper sparkled in the hands of the merry fellow, and the guys asked if this was the very latest development of brother Yeonmu. The companion told the funny guy, "Stop eating. Didn't the psycho hear what happened to Jusung Haya yesterday? There are probably a lot of side effects here." But the funny guy casually replied that he didn't care. The main thing was that this thing gave a pretty good buzz, and his friend grumbled that he was crazy. Lavis looked carefully from under his hood at the company he had met. They all had exactly the same tattoos on their bodies. The prince noticed the same smell and symbol of the Hilt family again. This was definitely not a coincidence. he still needed to know the purpose for which all this was being done. The guy who had just swallowed the blue bow began to roll his eyes. He began to sway, and a smile appeared on his face. Lavis asked the guys if they also got these tattoos from Jin Jae-hee. The funny guy laughingly asked who this freak is here. The drug addict, swaying from side to side, approached the prince, and he asked casually whether the guy was Jae-hee's friend or something. He casually patted the young man on the cheek and said in a moralizing tone that one should speak to elders respectfully, and not the way he did. Lavis Vindic's eyes flashed with anger. He absolutely could not stand being treated like that, especially by some people. The prince abruptly pushed the drug addict's hand away from his face, hitting him on the wrist. The guy was stunned by such impudence from the skinny teenager. In response to the attempt to grab him, Lavis struck the impudent fellow in the face. The merry fellow's companions froze in amazement. What a turn of events. The drug addict, having received a blow, fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Blood flowed from his broken nose. The guys looked at him in shock. Suddenly, one of the guys yelled at Lavis, "Oh, the bastard who sent him. He deliberately attacked their group leader and knocked him out." The demon prince was never known for his patience and diplomacy, and curses fueled his magical powers. He immediately struck the big guy who rushed at him cursing. He, having received the blow, waved his arms and also fell. Seeing this, the third one shouted to Lavis that he had gone completely crazy, attacking people he didn't know right in the underground passages. He rushed at the prince, saying that today would be the end for him. They were not the kind of guys you could just attack. The demon prince dodged the blow slightly, but the boy missed, exposing his face right to Lavis Vindic's fist. The next second, Lavis's fist hit the attacker in the nose with all its force. He howled in pain, blood gushing from his nose. The guy's vision darkened and he fell to the ground. The fourth one rushed at the impudent young man with a knife, not relying on his fists. Lavis was surprisingly calm. While fear flashed in the eyes of his opponents, the last of the campaign rushed into battle. The younger Vindica dodged the blow and took a comfortable position. Every movement of his was precise, as if in training. He hit the guy who was attacking him on the neck with his heel. He dropped the knife and staggered. Now he was no longer a danger to Lavis. The prince kicked the knife-wielding hooligan again, knocking him out cold, and he threw up his arms and sank to the floor next to the others. Lavis Vindica repeated his question again. "Where is Jin Jae-hee now? Let them tell him, and he will immediately leave them alone." Suddenly, the demon prince heard the drug addict he had knocked out first stand up and growl for the pathetic little brat to die. The merry fellow's whole body was shaking. Saliva was flowing from his mouth. He looked like a zombie, and yet he became stronger and promised to finish off the young man. Lavis couldn't believe what had happened. The demonic energy in this guy had increased significantly. Could it really be because of that drug? The guy growled and, spraying saliva, rushed at Lavis. The drug addict's eyes were wild. His veins were bulging. He was clearly not himself. The prince noticed that his opponent's movements had changed noticeably. It seemed the drug had enhanced his physical abilities. He took a step back and tripped over one of the unconscious guys. Lavis lost his balance and couldn't stay on his feet. This body was not yet trained enough. The prince fell to the floor. It was very inopportune, and how could he fall so shamefully? A mad, growling drug addict with burning eyes and the energy of a demon flew at Lavis, who had fallen to the floor, dreaming of finishing him off. The merry fellow clenched his fist and laughed. Now he would take revenge on the impudent youth for all his friends lying right there on the floor. The prince stared at the approaching enemy with all his eyes. He definitely couldn't kill him. But what should he do with this idiot? Lavis Vindica cursed. What on earth had these hilts come up with to turn these pathetic little people into their obedient puppets? Meanwhile, Jin Jae-hee, whom Lavis was looking for, went out of town to report on her work to the big boss. The woman said that the app wasn't ready yet, and she apologized to her boss, who was lying on the couch, promising to hurry up the boy. Jae-hee's companion said that this time he explained everything clearly to the boy, so everything will be fine soon, the boss reminded him. He had already heard this. And also, they finally caught the one who was stealing their blue bows. There was a nearly naked, beaten guy kneeling on the floor. The thief screamed hysterically that he was guilty and begged for mercy. There was indescribable horror in the drug addict's eyes. He knew what awaited him. The boss slowly rose from the sofa. The thief shook and, stuttering, begged to be given just one more chance. He would never make a mistake again. The big boss silently looked at the devouring flowers standing in the vase. Now this thief will become another meal for them. He reached out and pulled the flowers out of the vase, shaking the water off them slightly. and everyone in the small room froze. The chief held up a bunch of blue flowers, and everyone saw that their stems were sharp, like small stakes, so that they could better penetrate the body. The guilty one stared at these horrific flowers. His whole body shrank from indescribable horror. His strong body shook. He again tearfully asked the chief to spare him and not feed him to these terrible plants. He did not want to die from their poison. Instead of answering, the chief hit the thief in the face with a bouquet of devouring flowers. The man screamed hysterically, a stream of tears flowing from his eyes. The almighty boss silently beat the offender with poisonous flowers, his eyes not showing a drop of pity for the pathetic little man. And he, shedding tears, still begged for mercy. Although it was already clear to everyone that there would be no mercy, this man was already doomed to die. The chief's eyes flashed, and he stuck several blue devouring flowers into the unfortunate man's eye, causing scarlet streams of blood to flow down his face. The man doomed to a painful death screamed. He no longer had the strength to scream loudly. The flowers immediately began to take root in his body. Jin Jae-hee could barely hold back her sobs. She silently watched the terrible execution. Their boss was merciless to all the guilty. The half-dead man begged for mercy one last time, but the chief had already swung to stick blue flowers into his other eye. Everyone watched in horror as their leader took aim and delivered the final killing blow with the terrifying carnivorous flowers. Blood gushed. The drug thief screamed and wheezed. The boss dealt him the final blow, planting devouring flowers into his living body. The man writhed in pain. He was still alive, and felt how these terrible plants were taking root in his body and drinking his blood. He fell on his back and screamed. Flowers were sticking out of his eyes. They had already drunk blood and were starting to gradually change their color to purple. Standing over the thief dying in terrible agony, the chief said, "That's right. There are no second chances. Only death awaits the guilty one." Turning to the others, the chief said calmly that he hoped that everyone present understood this. This principle applies to everyone. All the people stood silently and tried not to look at the horrific agony of a man being devoured by terrible blue flowers. But the boss addressed Jae-hee specifically. He hoped that she also understood him well and he wouldn't have to repeat it anymore, right? The leader of a drug gang sternly told a woman to stop talking and bring him what he needed if she wanted to live. The frightened woman obediently nodded her head, saying that she understood everything perfectly, and next time everything would be ready for work. Returning to the city, Jin Jae-hee, despite it being nighttime, tried to call Im Cheon, who still hadn't given her the flash drive. She paced back and forth, spewing a stream of curses, afraid that she would die if she didn't bring the damn app to the boss. The woman nervously bit her nails and shouted for that idiot Im Cheon to finally pick up the phone, otherwise she would be sent to be used as fertilizer too. The young man's phone was constantly vibrating. He hadn't answered the bandits' calls all day, trying to buy himself some time. Despite it being nighttime, Cheon was sitting at the computer. An idea came to him, and he decided to try it out, but he had to hurry. The phone vibrated once again. Someone was calling him in the middle of the night again. The young man glanced sideways at the phone screen just in case, but strangely enough, this time it was a completely different person calling him. Cheon reached out and took the phone. This call needed to be answered. The schoolboy brought the phone to his ear and quietly answered. This call surprised him greatly, especially at such an inopportune time. Lavis greeted his classmate, a guy fueled by demonic drugs lying on the ground with a knocked-out tooth. The prince told his classmate that he wanted to find out everything himself, but the local kids didn't want to talk, so he had to call him. The exiled prince sat on the body of the merry fellow and told his friend that his new acquaintances were temporarily unable to speak due to injuries. Cheon didn't understand what Minho was talking about, that he wanted to find out what they were talking about and why he was calling so late. Wasn't he at home? Lavis Vindica asked the young man. Cheon knows exactly where to find Jin Jae-hee now. They seem to be acquainted with him. The demon prince reminded his classmate that it was she, Jin Jae-hee, who called him in the cafeteria back then. He was right, wasn't he? Cheon asked in confusion how Minho knew about this, and how he knew Jin Jae-hee since he hadn't told him anything about it. Lavis explained that the caller's name appeared right on the screen, so he saw it and remembered whether Cheon knew where she lived. Cheon asked in fear how Minho knew Jae-hee. Did those scumbags really get to him too? Lavis reassured him. That was not the case. He told the young man that he came himself. He needed to check something. Cheon asked where Minho was now. He answered, near the tattoo parlor. Suddenly, the demon prince fell silent and looked questioningly to the side, his attention drawn to the strange little animal looking at him. A cat sat on the landing and watched Lavis attentively. For some reason, this animal seemed very familiar to him. Cheyenne, while getting dressed, shouted into the phone that Minho should under no circumstances contact Jin Jae-hee. He would be arriving at the tattoo parlor now. The demon prince cursed. They were hunting for that fool Cheyenne, and he was so weak that he couldn't stand up for himself. After finishing talking on the phone, Lavis looked again at the cat, watching his every action. This was clearly not an ordinary animal. Noticing that the demon prince had paid attention to her, the cat pretended to be simply playing on the stairs with a jingling ball. Lavis Vindica kept his eyes on the cat and noticed that the paw with which she was chasing the ball along the landing was visibly shaking. The prince said to the cat, "Hey you, walking fur, I'm talking to you," and he loomed over the frightened animal menacingly. The cat froze for a moment. Lavis approached the cat and grabbed her by the scruff of the neck. She didn't even think of resisting, but fear was frozen in her large, unusual eyes. He asked the animal sternly, "Can she understand him?" The cat meowed pitifully in response, trying to pretend that she was an ordinary cat. The demon prince called upon magic and commanded that they be able to understand each other, and the white cat in his arms hiccuped in fear. The little animal frowned and screamed piercingly. Yes, she understood him. "Stop holding her by the scruff of the neck, it's humiliating." Lavis Vindica released the cat onto the floor and said that last time there was a rat next to him, yesterday a bat, and today a cat. He asked the animal who he was. The cat began to stutter. She did not dare to deceive the prince of demons, Lavis Vindic himself. It was dangerous. The cat replied that she was an observer from the demon world. Her job was to quietly watch the prisoners in the human world. That's why she watched Mr. Lavis. The prince felt that the demonic energy was too weak, and she was definitely a demon. The cat asked in surprise, but when Mr. Lavis noticed her, the prince grinned. She was too conspicuous. And now, talking to him, she stands on two paws, which is quite strange for an ordinary cat. The demon observer gasped. Lavis saw no point in questioning the observer further. She probably knew little about the true reasons for his being sent to this world. He demanded that the observer reveal the identity of her master, who exactly was watching him through this demoness. The cat obediently froze, not daring to contradict the air, and now Lavis Vindica, like the magician before, was able to see who was watching him. In a luxurious room filled with books, the demon prince's childhood friend, the talented young magician Wanbei, sat at his desk. The magician grinned. Wow, Lavis turned out to be smart. He found the observer faster than Wanbei expected. Has he really gotten smarter? Wanbei greeted Lavis cheerfully, congratulating him on his quick guess. The prince cursed the scoundrel Wanbei, so it was his doing again. The magician laughed and asked why he was talking so rudely to his friend. He hadn't done anything bad to him, so he was wrong. The heir to the throne asked what Wanbei had planned this time. Lavis had known him since childhood and understood perfectly well that the magician was very smart. Wanbei laughed mockingly. What was Lavis talking about? What did he have to do with it? The prince realized that he would have to figure everything out himself. He sighed heavily. He would ask him only one thing. What he couldn't understand. Having come here, it was different from what Lavis knew before. The prince asked his old friend if prisoners could use magic in the human world, as his power seemed to be sealed here. Wanbei answered evasively that there are always exceptions. Officially, yes, his magic should not work in a human body. The magician told the prince that he himself would understand this in time, even if he did not say it. Perhaps Lavis wanted to ask something else. The demon prince said, "Devouring flower. Its smell is too strong in the human world. Where did this magical plant come from?" Wanbei also felt it back then, in the castle. This flower is forbidden even in the demon world, but Lavis feels it in the human world. The magician replied that the fact that the Hilt clan's claws had reached the human world was known even to the overseers of the demon world. They had proven resilient. The prince frowned. So in the end, it was this Hilt clan again. Could their remnants really be in the human world? But how did they get here? Wanbei chuckled. Lavis is such a naive young man. Now the world of people is not at all what it was before. All worlds are changing little by little. Now the world in which Lavis Vindica finds himself is a hotbed of all sorts of intrigues and a sphere of influence for representatives of other worlds. The magician said that in fact everything worked out very well. Since Lavis was there, he could quite well sort it all out on the spot. The demon prince was taken aback. How was he supposed to figure everything out here? What was Wanbei even talking about? And it all seemed like some kind of setup. Lavis Vindica shouted to Vanba what he was still hiding and whose side the magician was on now. He seemed very carried away by palace intrigues. But in response, the cat only meowed. The connection with the demon world was broken. And yet, from the conversation, some things became a little clearer to Lavis. Lavis Vindica thought, so the Hilts were definitely here. He was not mistaken. But what role did his old childhood friend play in all this? Meanwhile, Jin Jae-hee, scared half to death, was cursing. She needed to get Im Cheon's app urgently. She didn't want this monster, their boss, to turn her beautiful body into a flower bed of his bloody blue-violet flowers. The woman dialed Cheon's number again and again, but the machine answered that the subscriber she was calling was not answering. There was no time. Jae-hee shouted angrily, Im Cheon, this idiot has apparently gone crazy. Why isn't this bespectacled worm answering the phone? Where is he? But Jae-hee was not the type of person to let someone set her up, and while she continued to swear, she recruited a subordinate. He looked at the phone screen and saw the caller's name. He immediately understood everything and said with a sigh that Im Cheon was simply hopeless. Song Joon Appa picked up the phone, and after listening to his boss, he became indignant. What the hell is going on? He's playing games with the guys at the club. Jae-hee barked at him to come to the office immediately. They had to catch that bastard Im Cheon, otherwise they would all be in trouble. It was the dead of night, but Lavis Vindica did not want to sleep at all. He decided to talk to the observer he had noticed. The prince asked if since she was an observer, she must know the human world well. The cat confirmed that she had to look for prisoners. So, in order to search, she regularly receives basic information and has good skills in searching for demons in the human world. Lavis Vindica ordered the observer to return to his true form. The cat blinked her eyes in surprise. Why is this? Seeing her hesitation, the demon prince sternly asked if she would do it herself or if she needed to be forced. The frightened demoness agreed. She folded her cat paws together and cast a spell. Her furry animal body was enveloped in a bright light, and the transformation began. Lavis turned away slightly, human eyes not accustomed to such bright flashes of light and streams of energy. Instead of a cat, a very young demoness appeared with a small horn, pointy ears, and sharp teeth, but not very strong. The girl bowed shyly to His Highness the Crown Prince of the Demon Kingdom, the well-known Lavis Vindica. The prince was disappointed. His new acquaintance looked too weak. He probably was much stronger than her even in infancy. Lavis Vindica philosophically noted that since the clever Vanbei had sent her, there must be a reason for it, and he asked the girl what her name was. The demoness blushed with embarrassment and said in confusion that she had no name. She was just an observer, and that was all. She was very weak. The prince thought, now her name is Street. He added so that she would not forget where she was from, because he, Lavis Vindica, picked her up on the street. The girl slowly repeated her name. Her eyes widened in amazement. Unbelievably, the heir to the throne of demons himself gave her a name. She jumped for joy and shouted that she understood everything. She was very grateful to Mr. Lavis Vindica for giving her a name. Now the prince ordered Street to reveal everything she knew about the human world, and the satisfied girl shared her experience with Lavis. At the same time, Cheon, confident that his friend was in mortal danger because of him, was rushing to Jin's tattoo parlor. The young man completely forgot about the horror that Jae-hee caused him. He had to save his friend and classmate Minho. He kept thinking that Minho was in danger. Oh, Cheon should have refused this offer until the very end. The young man remembered how he ran happily after the app contest, his heart pounding with joy. He was the winner. Cheon couldn't believe he had won, but he had the prize in his hands. The app he had created had been unanimously voted the best by the jury. And suddenly he heard someone calling his name. The voice was unfamiliar. The schoolboy turned around. There was an expensive car parked at the side of the road. There were several people standing near the car. Jin Jae-hee asked him if he was the developer who won the competition. One of the men laughed mockingly. He had heard that the prize for first place was only 5 million. Developers were not highly valued. Jae-hee also laughed and ordered the confused boy to quickly get into the car. They had a serious conversation with him. Im Cheon froze in place with fear. He didn't want to get into any car. These people scared him. They looked a lot like bandits. But Jin Jae-hee grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and shoved him into the car, leaving the flowers given to the student at the ceremony lying on the road. The frightened young programmer sat in the car with tinted windows and shook. The bandits were still on the street. A man in the back seat asked him why he was shaking so much. It was just a deal. There was money next to Cheon. The young man glanced timidly at the suitcase lying nearby. The man said that there was 50 million won in cash in it for his application. The student replied that he had not created his app for sale and had no intention of sharing it with them or anyone else. The man in the back seat was silent and looked around the street with a bored look. Why are some people so stubborn and stupid? Finally, Cheyenne's mysterious interlocutor answered the teenager that he thought so, but in reality, everything was completely different. And at that moment, Cheyenne broke down. He was simply very scared and agreed to sell the app he created to the bandits. But now, for some reason, he felt no fear. He ran as fast as he could to Jin's tattoo parlor, which he had barely reached yesterday out of terror. The young man was sure that he needed to hurry and not let Minho meet Jin Jae-hee. He didn't need to involve his friend in this story. Suddenly, Cheyenne collided with someone very tall and strong in the darkness. The schoolboy screamed in surprise. It was a bandit. The teenager apologized hesitantly to the man he had pushed and tried to quickly slip past him further. It turned out that he had run into Song Joon Appa, who had been dragged out of a gaming club in the middle of the night by an enraged Jin Jae-hee. The tattoo artist's subordinate noticed that they didn't even have to look for the boy. He ran to them himself. What a fine fellow he had become. Frightened, Cheyenne looked around, and he himself ran into the clutches of those from whom he had been carefully hiding for the past 24 hours. That horrible woman Jin Jae-hee came forward. She finally caught that bastard. Oh, how many nerves he cost her today. She angrily shouted that this asshole Cheyenne was finished. He hid from her, didn't answer her phone calls, the bastard. The teenager's mind immediately flashed to photos of the various tattoos Jae-hee had inked onto the foreheads of his victims. Cheyenne screamed piercingly. Jae-hee's henchmen pushed him into the car and took him away to their boss, who was terrifying in his cruelty. The student was taken to a secret, specially equipped room, from where he would be required to control his application. Jin Jae-hee threatened that if he didn't do everything right, he could stay here forever and no one would ever know. The woman warned that Cheyenne would be constantly watched from the outside, so she advised him not to think about anything unnecessary. The young man exclaimed in confusion, "Oh no." Behind him stood an equipped workstation and a silent, tall guard, Jae-hee. Cheyenne clenched his teeth. He was so stupid to fall into the hands of the bandits. Now it was all over. He wouldn't be able to escape from here, and no one knew where he was. Sung Joon asked if this Cheyenne was really a developer. He was so slow and shaking like a leaf. The boss believes that in order to successfully distribute blue bows, his app is needed. I think it's called I'm Here. The guard slapped the frightened Cheyenne on the back of the head, demanding that he turn on the computer and get to work. Everyone was waiting for him. The bandits watching from the outside couldn't understand how the app could become a distribution channel, and the name was kind of stupid. Cheyenne turned on the equipment with a heavy heart and launched his application. Now his brainchild will serve these bandits. The application logo appeared on the monitor. The young man did what he was ordered, because now he had become a prisoner of these people. The boss himself appeared at the end of the corridor. He asked if everything was ready. Jin Jae-hee answered in the affirmative, and the boy was here too. Yeonmu was pleased. He said that what Cheyenne had created was the core of the blue bow business, and now things would go much faster. The boss added that only by obtaining complete information about all buyers will they be able to manage the market at their own discretion. The location sharing feature in Cheyenne's app will be a key tool for expanding the trade of their blue bows. Song Joon Appa asked with a smile. So they will finally start selling their product in large quantities. They have been waiting for this for so long. The boss of the drug-dealing gangsters looked silently at his overly cheerful subordinate, who fell silent in fear and lowered his head. Yeonmu looked at the blue bow in his hand. It looked very much like a child's candy, and thoughtfully answered, "Yes, that will be it." Suddenly, the chef smiled a creepy smile and said that it was time to present their unique product to everyone. The next day, everyone was talking about the new app, telling each other that they needed to register and add a friend. It turns out that if you accept a friend request from this app, you get a cashback of 30,000 won for each person. The school children were delighted. Wow, just 3 people and you'll already get 100,000. That's really cool. Everyone invited each other. 2 barked at his classmate to quickly add him as a friend and to stop shaking. What a fool. She can't do anything. The girls were whispering, "There's another promotion here. They give everyone something for registering. I need to take a closer look. Maybe something interesting will happen." An ad appeared on the screen. These were weight loss pills with a blue bow. The girls started chattering, "Oh my God, what a beautiful name." The bandits looked at the phones and couldn't believe how many new users had appeared in one day. They were pouring in like peas. Jae-hee exclaimed with delight, "This is just a bomb." And Sung Joon added, "Their Yeonmu knows his business very well, and they still had doubts." "By the way, the guys still haven't caught that asshole who trashed her salon," one of the guys responded. They checked the surveillance cameras, but the cameras showed very strange footage. Jae-hee couldn't believe what kind of bat it was. Where could it have come from? And indeed, a furry bat face was looking straight into the camera, and Jae-hee was surprised why the animal was looking at the camera. The salon owner asked what was on the other cameras. They looked at those recordings. The guy replied that it was the same thing, something strange. In another fragment of the recording, a cheerful little rat looked into the camera. Jin Jae-hee cursed. This is the last thing she needed. But these little animals couldn't have destroyed her tattoo parlor. How is that even possible? She wants to find this freak and punish him painfully. At this time, Song-jun Appa approached the tattoo artist. He received a message on his phone and was rushing to report it to his boss. He called out to the woman, but she snapped back angrily. She was annoyed by all these jokes with surveillance cameras in her own salon. She asked what June needed, and he replied that they had to go. A shipment of goods had arrived, and they needed to meet him and check everything. School ended, the kids went home. Im Chyon didn't come to school. It was impossible to reach him by phone. Lavis Vindica went to meet with the demon observer. He gave her a task yesterday that she should have already completed. Seeing her in the trash bin in the form of a cat, he asked Street in surprise what she was doing there. The demoness shuddered. The prince approached very quietly. She immediately assumed her normal form, apologizing. She had gained a little weight here. Lavis asked, what about the assigned investigation? The girl happily reported that it was not at all easy, but she still found out that the demon prince ordered her to lay everything out. At night, when Lavis knocked out the Joker in the underground passage, several pills and blue packages spilled out of his hand. The demon prince took one of these pills, which looked like ordinary caramel candies, but had a very pungent smell. Lavis carefully brought the wrapped candy closer to his face. It was definitely the scent of that same devouring flower. He had no doubt about it. This means that the demon in the drug addict was awakened after he ate it. But without a host, it is impossible to grow the devouring flower. It is completely unclear how this flower, forbidden even in the demon world, ended up in the human world. And Wanbei knows this for sure. Street said these candies are called blue bows, and they are distributed to people under the guise of vitamins and other things. Most often, these blue bows are presented as a weight loss remedy. Lavis asked where the raw materials for this crap come from. Street blinked her eyes. The thing is that these candies are produced in such secrecy that it is difficult to find out the composition of the raw materials. The demon prince asked angrily, so that meant she hadn't really found out anything. The girl babbled that that wasn't true at all. The product has been spreading rapidly lately. If you go to a place where there is a lot of demonic energy, you can find the manufacturer. Lavis growled that Street should have gone there right away, but she objected, and Mr. Wanbi said to go with Prince Lavis. The demon prince was taken aback, so she reports to Wanbi about every step. That's how great. The unfortunate Street burst into tears. She asked Mr. Lavis to forgive her. She is just a pathetic creature who must follow the orders of both of them. Lavis Vindica told Street that she had to choose right now, him or Van Bay. She needed to decide who her master was. Street had tears in her eyes. She was blushing and turning pale, not daring to make a final decision, and was very afraid of the consequences. Lavis nudged her slightly, saying that if she chose him as her master, he would spare her the fate of being a pathetic cat. Street understood perfectly well that before her was the great Prince Lavis himself, the only son of the Demon King and heir to his throne. The girl immediately imagined herself in the role of a lady-in-waiting, with a fan, in finery, and hung with various expensive jewelry. She fell to her knees before the Demon Prince Lavis Vindica and bowed, saying that she would dedicate her flesh and blood to him in the darkness. The prince smiled. Great, this is just what he needed. Here in the human world, Street's help is simply invaluable to him. He extended his hand to the girl and solemnly said that he, the demon prince Lavis Vindica, accepted her as his personal servant. Reddish flashes of Lavis's energy began to shine around Street, and at the same moment a particle of Wanbei's energy was released from the girl. A satisfied Lavis told the magician to get lost. There was no point in spying on his every move. There were plenty of other spies. The prince told Street that they would now go to where this mysterious blue bow was collected, and the girl happily agreed. It was already getting dark when Lavis and Street left the city and went to where the girl had discovered the concentration of demonic energy. When evening came, they finally reached the right place. It was a remote country warehouse, completely unremarkable in appearance. Street exclaimed, "This is where the demonic energy is concentrated." Lavis suggested opening one container. The girl objected. "It won't work. There is a large lock here. These containers are very well protected from burglary and possible theft." The demon prince asked Street to step aside. He would quickly tear down this defense since they had already come here. They would definitely look in. Lavis punched the lock, then grabbed the chains with his hand and instantly broke them. Street admired, "Wow, that's some strength." The container doors opened slightly. The way was clear. Now they could check what was in these chained containers. As soon as the door opened, both Lavis and his companion immediately smelled a very strong odor coming from the container. "The demon prince coughed," Street exclaimed. "What a stench! What are they storing there that stinks, as if everything here has long since gone rotten?" Lavis opened the doors of the broken container. It was filled with cardboard boxes, from which came a stench and impenetrable darkness. Holding her nose, the girl asked if these were really all blue bows, and where did so many of them come from, but they were clearly not produced here. Lavis Vindica looked around. Street was right. They only found a warehouse, but the production must be somewhere nearby. This meant that someone from the Hilt clan should appear soon. The prince didn't yet know what he would do if he met these bastards. Suddenly, Lavis felt that someone was approaching them, which meant that there was some kind of alarm system here after all, since they had been discovered. Little Lavis and his still very young uncle ran around the mountains. The queen's brother constantly trained his nephew. Barkin exclaimed, "Beloved and not at all sweet nephew Lavis. What a weakling he is." The little prince defended himself. In response to Barkin's blows, Lavis shouted that he was a vile and rude uncle, and that the boy had had a bad character from an early age. Barkin laughed. Since Lavis wasn't even cute, it was better for him to die, and dealt his nephew another painful blow with his fist. Lavis protected his face from the blow with his hands, but he was still too weak to block a blow from a demon as strong as Barkin. The skinny little demon took the blow, gritting his teeth and not making a sound, even though his beloved uncle hit him quite hard and sensitively. Barkin smiled. "The boy is growing with character. He will become a real demon in time. Stubborn, true, but not a whiner or a spoiled brat." The blow he received sent little Lavis flying off the top of the cliff and screaming. He fell down into the abyss, straight from the bare, sheer cliff. He flew and screamed. The damn guy threw him off a high cliff so that all his horns and teeth would break this way and that. Barkin burst out laughing in response. Was the prince really going to die in this deserted mountain ravine? That would be too stupid a death. He jumped off the cliff and flew down after his curse-spewing little but mischievous nephew, Lavis Vindica. At the very bottom of the gorge lay Lavis. He was, of course, alive, but he had hit himself hard, and for this he was terribly angry at his rude uncle. Barkin landed next to Lavis and mockingly asked if he was dead, and suddenly the queen's brother fell silent mid-sentence. Both he and Lavis smelled that same pungent odor. Barkin looked around in surprise. What he saw greatly surprised him. Coming a little closer, he said, "There are flower devourers here, so that's where they were all hiding, but they couldn't figure out where they were. Almost half of the gorge was littered with the corpses of demons, and bright blue-purple flesh-eating predatory flowers grew right from their bodies. The sight was horrifying. It seemed that these flowers had been planted into still living demons, and they had died here in terrible agony. It was then, quite by chance, that Lavis first saw this eerie plant and remembered the horrific stench they emit. Then he learned that they can only grow on living flesh. His uncle Barkin told his nephew the history of this flower. The flower devourers arose when light and darkness separated, and incompatible entities emerged. It was then that a plant appeared that was not consumed by either side and continued to grow on the border of the worlds. The ideal place for the flower to live was the world of people, located between the world of light and the world of darkness. It was the border. The flower first blossomed where people gathered. It devoured abandoned celestials or torn-apart demons. This devouring flower had only one desire: the complete destruction of the world. It was capable of poisoning and devouring absolutely everything. Therefore, this beautiful flower at first glance is forbidden even in the demon world, because it is capable of destroying even the entire world. Then, by order of the demon king Gamudaira, all these devouring flowers were burned to ashes. Lavis himself saw it. He and Barkin personally ensured that not a single living stem of this harmful plant remained in the kingdom. Lavis said that at that time they all had to be burned. Street also heard that the king searched the entire demon world and destroyed the flowers. But in that case, where did so many of them come from? And how many bodies did they need to feed to grow such a quantity of flowers? The prince said that this flower originally appeared in the human world. This place, the middle world, is the border between light and darkness. The world of people, which does not belong to any side but from where one can get anywhere, is a very convenient place. According to human history, they were taught that a few thousand years ago, humans did not exist at all. But in fact, if these carnivorous flowers appeared in two worlds at the same time, then it was someone's plan. Lavis was sure of it. Street, still holding her nose, asked whose evil plan this could be and what they were planning here to subjugate people. The darkness of the night was broken by a bright beam of a flashlight in the hands of one of Jin Jae-hee's henchmen, who directed the beam at the uninvited guests. Street squinted her eyes from the overly bright light and looked questioningly at the people who approached the warehouse. The guy with the flashlight said, but he couldn't understand where the voices were coming from. At least they, idiots, know where they've come to and what will happen to them for it. And suddenly the guy recognized Lavis, cursed, and exclaimed, "This is the same bastard who came to the tattoo parlor and maimed the guys." Street pointed at the tattoo artist and told Mr. Lavis that the woman next to the boys was Jin Jae-hee. Jin Jae-hee shouted who this boy was to do such a thing in her salon, and how did he even know about this place? Lavis asked Jae-hee if she was the one who ran this place. One of the guys noticed that this freak had a strange speech. He seemed to be from somewhere else. The demon prince asked the woman, who was screaming with anger, if she knew what raw materials all this was made of and where it was extracted from. Jae-hee chuckled. Why would the boy need raw materials? Was he really trying to find out their valuable trade secret? It wouldn't work. Lavis Vindica sighed heavily. Not that he cared, but if things were left as they were, there could be big trouble. This means only one thing. All these warehouse stocks must be destroyed, and then he will start looking for where the production is located. Jin Jae-hee reached into the large pockets of her loose trousers. She had a supply of drugs with her in case of emergency. She asked her boys if they knew what would happen to them if they failed again in front of their very strict boss, Brother Yeonmu. Jae-hee handed them 2 handfuls of blue bows and told them to hold on to the special ration, an extra dose of the drug. The guys' eyes lit up and their mouths started to water. They timidly asked if they could really get all this for free, they would really enjoy it. The woman barked at the talker to shut up and eat. The boss had given them some for good work and for such incidents. Blue pill wrappers fell to the ground. The guys greedily swallowed the free drugs, which also gave them strength. Lavis told Street that with her current magical power, she would only get in the way and told her to just hide, which she did. The drug began to take effect. The boys' eyes lit up. Foam came out of their mouths. Their veins bulged. Their bodies changed. They all growled. Jin Jae-hee calmly commanded them to immediately crush this impudent bastard who had opened their valuable warehouse. The boys immediately rushed forward, driven by the drug, the anger that suddenly flared up in them, and the animal fear of their boss. With knives in their hands, they flew at the calmly standing teenager. A thirst for blood blazed in their clouded brains. They wanted to kill. Lavis told them to come closer. There was more than enough demonic energy here in the warehouse. He could easily deal with them. The merry fellow, beaten by Lavis the day before, was the first to attack him, trying to stab him with a dagger. The prince met the guy with a hefty blow. The merry fellow screamed in pain and dropped the knife, but the next one, who had also received a beating from the boy yesterday, ran after him. To quickly knock the guy out, the demon prince kicked him in the neck, and Ji Jae-hee's henchman swayed and his head went blank. Lavis Vindica struck him again, and the enemy, dropping his dagger, fell to the ground, losing consciousness, which meant about 1 minute. Lavis's eyes flashed, and the flames of royal wrath erupted from the demon bloodstone that Wanbi had inserted into his eye. The prince clenched his fist and rushed at the next man who was attacking him, drugged with the demonic potion of the damned hilts. Lavis struck his enemy in the lower jaw. He gasped. Drops of blood flew out of his gaping mouth along with knocked-out teeth. And then the prince saw with surprise that the merry fellow he had knocked out had come to his senses and was rushing towards him again, growling something madly. With a wild roar, the beaten merry fellow grabbed Lavis by the body and tried to throw him to the ground. The prince clenched his teeth. This was unexpected. The younger Vindica growled, "What a freak." He tried to break free from the tenacious hands of a drug addict who was maddened by an overdose of dope. The merry fellow's eyes were glassy. He was covered in blood. Saliva was running from his mouth, but he laughed loudly. It looked creepy. Finally, the merry fellow managed to knock the demon prince to the ground, and a huge, fat fellow ran after him, laughing wildly. The big guy swung his leg, intending to crush the head of the frail schoolboy lying on the ground with his huge knee. But Lavis was too well trained by his merciless uncle. He jumped up and stopped the flying knee. A frightened Street peered out from behind the container door and supported the brave demon prince Lavis Vindic as best she could. Jin Jae-hee watched the brawl with a satisfied smile. She was sure that this time the guys would definitely beat this brat. The three crazed drug addicts attacked Lavis again and again, the hilt potion giving them strength and dulling their senses. Blows rained down on the not very strong body in which the demon prince found himself, but he steadfastly parried the blows, figuring out what to do. Lavis frowned. These madmen had become stronger, apparently because they had consumed more drugs than they had back then in the underground passage. The heir to the throne glanced sideways at the rows of boxes in the open container. In that case, the boys would need to be given a massive overdose. He rushed into the open container with the products, although he didn't know exactly what was in there, but judging by the energy, it was plant concentrate. Lavis Vindica punched the first box he came across and felt the contents. This was his salvation. If only the people wouldn't die. He felt that the box was filled with some kind of bags with loose contents. It seemed to be powder from the devouring flower. The prince grabbed one of these packages and pierced it in several places with his fingers. He swung at the three guys running towards him. Lavis tore the package open and sprayed the contents onto the attackers, who recoiled in surprise and coughed from the dust. Having inhaled the concentrate of the poisonous flower, the boys grabbed their throats. The narcotic effect intensified, and the fighters felt worse. Lavis also inhaled the powder. He didn't like the low-grade smell of drugs, but now it gave him a lot of strength. The demon prince knew very well that demonic energy reacts to spreading evil even more strongly than to choice curses. The merry fellow began to vomit from the overdose. His whole body was shaking. He was no longer able to fight with this teenager. But Lavis didn't care. He beat up all the guys who had hunted him with knives today, knocking out each of them in turn. Now he came through, raining blows left and right, and Jaehee's fighters, intoxicated by the powder, did not resist much. The stone of demonic blood in the young man's eye glowed with a scarlet fire, giving the prince more and more strength. The demon's power was gathering in this stone. Having thrown his opponent to the ground, Lavis hit him hard in the face. Blood spurted from his broken nose and knocked out teeth, and the guy passed out. But then the prince saw that the merry fellow, who had come to his senses, was attacking him again. Strangely enough, the drug powder gave him new strength. Lavis dodged the blow and grabbed the attacker's leg. He pulled his leg. The merry fellow immediately lost his balance and fell. The prince intensified his fall, but the new dose of drugs seemed to dull the sense of pain in the human body and further increase the strength. To stop this inveterate drug addict from bothering him any longer, Lavis Vindica decided to break his leg. Then he would definitely lie still. Hearing the crunch of his own bones, the merry fellow howled. He still tried to get up and carry out Jin Jae-hee's order, but he could no longer. Only the big guy, Hoba, remained on his feet. He also came to and rushed at Lavis with a roar, cursing and wishing for him to die. The prince met the brute with a strong blow to the jaw, but he only staggered, the new dose of drugs giving him even more strength. Lavis dealt the big guy a painful blow to the spine, and Koba's legs gave way. Not giving him time to come to his senses, the prince hit him again. He caught the falling Hoba and pushed him with all his strength towards his friends, who were lying near the open container of drugs. Ji Jae-hee, who was watching the fight, stopped smiling. She didn't like it all. She called out to Hobu, trying to bring him to his senses. But the strong man Hoba, together with the skinny Lavis, fell to the ground with a crash, their long, fleshy legs kicking helplessly in the air. Ji Jae-hee muttered what kind of freak was this? Where did he come from, and how he single-handedly scattered all her boyfriends? Now it was time to deal with Ji Jae-hee herself. Lavis Vindica slowly rose from the ground and turned to the frightened woman. Seeing the expression on this strange student's face, Jae-hee trembled and stepped back. For some reason, she was overcome with horror at the sight of him. A chill ran through the tattoo artist's body. She had the feeling that it was not a person looking at her, but an all-powerful demon. The guy's face was dark with anger, and his left eye was burning with a scarlet fire. It felt like the person in front of Jae-hee wasn't a person at all, but someone else. She stuttered and asked the young man in confusion who he was, a ghost or something, and why everything inside her went cold with terrible horror. But the demon prince paid no attention to her lamentations. He silently walked towards the tattoo artist, who was shaking with fear. The 5th competition for young ballerinas was in full swing, and the results of this prestigious competition offered the opportunity to make significant progress. The fragile girl had just finished her performance. The entire hall was frozen in delight. It felt like this child had wings. The young ballerina looked at the jury with excitement. Now it was only up to them to decide whether she would leave here empty-handed or receive offers. The producer, who was watching the girl's performance, immediately called her mother, who answered that yes, this was Yuri, Kang Hyunju's daughter. After watching the ballerina's performance, the producer said that with her talent, she would easily be accepted into Venus's ballet troupe. At that moment, the dressing room door opened and Yeonmu entered, accompanied by security. The guy said that the woman was their VIP client. The producer indignantly asked who they were and how dare they barge in here. Some kind of punks, do they know whose dressing room this is? Yeonmu chuckled. Punks, then? Well, he's asking for forgiveness. They just came personally to deliver a large order for a blue bow. The woman stared in surprise at the large jar filled to the brim with blue marbles that Yeonmu placed in front of her. The famous producer's eyes widened as she frantically calculated how much such a huge quantity could cost. Yeonmu asked the woman why she was so worried. They produce and sell blue bows themselves, so there was nothing to worry about. The woman frowned and carefully asked Yeonmu, "Will there be no problems with these bows?" It all seemed very suspicious. The drug dealer chuckled, and she was only asking about this now after she had already bought a whole cartload of these very same balls. Yeonmu nodded at the big TV screen and said, she had already fed her daughter to her fill and sent her to the stage, to that stage over there. At this time, the producer's daughter's competition performance was being broadcast. The girl fluttered around the stage with amazing ease. The young ballerina performed the most complex elements of the dance with ease, astonishing everyone with her amazing skill for her age. The frightened woman froze, not taking her eyes off her only daughter. She felt that something was wrong with her Yuri. Suddenly, right during her performance on stage, the girl's eyes turned red and rolled back. Her veins bulged, and profuse foam came out of her mouth. The young ballerina's graceful hand trembled, but she, like a wound-up doll, continued to dance, foam falling from her mouth. Yeonmu pointed to the screen and noticed, "What a shame. It looks like the mother was in a hurry to use a strong remedy on her daughter." The drug dealer sarcastically asked the woman how much her daughter had taken that she looked like a zombie dancing on a big stage. The woman screamed hysterically at her daughter to stop, as if she could hear her, but Yuri no longer heard anyone or anything. Yuri continued to spin around the stage. She did a high attitude, touching her head with her foot. Suddenly, her other foot twisted. Without finishing the movement, the girl fell on the stage and lost consciousness, her body twitching as if she was having a seizure. The audience jumped up from their seats in horror, asking each other what had happened to this beautiful and talented girl. Security guards ran onto the stage to help the leading contestant. The girl lay completely motionless. Tears came to the mother's eyes. She was horrified that she had really destroyed her promising daughter with her own hands. Turning to Yeonmu, she screamed, "They said that there would be no side effects from eating blue bows." The drug dealer calmly replied that this was indeed true, but only if the dosage was observed, which seemed to be something she had missed. In any case, now Yuri has no hope left. Her body is completely poisoned by this narcotic stimulant. Now the mother will have to satisfy her daughter's need for blue balls so that she can live? The woman was shocked. Yeonmu summed up the conversation. From now on, the girl won't be able to live a day without their goods, but they are their VIP clients, so they will get a discount. The woman clutched her head, wondering what she had done. So much investment and all for nothing. She had turned her daughter into a drug addict with her own hands. The drug dealer looked at his mother's grief with a slight mocking smile. He felt no pity for her or for young Yuri, who had fallen on stage. Suddenly, the phone in Yeonmu's pocket vibrated. Who could have called him? Could something have happened again? Everything seemed to be going as well as possible. The caller's name appeared on the screen. It was Ji Jae-hee. She and the guys were supposed to meet a new large shipment of goods. Yeonmu was considering whether to answer or not. This was not the right place to talk about their business, but he answered anyway. He asked the tattoo artist what happened, but he asked her not to disturb him at this time. He was very busy with large clients. A trembling Jin Jae-hee apologized to Yeonmu, but she was forced to call him. She was forced. She had nothing to do with it. Lavis Vindica appeared on the phone screen and asked Yeonmu if he was the guy who made the blue bow drug. The drug dealer asked the young man in surprise who he was. Judging by his appearance, he was just a schoolboy. But how could he put pressure on Jin Jae-hee? From Yeonmu's reaction, the demon prince realized that it was indeed him. Well, very good. That means Lavis Vindica is on the right track. He told the drug dealer that they needed to talk. They were in his warehouse and could easily burn all his supplies of raw materials for the potion. Yeonmu silently turned off the phone. He felt that the guy was not joking, and Jae-hee was very scared, which meant he needed to go there quickly. He turned to the sobbing woman and said that even though she was a VIP client, They had urgent business here, so it was time for them to go. Lavis was sure that after this call, Yeonmu would rush here to save his precious warehouse with the demonic drug. Street couldn't understand why people took drugs, the prince told her, because people were stupid and arrogant. They arrogantly believe that they will not become addicted. They think that all this is just a pampering, and they will always be able to stop. Lavis Vindica added that people have nothing to believe in. They have no values or spirituality, so they cling to such trifles. Street warned Mr. Lavis that some more people had arrived. They were approaching them very quickly and they looked very angry. Jin Jae-hee shouted to her brother Youngmu that she was here. The woman was very afraid of her boss, but this schoolboy scared her even more. Youngmu asked Lavis, so he also destroyed Jin Jae-hee's tattoo parlor, the smart guy, and how interesting it was that he found their warehouse. Stopping a few steps from the prince, Yeonmu asked him why the young man was looking for him. Because of him, he interrupted a very important meeting. Lavis Vindica replied that he wasn't personally interested in Yeonmu, but he wanted to know where the guy got this. The prince pointed to the container. The demon prince added that it was not easy for people to obtain something like this. He knew this for sure, and that was why he asked where Yeonmu got this thing. The drug dealer's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed like this kid wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could he know about this? Various thoughts flashed through Yeonmu's head, wondering if this little freak was somehow connected to those powerful beings. Youngmu remembered how it all started. He was still a teenager, and together with his father, he took various medications and all kinds of drugs. He kicked his father, a longtime drug addict, asking if he had already passed out, what was wrong, if he needed another dose, and Youngmu was starting to go into withdrawal. The teenager lightly kicked his father, who was lying on the floor, trying to bring him to his senses so that he could give him another dose of drugs. But when Yeonmu turned his father over onto his back, he saw that he was no longer breathing. His eyes were rolled back and glassy. The boy was confused. Yeonmu looked in shock at the emaciated body of his drug-addicted father. Did he really die? What the hell? And what should he do with all this now? The boy's father had been addicted to drugs his whole life and had died high after taking his last fatal dose. Yeonmu cursed angrily. The teenager sighed. But in that case, how would he get drugs? His father always supplied him with drugs, but now he had gone crazy. Yeonmu was already feeling the withdrawal symptoms, and suddenly he was overcome with anger and began kicking his father's dead body, demanding that he give him another dose. He kicked the old drug addict and asked him what he should do now, where he could get drugs, since he didn't know anything and couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Father Yeonmu's eyes changed. They lit up with some strange light. The teenager stopped kicking the body and stared at him. A chill ran down the young man's spine. He couldn't take his eyes off his father, wondering if the old drug addict had really turned into a zombie after his death. Father rose with difficulty and sat on the floor, barely alive from fear. Yeonmu, stuttering, asked Dad. He died. What was happening to him? And then an unfamiliar voice asked the guy if he was really saddened by the death of this man. After all, he was a worthless, hopeless drug addict. Yeonmu couldn't understand whether this was happening in reality, or if it was a residual effect from the previous dose, but he still asked who was talking to him. The voice told the teenager that if his grief so desired, he could bring this man back to life. It would not be difficult at all. In response, Yeonmu burst out laughing. What sorrow? What are you talking about? This old bastard finally died. Why be sad about it? The teenager angrily screamed that he didn't need a trash father. He only needed pills, and that old fool didn't leave them for him. The strange creature that appeared above the man who had just died answered thoughtfully. So that's how things are here. It handed Yeonmu an unusual flowering plant and told him to feed his father's corpse to the devouring flower. The creature explained that in this way Yeonmu would make a contract with him and get what he so desired. The guy looked at the flower. The demon added that if anyone betrayed the boy or denied the devouring flower, Yeonmu could kill them and feed them to the flower. The teenager looked at the devouring flower as if enchanted. The demon told him that he could not be afraid of anything. He would protect him. Yeonmu felt that this blue lilac flower emitted a sharp, intoxicating scent, and it was very similar to a strong drug. The young man suddenly laughed. The withdrawal symptoms stopped. He felt high, and he could even take revenge on his father for everything. Isn't that great? Continuing to laugh, the young drug addict swung at his father and thrust a demonic devouring flower into his still warm body. Now he will always have plenty of drugs on hand, and without a jerk of a father, the old drug addict himself will turn into raw material for dope. Blood spurted out. The flower dug its roots into the victim and began to devour him, producing shoots, and Yeonmu continued to laugh wildly at him. The drug dealer pulled himself together and arrogantly asked Lavis Vindic if he thought he was just an ordinary person. The demon prince looked questioningly at Yeonmu. It seemed like he had someone to rely on. Well, that was expected and explained a lot. Yeonmu confirmed that this was indeed the case, and this powerful assistant granted him a new life and unlimited possibilities. Lavis's suspicions were confirmed, which means this guy made a contract with the demon and he gave him this devouring flower. The heir to the throne said he didn't know what kind of garbage Yeonmu believed in, but both he and that scumbag from another world were seriously unlucky. Yeonmu flared up. How dare this little runt insult his savior, assistant and mentor, the strongest in all the worlds. He ordered his bodyguards to quickly drag this arrogant idiot to him, and the soldiers rushed to carry out their boss's order. Street hiccuped and ran to her hiding place. She would have to hide again until Mr. Lavis dealt with these men. The demon prince grumbled that this was getting tiresome, and this time he needed to finish it quickly and without ceremony. In the drug warehouse, the sounds of blows and cries of pain from the bodyguards of drug dealer Yeonmu could be heard. But soon everything became quiet. As the ambulance sped down the road, the young ballerina Yuri never recovered from her strange fall on stage. Her sobbing mother rode with her in the ambulance, clutching the bottle of blue pills Yeonmu had left for her. As soon as the bandits launched the I'm Here app, orders started flying in like crazy, and the blue bow caused a real sensation. With sales at this rate, increasing the number of VIP clients across the country has become a piece of cake for drug dealers. Soon everyone will be hooked. More and more teenagers ordered the blue bow. Song Jun Appa was delighted. They would become a global corporation so soon. Brother Yeonmu seems to have already broken through the channels in China and Japan. He is their boss. He can do anything. It's amazing what a stunning success. Im Shayan silently listened to the enthusiastic conversations of the bandits. He felt very uneasy, but they wouldn't let him out of here. The young man understood that because of the app he created for communication, drugs were spreading at an alarming rate. He mentally begged for someone to stop this madness and get him out of here, freeing him from the clutches of drug dealers. Just a couple of minutes later, both of Yeonmu's broad-shouldered bodyguards were lying on the ground, unconscious, badly beaten. A shaking Jin Jae-hee shouted to her brother Youngmu that he had seen for himself that this skinny idiot was definitely not human. He was too strong. The demon prince sighed heavily and turned towards Yeonmu and asked when he would arrive. No one understood who he was talking to. The drug dealer looked at his opponent in silence. This kid was really strange, but Yeonmu had a contract with the demon. He remembered the words of his demonic mentor that if anyone betrayed him or denied the devouring flower, he would be killed. Yeonmu's face darkened. It was his turn to join the fight. He had already killed people many times, so this did not frighten him at all. He pulled out 3 blue balls from his pocket to maximize his power with demonic energy and enter the battle. After swallowing the drug, Yeonmu mentally replied to Mr. Bavor Hilt that he would do just that. Kill this little brat. Jin Jae-hee shouted at Yeonmu. It seems he is not an ordinary high school student. Maybe he is one of those who makes a new drug. Lavis turned to the tattoo artist in surprise, asking what she was talking about. What new drug? How did she even come up with such a thing? At that moment, a drug-enhanced Yeonmu quietly flew up behind the demon prince and raised his fist to knock the teenager out immediately. But Lavis Vindica sensed the enemy's approach and managed to turn around and take a defensive position. Yeonmu surprised him. The young man parried a heavy blow from an enraged drug dealer. Such a blow would have immediately knocked an ordinary schoolboy down or killed him. Yeonmu's eyes were blazing. He struck one blow after another, but none of them reached their target. Lavis skillfully protected this frail body. The prince thought, wow, how fast. Yeonmu is on a completely different level than the previous idiots, but still, he is also human. The drug dealer asked his opponent how he could block his attacks, and if he too could receive a blessing from him. Yeonmu growled that that demon was his god, and he should be only his god. No one else should receive his blessing. Lavis Vindica replied, now it is clear, the devouring flower and this disgusting stench. It is not difficult to understand who this so-called god is. The demon prince smiled. It seemed that the god that the drug dealer Yeonmu believed in was undoubtedly the coward and scoundrel Bavor Hilt. Yeonmu's eyes widened in surprise. How could this schoolboy know about Bavor Hilt? No one in this world knows about him at all. Lavis Vindica replied that of all the possible options, no one believes in such an insignificant and cowardly bastard as Bavor Hilt. Yeonmu roared. No one dares to insult the one who took pity on him. The great Bavor Hilt gave him new life and gave him strength. The prince chuckled at how pathetic Bavor looked himself, since Ye Yeonmu came after he himself had been hiding everywhere like a rat. The drug dealer screamed hysterically at the kid to shut up. Bavor Hilt is not someone whose name can be pronounced with such a vile mouth. He attacked Lavis with renewed vigor, raining blows upon him for insulting his revered dark mentor from the darkness. The demon prince said with a grin that Bavor Hilt had risen high in the human world and had even found himself fanatical minions. Lavis remembered the day when he had carried out the bloody execution of the Hilt clan in their own ancestral castle. Bavor Hilt had been there too. The demon prince then had a field day, killing everyone in the Hilt's castle to prevent them from seizing the royal throne. Then Bavor ran away like a vile rat, not daring to help any of his relatives. He was saving only his own skin. He cowardly fled alone, leaving the others to die in the castle. He saw his wounded loved ones, but turned his back on them. Lavis Vindica noticed his escape, but did not give chase, deciding that he would be able to catch this bastard later and punish him. And this bastard, having escaped from him, came here and is receiving honors. The demon prince asked Yeonmu where this bastard Bavor is hiding now. The drug dealer's face twisted with rage and he yelled, "Apparently this son of a bitch would insult Mr. Bavor to the last." He strained his strength, his eyes blazed, foam burst from his mouth, and Yeonmu's body was filled with a strength unseen by an ordinary person. Lavis covered his nose and recoiled. Ugh, what an unbearable stench. He must smell so disgusting. Does he not wash at all or something? Grabbing the demon prince by the head, Yeonmu shouted that anyone who dared to insult Lord Bavor Hilt would die by his hand. He grabbed Lavis in his arms and kicked him in the stomach. The younger Vindica did not have time to parry the blow. The prince felt pain in his stomach. Yeonmu continued to beat his opponent, but his rage did not subside. But on the contrary, it grew stronger and stronger. He could not stop. The drug dealer lifted the schoolboy's frail body and threw him to the ground with all his might, as if he wanted to beat the soul out of him. Lavis Vindica fell to the ground. This Yeonmu turned out to be really strong. In this body, it was much more difficult to resist him. The prince clenched his teeth. It was still a pity that he couldn't kill this idiot damn exile, and they had to come up with something like that. Yeonmu leaned over the teenager lying on the ground and swung his massive fist at him, intending to hit him. The gang leader was pleased finally. This insolent man, who had smashed up the tattoo parlor and beaten up all of its guys, was lying helplessly on the ground. He beat the young man lying on his back and cursed. Lavis was not always able to dodge the fists flying at him. Yeonmu yelled, and the blue bows, and Mr. Bavor Hilt. It all belonged to him, and he wouldn't let anyone stand in his way. Lavis realized that this idiot had already lost his mind due to demonic energy, and it seemed like he was really going to kill him. The enraged drug dealer screamed hysterically, striking his unusual enemy. His mind clouded, driven by hatred. Blood flowed from Lavis's mouth from the blows. Yeonmu beat him mercilessly, intending to beat him to death and feed him to the devouring flowers. Street hiccuped in fear. She watched the fight from her secret hideout and was very afraid for her master Lavis. The demon prince felt that the human body he had entered had reached its limit, and that this idiot would kill him any longer. Street thought regretfully, if this were the demon world, then everything would be completely different. There her master Lavis is invincible. And here, if the prince could use his abilities, but there is no magic in the frail human body. What to do? How to help him? Barkin and Wanbi also watched this fight. The magician said that it seemed like the flower-devouring test subject had completely merged with them. Although Lavis was in a human body, since the demon bloodstone was implanted into him, the magician thought he would be able to suppress this experiment. It seems that this time the demon prince may indeed die, and then Lavis Vindic's soul will be subject to eternal destruction. In response, Barkin laughed, asking if Vanbei knew what Lavis hated the most. The magician looked questioningly at the queen's brother. Vanbei sighed. Lavis had a pretty nasty character, and honestly, who did he take after? Barkin understood where the magician was going with this. The magician bit his tongue. It was not worth angering Lord Barkin. He was even more hot-tempered than his childhood friend, Prince Lavis Vindica. After a short pause, Barkin said, "It's dirt." Vanbei didn't immediately understand what his interlocutor was talking about. What dirt? Where is it? Barkin laughed. Lavis has mysophobia. He can't stand dirt, it irritates him, so there's no doubt he'll win. And indeed, the demon prince suddenly extended his hand and stopped another blow from Yeonmu's fist aimed at his head. The blood-soaked schoolboy suddenly said that it was too dirty here. The smell was unbearable, and why was this big guy so dirty? A dumbfounded Yeonmu asked what that idiot was muttering. What other dirt? One more blow, and he himself would become a piece of dirt. Lavis said he hated it. The dirty smell that came from a sweaty drug dealer. It was time to stop it. The demon prince tensed his left hand, which he had used to block the blow, and suddenly felt that he had gained new strength. He pushed away the confused Yeonmu, who thought that he had almost finished off the impudent and willful schoolboy. Lavis Vindica stood up. Yeonmu couldn't believe it. What the hell was this? How could this skinny guy still stand on his feet after all this? The heir to the throne looked at his hand. Although it was only his left hand, it turned out to be unexpectedly strong for a human. It was very strange, but the prince had the feeling that this hand belonged to the former Lavis, the demon, and not the man. He looked silently at his opponent. Yeonmu backed away. There was something in the eyes of this young man that incredibly frightened him. But the drug gang boss reminded himself that he had to kill the bastard. He clenched his teeth again and prepared to attack the young man. Energy swirled around Lavis's left fist, and he could now strike his maddened opponent with it, knocking him out. He told Yeonmu that he couldn't touch his dirty body any longer, so it was time to end the showdown. He was already tired of the guy. Having said this, the prince dealt a powerful blow to the jaw of Beaverhilt's admirer with that same left hand, which for some reason had suddenly become stronger. Yeonmu gasped and fell onto his back. He didn't expect that the frail body of a skinny schoolboy could contain such crushing power. Spraying blood, the guy asked in confusion where the man got such strength from. Even a triple dose of blue bow couldn't defeat him. Street burst into tears of delight and jumped up and down in her hiding place. Hooray, Mr. Lavis had finally regained some of his power. Lavis asked his opponent with a grin. A man, you say? Everyone had the feeling that this was no longer a schoolboy, but an all-powerful demon. The demon prince hit the confused Yeonmu on the nose. Streams of scarlet blood gushed from the broken nose, and the boy cried out in pain. Lavis's blow was so powerful that his opponent somersaulted several times in the air and, leaving bloody traces, fell to the ground. Jin Jae-hee hiccuped in fear as she tried to quietly crawl away from the monster in the school uniform. Raising himself slightly, Yeonmu cursed and asked the young man who he was, that no one in the whole world possessed such strength. But Lavis barked at his opponent. Stop chatting with your stinking mouth already, and dealt him another blow to his already bloody nose. The blow sent Yeonmu flying, tumbling through the air, and into an open container filled with boxes of powder. Wonbi opened his mouth in surprise. Wow, the prince had a second wind. He was sure that he was on the brink of death. Barkin smiled. It was Lavis. He must have had a headache from the stench when this test subject woke up. The prince's uncle suggested that the smell must have made it difficult for Lavis to get close, as he hated dirt more than anything in the world. Overstimulation of his mysophobia leads to an awakening, allowing Lavis to use only a fraction of his true demon power. Wonbi was surprised that the demon prince could use his former strength even in a human body. How was that possible? Even if he has a demon bloodstone, using the power from the demon world in the body of a sinner should be impossible. Barkin chuckled. But Lavis Vindica is no ordinary guy. He is a very talented and powerful demon and of royal blood. The demon queen's brother added with a smile that no matter what he said, Lavis was like him, Barkana, just as strong and stubborn. The demon prince swung at Yeonmu. He really wanted to kill the villain, but Lavis stopped in time. Killing the man, he would kill himself. A drug dealer crashed into a pile of cardboard boxes filled with a foul-smelling powder from the drug-eating flowers he grew. Lavis Vindica, approaching the beaten guy, said that this fool was incredibly lucky. In another situation, he would already be dead. The prince added that the truth was that he couldn't kill Yeonmu while in this schoolboy's body, even though he should have. Yeonmu couldn't believe it. This couldn't be true. Some kid had beaten him up, someone who had received the blessing of Mr. Beaverhilt himself. And then he tapped the box with his hand. There was a huge supply of drugs in there, an almost unlimited resource of demonic power. The guy glanced sideways at the full boxes. That idiot had thrown it in there so successfully, thereby signing his own death warrant. Yeonmu's grin widened. Yes, he just had to eat some more and continue fighting until he turned this insolent fellow into bloody mincemeat. Lavis warned the guy to stop thinking about stupid things. A new dose of drugs wouldn't help him win the fight. The prince decided to beat up this idiotic drug addict so that he wouldn't die of an overdose. Lavis still needed him to catch Beivor. Approaching the container, the strange schoolboy swung at the stocky Yeonmu. The boy froze. His entire face was beaten and bleeding. Lavis held his strong left hand with his right, so as not to accidentally kill this fool who had trusted the coward and scoundrel Beaverhilt. Yeonmu looked in horror at the fist approaching his face. This strange, skinny bastard had already smashed his entire face. The prince lunged and dealt the gang leader another blow to discourage him from continuing to fight the schoolboy. He punched the guy in the face, crushing his stupid head into one of the cardboard boxes containing packets of powder standing in the container. Limiting the strength of his left hand helped. Yeonmu was alive, although the blood from his nose, which was broken in several places, was flowing faster. Lavis let go of his left hand. The fight was finally over. He was covered in the blood of that cocky idiot. Yeonmu's legs gave way. His head was stuck in the box. His mouth was open helplessly. His consciousness almost left him. His strength, too. The prince saw that the boy's eyes had stopped glowing. The effect of the drug had worn off, and he was gasping for air like a fish on dry land. Lavis Vindika sighed with relief and reached into the inside pocket of his school jacket for a handkerchief to wipe his hands. He covered his nose with a handkerchief. Finally, this unbearable, disgusting stench had subsided a little. Otherwise, it had been completely impossible to breathe. Im Shayan looked in horror at the app's statistics, which showed an explosive increase in new registrations and drug sales. The young man thought that everything was wrong, that this was not what he wanted at all, that using his application was wrong. That was not what it was designed for. Shayan went to a school where everything was predetermined, where special relationships arose in the confined space of a single classroom. In order to survive and avoid being bullied at school, you have to pretend to like someone even though you don't. You have to pretend to hate those whom others hate, to feign friendship that doesn't actually exist. Shayan just wanted to use the app to help people like him find people who truly need each other, like he and Minho. But he definitely didn't create this app to sell drugs. Something needs to be done to stop this madness. The young man instantly made a decision and quickly started typing. He had to immediately correct this involuntary mistake. He opened a terminal and began frantically entering the necessary commands to stop his application from running on the server. The bandits looked worriedly at their phone screens, wondering what was going on. A server error? Everyone's I'm Here app started glitching at once. Im Shayan glanced sideways at his spies. He needed to act faster before these idiots figured out what was going on and interfered. To gain time, the young man ran to the door and propped it up from the inside with a chair, making it very difficult to get into the room from the outside. Sung Jun Appa noticed Shayan's action and realized that the boy had decided to do something with his app so that it wouldn't work. The bandits pounded on the door, cursing and demanding that the door be opened. They had to urgently see what Shayan was doing there. The student made a decision to delete the app forever. Jun shouted at Shayan not to be stupid, otherwise he would be killed for this. But the young man didn't listen to anyone. He just wanted to delete all the files, please, quickly, before they prevented him from finishing everything. A red light came on. Warning that actions could lead to irreparable consequences, Shayan gave the command to delete. Seeing this, Sung Jun grabbed a chair and smashed the window into Im Shayan's office, allowing the bandits to break in. Jin Jae-hee's henchmen jumped into the room, spewing out a stream of curses, and Shayan gasped in fear of what would happen to him now. One of the guys hit the teenager in the face, knocking off his glasses, and the drug dealers were furious about what happened. They looked at the monitor in confusion. This idiot definitely took down the server, the little bastard. He was probably tired of living. Sung Jun Appa yelled at one of his men to stop the process. If Youngmoo came now, he would kill them all for the app. Despite the blows raining down on him, Shayan's only thought was that he had to hold out at all costs until the app was deleted. The schoolboy quickly grabbed a large shard of glass from the floor to protect himself from the bandit who was brutally kicking and beating him. Suddenly, Shayan slashed his tormentor's leg with a shard of glass. Blood gushed out, and the bandit was taken aback by the surprise. The teenager ran as fast as he could to the corner of the room where there was a large powder fire extinguisher in case of a fire in the office. Im Shayan grabbed the fire extinguisher and instantly pulled out the safety ring. Now he could use it easily. With tears in his eyes, the young man looked back at the drug dealers who were stunned by the unexpectedness. All this seemed crazy to them. Pointing the nozzle of a carbon dioxide fire extinguisher at them, Shayan shouted that it was his app, and they, the dirty bastards, stole it. After this, the teenager pressed the lever, and the room filled with smoke. The bandits began coughing, cursing, and spewing streams of abuse. The gas mask's toxic contents corroded the bandits' eyes, making them see poorly and begin to choke. Im Shayan was able to buy time. Meanwhile, the deletion of the application from all media was almost complete, and Yeonmu's subordinates did not know how to stop this process. Finally, the indicator bar turned completely green. The application was removed without the possibility of recovery from all media. Shayan sighed. Everything was ready. He was able to do it after all and outplay a crowd of these brainless bandits. But what would happen next? Enraged, Songjun rushed towards the frail boy, spewing a stream of curses. He was ready to kill this weakling right there on the spot. The bandit knocked the fire extinguisher out of Cheyenne's hands and grabbed the schoolboy by the throat. The boy wheezed in Songjun's strong arms. After knocking the app's creator to the floor, the drug dealer screamed for someone to bring him something to tie up this idiot with. The bandits, coughing and cursing, rushed to carry out the order of the group leader. Everyone was very afraid of the reaction of their terrible gang leader. Songjun squeezed Cheyenne's throat. His thin body shuddered. The young man began to choke. A thought flashed through his head. Was he really going to die? The schoolboy thought bitterly that in the end, this was all he was capable of. This was his limit. He couldn't defend himself from these big guys. The drug dealer strangled the boy, cursing him like crazy, what he had done, and how they would now explain all this to their formidable boss. Suddenly, Songjun heard a menacing voice behind him, someone asking the bandit how he dared to touch his faithful servant. The drug dealer was stunned with horror. This voice was even more terrifying than the voice of their terrifying boss, Yeonmu. Songjun loosened his grip. He turned around cautiously to see what this new misfortune was that had appeared among the clouds of carbon dioxide smoke from the fire extinguisher. An enraged Lavis Vindica grabbed the frightened Songjun by the collar and abruptly threw him away from the gasping Cheyenne. Hearing the screams of the strongman Songjun op, the rest of the bandits fell silent, trying to understand what was happening there in the smoke. Finally, they realized that their eldest was wheezing, which meant that someone else had attacked their secret lair and was now killing Songjun. But Lavis couldn't kill him, so he simply beat the drug dealer until he lost consciousness, while the freed Cheyenne screamed in horror nearby. The bandits were taken aback when they saw that Songjun was being beaten by an ordinary schoolboy. What the hell was going on? What happened to their senior? And Lavis abandoned the barely alive Songjun and rushed to his subordinates, the stone of demonic blood in his eye burning ever more intensely. The demon prince banished to the human world dealt blow after blow to those who spread the potion made from the powder of the devouring flower. Moreover, on the bodies of these insignificant people, there was the symbol of the Hilt clan of demon traders, which Lavis hated. Soon, both bandits splashing blood fell to the floor and were no longer able to get up and continue the fight with the strange schoolboy. Lavis barked. Why are they bothering his only servant? He would rather die than give up what was rightfully his. Cheyenne, stunned, called out to his school friend. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was really the real young Minho. Some time ago, Cheyenne showed Minho this very app that he was developing. A friend asked what kind of app it would be. Here on the bulletin board, like-minded people gather and communicate. If they live nearby, you can share a location and create a group. Minho was thrilled. It's just amazing that Cheyenne created such an app himself. It will make it even easier for the guys to communicate. The young man pointed to the red light and asked his classmate what this was, what this alarming red light meant. Cheyenne was embarrassed. He lowered his head and said that the last time when Minho was dragged away by Taewoo's gang, he was unable to do anything to help him. To be honest, Cheyenne couldn't find where the bullies took Minho back then, which is why he created this feature in his new app. If you click on this red light, only selected friends will see your location and will understand that you are in trouble and need help. If this happens again, Minho just needs to press the light bulb and then he, Cheyenne, will come to his aid at any cost. The young man promised Minho that if there was danger, he would call the police or gather friends like them, but he would definitely save his friend. A touched Minho thanked his classmate and promised that he would definitely download and install the app on his phone. Now, beaten and scared, Cheyenne looked at his school friend and didn't recognize him, because Minho had always been weak. Lavis showed his classmate his app and the red light that was on, and he asked Cheyenne if he was the one who sent the request for help. Cheyenne's tears welled up as he muttered, "Did Minho really receive his signal and rush to save him?" The young man was overcome with emotion. It all seemed incredible, but in Minho's hand there really was an app with a signal sent. All Cheyenne could do. The young man could no longer hold back his tears. He burst into childish tears of joy and gratitude towards his school friend. The teenager's body shook with sobs, and large tears turned into continuous streams. He thanked Minho with tears in his eyes. The exhausted programmer stood on all fours among the beaten bandits and cried. The demon prince was twisted from such weakness. Jin Jae-hee couldn't understand where this small, strangely dressed girl got such strength from. The woman tried to break free from her hands. Street yelled at the tattoo artist to stay still and not move. Otherwise, it would get worse. Jae-hee winced in pain. And then Street saw Mr. Lavis leaving the room with that boy. Jae-hee took advantage of the moment when she was released. The woman immediately started to run. Street wanted to grab her, but Lavis told the demoness to leave her. He didn't need her anymore. First, the stockpiles of flower-devouring powder that the demon prince had discovered in containers in Yeonmu's warehouse were destroyed. They and Street set fire to all the contents of the containers, and a huge fire broke out. It was probably visible from all around. The fire brigade arrived quickly, before the fire had time to spread to the neighboring forest, and the firefighters quickly began extinguishing the fire. The rescuers couldn't understand what had happened there, what was burning in those containers, and what was spreading a terrible stench throughout the area. Suddenly, the officer saw the beaten and tied men lying away from the fire and unable to even escape from the police. On closer inspection, the officer recognized some of these people, all of whom were in one way or another connected with the distribution of drugs in the city. Especially Yeonmu. He had been on the police radar since childhood, a long-time drug addict. His drug-addicted father had mysteriously disappeared some time ago. The demon prince, accompanied by his servants Im Cheon and Street, walked through the night city and thought about what had happened today. Cheon silently watched his classmate. Minho suddenly grew taller, and in general, it seemed like it wasn't Minho at all. But who was it then? A contented Street hummed a song and danced. She became the personal servant of the demon prince himself and helped him cope. Lavis Vindika realized that it seemed that his old childhood friend Vanbei and his beloved uncle were using him here for some of their own purposes. The prince's eyes flashed menacingly as he looked up. But no matter, he would definitely remember this when he returned to his home world of demons. Carrying him, Cheon took out a first aid kit and treated the wound on his classmate's hand. He asked if he definitely didn't need to go to the hospital. Lavis shook his head. He was too lazy to go to the hospital, and why was the young man so worried? It was just a scratch. It would soon heal on its own. Cheon thanked Minho again. He pressed SOS just in case, but he never expected that he would come and save him from those bandits. Lavis was lost in his thoughts. He absent-mindedly asked Cheon what he was talking about and about salvation. Well, it's all just nonsense, really. He was about to say that it was an accident. But Street clamped his mouth shut in time so that he wouldn't blurt out anything unnecessary to Cheon. She whispered to Mr. Lavis whether he really wanted to tell this boy that his rescue was an accident, that this was not right. Leaving the men tied up, Lavis took Jae-hee with him, threatening that if she didn't show the way to their lair, she would end up like her friends. Jin Jae-hee asked the demon prince if he was doing this because Im Cheon was his school friend. That's why he went this far. Lavis Vindika said that they captured Im Cheon. That's why he didn't show up at school, which means he's the #1 slave of these creatures. Jin Jae-hee was stunned that if not for the sake of his friend, then why did this crazy boy destroy everything here to hell and back? The demon prince pulled out his phone, opened the app, and saw a flashing red light in the lower right corner. Cheon's signal. Street lectured her master. You can't honestly say that it was an accident. That's not how you build human relationships. Prince Lavis isn't planning on returning to the demon world anytime soon, so he needs to learn to live in this world for now. This boy now looks at Mr. Lavis Vindik as a hero who came to save him and rescue him from the clutches of the bandits. Im Cheon asked his classmate who was walking with him. Lavis replied that it was his subordinate. Her name was Street. The young man's eyes widened. Where did Minho get a subordinate from? Did he really join some gang? Otherwise, how could this all be explained? He asked Minho what it was all about, that he had suddenly changed so incredibly, and that subordinate in strange clothes, what it was all about. Cheon clenched his teeth and shook. He couldn't get it out of himself. The young man stuttered and asked if his friend had joined some kind of gang. Inwardly, the teenager was almost sure of it, but he really hoped that Minho would never get involved with bad guys. The demon prince realized that in the future, many would hunt his servant, and that hiding his true identity forever would definitely not work. Lavis told Cheon, that's right, that's what he thought. He's not Minho, but the son of the demon king Lavis who descended into the human world. Cheon stared at his school friend, wondering what he was talking about. Maybe he had been beaten so badly by bullies that he had gone crazy. He stuttered and asked again who he was. Lavis said, well, that's how it is. Since Cheon found out, he will have to help the prince in his affairs. Im Cheon frowned. Minho is the son of the great demon king. What nonsense. The young man has never heard such nonsense in his entire life. He sighed heavily. No, this is all bullshit. There must be a more reasonable explanation for everything that happened tonight. Suddenly, Cheon saw that there was a white cat lying on his lap and purring loudly. The young man cried out, "What's going on? Where did she come from?" Lavis, stretching his shoulders, asked Street to explain everything to Cheyenne, because he had been fighting all day and half the night and was terribly tired. The white cat in Cheyenne's arms told the young man to listen to her very carefully and remember, she would now explain everything to him. The teenager screamed in horror. The cat was talking. It was impossible. He must have gone crazy, been poisoned, and was hallucinating. The unfortunate Cheyenne's consciousness could not withstand such a quantity of unusual information, especially the talking cat, and he passed out. The beaten Yeonmu was handcuffed and placed in a police car, while the other gang members were placed in another car. The police inspector shouted that he had rounded up all the drug dealers and was heading to the station first, along with the gang leader. Yeonmu's face was distorted by a spasm. He was choked by sobs. How could this have happened? Because he could have killed that idiot, but he didn't. Suddenly, a strange man in a robe appeared next to the police minibus, and the inspector asked who he was. Bavor Hilt approached the police inspector and commanded him to be silent. The man obediently froze, obeying the demon. The inspector gasped and swayed, as if he were under a strong hypnosis. He did not see or hear what was happening around him. Having bewitched the policeman, Bavor looked into the minibus in which they were going to transport the head of the drug dealers, Yeonmu. Hilt looked at the drug addict and said, "Poor child, how pathetic he looks. And everything was so wonderful at the very beginning." Yeonmu shouted to Mr. Bavor that he would kill this idiot who burned down his warehouse and beat up all the members of the gang of merchants. Hilt extended his hand and invited the drug dealer to go and talk about everything calmly somewhere else, away from the police. The firefighters had almost finished extinguishing what was left of Yeonmu's warehouse. There was no powder left from the devouring flowers. The officer heard a message that all the dealers had been neutralized, but no one understood who did all this and why. Moreover, it turned out that the drug called Blue Bow was even approved by the Ministry of Health as a dietary supplement. And this terrible remedy has already spread widely among school children and students, the officer cursed. Those damn freaks. Suddenly she saw the police inspector standing on all fours next to the car, moaning that his head was splitting terribly. She rushed to Detective Che, asking if he was okay, and he muttered that the officer should check his car immediately. The girl looked into the minibus. It was empty. Yeonmu, who was detained at the fire, had disappeared. The officer cursed. It couldn't be. She didn't understand where that brat Yeonmu had gone, how he could knock out the detective and run away, given that there were so many police officers around. Bavor Hilt carried the beaten drug dealer to an empty building outside the city, surrounded by dense thickets where few people wandered. Yeonmu begged his patron Bavor Hilt to give him another chance. The demon listened to him, holding a devouring flower in his hands. The guy was absolutely sure that if Bavor gave him more of the drug, if he took more, he would be able to kill that freak. Bavor asked if Yeonmu knew how much the flowers that burned in his warehouse cost, and how much effort had been put into growing them. Yeonmu's gaze suddenly fell on a human body, in which devouring flowers were blooming profusely, multiplying and producing shoots. Bavor Hilt sighed. If only Yeonmu knew how much he suffered, collecting these people who became a breeding ground for carnivorous flowers. The demon concluded that this was why he shouldn't have trusted his precious flowers to pathetic humans. Humans can only be food. Yeonmu desperately shouted for the master to give him just one more chance. He would definitely destroy that idiot who had interfered with them. Bavor looked at the guy with contempt. He had long ago decided what to do with him. He knew too much and had to die. The demon silently thrust the devouring flower into Yeonmu's eye. The boy screamed. Blood spurted. The predatory plant sank into the living body. The drug addict howled in pain, feeling the roots of the devouring flower spreading throughout his body, poisoning him with its terrible venom. Yeonmu fell to the floor, his whole body shaking. He was spewing curses and howling, just like those he was feeding flowers to. Bavor asked the boy if he remembered the blood oath he had given to him. The demon. It was no joke. It was time to pay the debt. Now he must prove his final devotion by becoming food for this flower, since he was incapable of more. Jin Jae-hee, having escaped from Street and Lavis in the morning, rushed to her tattoo parlor. She already realized that she needed to get out of here urgently. She frantically opened the safe. She had to survive. She just needed to take the crypto wallet and get out, and then we'll see. Her hands were so nervous that they wouldn't obey her. The woman cursed. "Where is he?" At that moment, a drug addict high on drugs quietly entered the office. Jae-hee looked at him in confusion. He told her that he went to her office, but the police were there. Everything was turned upside down and sealed. And then the drug addict decided to check here just in case, and she turned out to be here, with a huge knife in the drug addict's hand. The tattoo artist shouted at him. asking why the hell he came to her and what the hell he was doing. He was probably tired of living and was going to die. The drug addict, drooling, reminded her of what Jae-hee had done to his forehead. He demanded that she give him more candy. He couldn't take it anymore. Jae-hee clenched her teeth. What a fucking psycho. How many of them he ate. He doesn't understand anything at all, but he has a lot of strength now. The woman was feverishly trying to figure out what to do, and then in the corner she saw some fighting sticks. Her boyfriends used them for training. Grabbing one of the sticks, Jae-hee menacingly asked where this psycho came from and why the hell he dragged himself to her. She didn't have any candy, but she didn't have time to use the stick. The drug addict stabbed her in the left side with his long knife, and the woman screamed in pain. The tattoo artist fell to the floor, the knife still sticking out of her side, the stone drug addict standing next to her and laughing idiotically at her. He was getting worse and worse. He was howling and demanding that bitch Jae-hee give him as many blue candies as possible. He can't live without them. The veins on the addict's body bulged. He began to convulse, and he screamed hysterically that he needed a blue bow. The woman glanced sideways at the knife sticking out of her side. She didn't know what to do and quietly cursed. And where did this fucking idiot come from here? Tears welled up in Jin Jae-hee's eyes. She didn't want to die like that. Would her life really end so senselessly and painfully? Suddenly, something began to happen to the addict's body. Strange purple streams began to swirl in the place of his head, forming a cloud. The seriously injured Jae-hee stared in surprise at this strange phenomenon, not understanding whether she was imagining it or whether it was really happening. Vanbei's face appeared from the strange cloud, and he noted with a smile that Lavis would definitely not like all of this. But what could he do? The woman, with the last of her strength, raised herself up and asked the magician who he was, asking him to save her. It seemed that this idiot had killed her. Wanbi replied with a smile that he did not have the strength for that, and even if she was destined to go to hell, she should accept it calmly and with dignity. Jae-hee cursed through her tears. What hell was he talking about? She needed to go to the hospital. The doctors could save her. She didn't want to go to hell at all. The demonic mage cheerfully noted that he would leave her body here, so that it would continue to live for now, but with a different soul. There was unrest in the palace of the demon lord. The queen was restless because of the anxiety of her son, who had been banished to the human world. At her request, her younger brother Barkin came to the palace, taking with him the magician Vanbei, and the queen greeted them. The demon queen asked her brother menacingly, sending Prince Lavis Vindic to the human world. Barkin seemed to have something in mind. She glared at Barkin. How dare he do this to her son? And even though the queen spoke calmly, everyone understood that she was angry. Barkin smiled broadly at his sister and asked if they had really found out about him. But there was no need to worry so much. Lavis was already an adult. Moreover, Barkin did not send him away empty-handed. He hid the demon bloodstone well in his body. The queen roared. Her brother had gone completely mad. He wanted to trumpet that the demon king's son was alone in the human world. Barkin asked his sister if it was time to trust Lavis. He was a strong and smart boy and could handle anything. The demon lord frowned. It wasn't that she didn't trust Lavis. She was worried about what was happening in the world right now. The situation today is such that even the slightest crack can bring down everything in this current unstable world. Barkin said Lavis is stronger than she thinks. He takes after him, his uncle. He is warlike, and his fighting power is simply amazing. The queen hit her brother. What a moron, that's the problem. If Lavis's soul suffers even a little, they're both dead. Barkin gasped. How old he was already, and his sister still hit him on the head? Wanbei must find a way to get rid of all the older sisters. The demon queen ordered Barkin to shut up. She didn't need a crazy brother like him. Wanbei asked them both to calm down. The older sister tried to strangle her brother in anger, the magician thought. This bastard Lavis managed to survive in such conditions. Im Xian had recovered a little from the shock he had experienced, but he couldn't quite wrap his head around it, especially the talking cat. He was shaking all over, looked at his classmate strangely, and finally asked if he really was a demon. I just couldn't believe it. The demon prince replied that yes, people do call them that, but they are simply older than people and live in their own world. Street gasped softly. The great demon prince spoke of us. He was talking about himself and her together. What a supreme honor for her. Cheyenne asked if since he knew about this, he would probably go to hell after death. Lavis replied that hell is here in the human world. And if Cheyenne goes with him to the demon world, no one will touch him. He is the only heir of the great demon king Lavis. The young man waved his hands. He didn't want to go to such a place, Lavis barked. As soon as he returned home, he would immediately rip out Wanbi's eyes. Xian was terrified. Now his classmates scared him much more than those drug dealers he had killed. The young man asked if the demon was in his friend's body. Then what happened to the real Jung Minho? Where did he go? Street replied that he was destined to die anyway. They could only officially use the bodies of such people as a prison. Xian was very upset. How could this be? Why was Minho destined to die so early? He was a very good person. Lavis asked the young man why he was so sad. He would live another couple of decades, and they would all meet together in the demon world. And Minho too. Xian was terrified, which meant that he would end up in the demon world. Lavis smiled. The demon world was a very fun place. Street confirmed that it was indeed so. The torn flesh of people and screams filling the world of demons. A homeland saturated with the smell of blood. Lavis reassured the young man. That was still a long way off. Enough worrying. He should behave with the prince as before and not say anything unnecessary. Xian agreed, sobbing, shaking from the fear and stress he had endured over the past few days. The demon prince said that his whole body was aching again, so he went. Street asked him to wait for her. She would go too. Finally, a very exhausted Lavis Vindica reached home, where he could give his human body some rest and recharge. He grabbed his head. It hurt terribly. Maybe he used too much power of the demon bloodstone. But as soon as he entered the apartment, his little sister ran up to him with a delicious-smelling cake with a candle. She cheerfully congratulated her brother on his birthday. Lavis looked at the smiling girl in confusion, wondering what she wanted from him. Manya told her brother that she and her mother had been making a cake for him since yesterday, although she couldn't vouch for the taste. The girl put a colorful cap on the demon prince's head, saying that mom and dad would come soon and then they would celebrate. While your parents aren't home, you can take a festive selfie with your beloved brother and post it on social media for the kids. Lavis looked at his younger sister and noticed a bandage on her cheek. He asked what was on her face. Who dared to hit her? The girl answered sheepishly. It was just that some hooligans were bothering an old woman with a cart, she intervened. It was nothing serious, just a scratch. Minya laughed cheerfully. The demon prince quietly remarked that the girl was doing useless things. How stupid. And yet there was something special about this girl. Lavis thought that she was strange, weak, but still climbed to help others. The girl said that her brother was probably hungry and offered him a piece of the birthday cake that had been baked for him. The prince wanted to object, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Minha deftly shoved a piece of cake in there, and he had no choice but to eat it. Lavis was delighted with the taste. White, soft, and even sweet. He had never tasted anything like it before. The birthday boy was swallowing a piece of cake with relish when the door opened and the terribly evil head of their family entered. He ordered his assistant to find out where all those idiots who threw eggs at him lived. He would kill them all. The enraged stepfather hit his assistant, shouting that he would kill him first, but was unable to prevent even such a trifle. The wife hung on the man's arm and begged him dearly to stop this. It was impossible to beat a person, especially in front of the children. But the man hit his wife too, yelling at her to let him go and never interfere in something that didn't concern her at all. Mina screamed at them to stop right now. Mom is not guilty of anything. How dare he raise his hand against a woman? The head of the family turned to Minha. This impudent girl always irritated him, but something kept him from hitting her. And then his gaze fell on the cake standing on the table. His anger boiled up with renewed vigor. He sharply asked if they were making fun of him. What's this? My father came back pelted with eggs during the election campaign, and here they are greeting him with a cake. He pushed Minha away and growled that his household had completely lost all fear. They didn't respect their father at all. They were damned parasites. He hit the cake and exclaimed that even if he were their real father, they would never have swallowed a piece of it after what happened to him. The cake that his mother and sister had painstakingly made for Minho flew off the table and landed in a heap on the floor. The woman tearfully begged her dear husband to stop. It was Minho's birthday today. They made a cake especially for him. The man growled. What other birthday would there be in such a situation? Minho would somehow survive without a birthday and without his favorite cake. Lavis silently stared at the angry man who was taking out his anger on his subordinates, wife, and children. It was a pity he couldn't hit him. Minho's stepfather frowned, noticing that his stepson had changed surprisingly a lot after the injury, especially his eyes. The head of the family clenched his fists and yelled that they were all damned parasites, that they were no use at all, just an expense. He walked into his room and slammed the door loudly. He was in a foul mood, and he didn't know who to take it out on. The demon prince looked at what was left of his birthday cake, That bastard had ruined everything, and Lavis really liked the cake. The prince was overcome with anger. It was his cake. How dare this man touch what belonged to him, Lavis Vindika? The woman burst into tears, asking the children to forgive her. Minha calmed her mother, saying that she was not to blame for anything. It was all his fault. Lavis kept his eyes on the door behind which their stepfather had disappeared. He really wanted to follow him and beat his face in. The prince was sure that this freak in glasses was an overly arrogant person. Something had to be done about him. He couldn't live like this. The next day, the head of the family where the demon prince had ended up went to the office. His election campaign was in full swing. He pounded the table and yelled, "That bastard Vi Youngmoo hasn't sent me any money for expenses in a long time and hasn't been in touch. Where the hell is that bastard? To take even one photo with Deputy Park, you first need to make an advance payment. Where is that damn idiot Wee Youngmoo?" The assistant assured the gentleman that they would make every effort to find and bring Vi Youngmoo here as quickly as possible. Chan was already furious that he had to bow to such a scumbag for the sake of ratings, and these freaks behaved like the last scum. An assistant ran into the office and reported to the gentleman that a video of his adopted daughter Minha was currently tearing up the internet. Chan angrily asked what other video. The assistant handed him a tablet and asked him to look at yesterday's post from social media. In the video, Minha clashed with the hooligans and filmed their attack on the old woman. The guy yelled at her, asking who she was to be there. Minha asked in response, "Who are they to mock grandma and show off? The pot-bellied little brat, the bully cursed." As a result of this brawl, the hooligans retreated, and Jung carefully watched the video of his naughty stepdaughter Min Hee. The girl asked her grandmother if she was okay, and she, with tears in her eyes, thanked the little girl for driving away the impudent hooligans. The assistant said that if it were revealed now that Minha is Jung's daughter, it would greatly boost his ratings. The reaction to the video was explosive. The mayoral candidate chuckled contentedly. "So that's how things are? Well, great. At least this girl will be of some use." After watching the video again, Chan concluded that the picture was indeed looking pretty good. He could still very well win. The director of a famous agency saw Minhee's video and exclaimed, "How could such a pretty face be hidden there?" The runaway demoness called Han Yeon and Han Soo to come to the TV and watch what delight she had recently discovered on the internet. After showing them Minhoo, she asked how they liked it. "This is a new vessel for Mom." Han Soo praised it. "It's beautiful." Han Yeon just chuckled. All three looked at Minho's young sister, a schoolgirl who had bravely defended the old woman from an attack by street boys. The agency director asked Yeon what was wrong. Didn't she like it? The girl snorted. Not really. Her mother smiled. Yeon was just jealous. The demoness said that this child had exactly the kind of face she had been looking for a long time, and that such an opportunity could not be missed. She really likes this appearance, so this girl will become her mother's new body. All that remains is to process her parents. She looked at her hand. Human bodies age too quickly, becoming ugly, wrinkled, and withered. But finding such an ideal new vessel is simply fate. The demoness did not take her eyes off the screen, where a cheerful Minha was smiling. Han Yeon lowered her eyes indifferently. She didn't really like the fact that her mother would now be much younger than her, but it was still temporary. Han Soo chuckled. "What a beautiful doll. If only he could play with it, it would probably be incredibly fun." The demon, looking at the screen, thought, "I wonder what sound this doll will make if it is broken." It's a pity that her mother looked after it for herself. A message has spread across social media that the high school student who saved her grandmother turned out to be the daughter of a mayoral candidate. An aide reported that this morning they regained first place in the support ratings. With this scenario, victory in the elections is assured. They also say that today on the 9 o'clock news, they will show a video with Minha. Jung was happy, great, everything is going as well as possible. Who would have thought that a girl talking nonsense would bring such good luck? You will have to pay a little attention to the family. Jung ordered that in order to create a stir, we need to organize charity, volunteer work, everything possible in Minhee's name. The assistant reported to the candidate that the director of the Knox company, Han Yeon-ju, had also called. Jung was surprised and asked why she had called. It turned out that a well-known agency became interested in the girl after seeing a video with Minha, and they want to meet her and her parents. Chan couldn't believe it. Knox was interested in this skinny girl. Wow, this agency pays crazy fees. The mayoral candidate chuckled, and Minha really turned out to be a real treasure. Who would have thought that everything would turn out like this? The prince was surprised. He didn't even know that Jung was a mayoral candidate. Xian confirmed that yes, Minho's stepfather had always been very keen on power. Lavis asked his classmate if he knew young Minho's family well. Xian replied that Minho himself didn't like to talk about it. The young man only knows that he and his sister Minha got along well. Minho treasured his smiling and kind sister very much. The demon prince thought about it. His uncle always told him to take care of those who were necessary for his power, which meant he had to take care of Minha too. Lavas Vindica remembered how his uncle had jokingly shouted that he too needed to be protected. And Vanbei he thought with irritation at how noisy they were. Thus, the heir to the throne of demons had more and more people to care for and protect. Suddenly his gaze fell on a small hole in which his personal servant Street, sent by him to the demon world, was stuck. He asked her why she was here again. Street replied sheepishly that she had eaten a little too much these days, and that was why she was stuck in the passage. Lavis asked what Vanbei said. Street answered that the master magician was not there. But there was a note. The cat handed over the piece of paper. He read, "Good job, Lavis. Maybe you'll catch Bavor at the same time. I'll send you a small gift, so go ahead and catch him." The prince lost his temper. Oh, he's a son of a bitch. He decided to use him, but he'll finish off Vanbei before Bavor. Street asked Lavis to calm down. Meanwhile, Xian was browsing the internet, no longer paying much attention to the young demon prince's outbursts of anger. Xian noted that at this rate, Minho's father would really become mayor. Public opinion was now completely on his side, Lavis thought. And such a person will swallow up an entire city, Xian objected. He will not swallow up, but, let's say, take control. The demon prince said thoughtfully that this man, with his greed, reminded him of the insatiable monstrous Cinerus. Lavis asked Street if perhaps Zheng Tai-sik was also a Cinerus who had come to this hellish human world to devour everything here. Cineruses are gluttonous demons. They eat endlessly, so even the inhabitants of the demon world hate them for their insatiability and greed. The cat objected to Mr. Lavis. She runs this area and knows for sure that Zheng Tai-sik is an ordinary person, just evil. And yet he seemed suspicious to the prince. If such a man were to become a ruler, it meant that the human world was also thoroughly rotten. He turned to Street, saying that in any case she should eat less, otherwise she would also turn into a Cinerus, and the cat tearfully agreed. Lavis's classmate said that it seemed like Zheng Tai-sik wanted to use Minha in his campaign, and Xian didn't like it. The prince thought, Young Minho and Zheng Minha, they must be connected. All this is certainly not just like that. You need to pay attention. He hurried home. He needed to talk to his sister Minho. Lavis Vindica felt that something was wrong there. Entering the apartment, he heard voices. The children's mother was anxiously asking what would happen to Minha now since she was still a schoolgirl. Director Noxa replied that the girl had an outstanding appearance, and that having mastered the basics of dance, she would soon be able to debut as a soloist. Mom objected. Minha never said that she wanted to become a celebrity. Jung Tai asked his wife not to say such a thing to the director. The mayoral candidate said that if the child has innate talent, hiding it would be a big mistake. Mink has a great future. Zheng Tai-sik apologized to Director Knox for his wife. She is a little timid. Lavis entered the room and glanced at the guests. Hong Yeonju reassured the lady that they at Knox would do everything possible to ensure that Minha could successfully combine her studies and work. The agency director said that modern idols are different from the old ones. They work and go to university. Hansu looked at the girl predatorily. He really wanted to grab her and torture her. The sadist hoped to seize the moment and do it. Lavis Vindica immediately noticed what kind of guy he was. Hansu looked like a demon, but the prince couldn't feel his energy. Manhwa's stepfather asked Director Knox if they just needed to sign this contract and the girl would start working at the Knox agency. Han Yeonju confirmed that this is a document that will illuminate the future of Minha and her family. A contract with the famous Knox agency. Minha herself sadly lowered her head and remained silent. During the entire conversation, she did not say a single word or give her consent. The agency director asked Lavis if he was probably Minha's brother. She was very happy to meet him. The woman introduced herself as Han Yeonju. The demon prince silently examined the woman. She seemed suspicious to him, although he did not sense any demonic energy. The stepfather shouted at the silent Jung Minho, menacingly asking if he wanted to say hello to their illustrious guests. Han Yeonju reassured the candidate that there was no need to get so worked up and shout, "Everything was fine? Kids these days were all like that." Lavis Vindica remembered Xian's words from a while ago, that Minho treasured his sister Minha very much. He also remembered his beloved uncle Barkin told the prince then that he was always on his side in any situation. Little Lavis Vindica was very surprised then. Why did he suddenly start talking about this? They played so well, and then there you go. Barkan asked the prince to listen to him carefully. This world is full of enemies who are eager to gain the power of the demon ruler. Lavis Vindika is the heir who must continue the will of the ruler of this world, Gamudira's brother. But the enemies are not asleep. Lavis has a huge responsibility, so he must be able to rally his people, his loyal followers around him. Little Lavis snorted contemptuously at his uncle's words, saying that he alone could easily cope with all the enemies of the king's throne. Barkan burst out laughing. The prince might say that now, but one day he would meet those to whom his heart would involuntarily reach out. The queen's young brother told his nephew that when he meets such people, then he himself will not notice how he suddenly changes, and then he will remember. Little Lavis Vindika snorted with displeasure. He couldn't stand the kind of difficult conversations that Barkan sometimes had with him. He shouted to his uncle that it would be better to continue training. Barkan burst out laughing. His dear nephew was just like him. The demon prince quietly approached the silent girl and placed his hand on her shoulder, and Minho's sister flinched in surprise. He asked young Minha if she really wanted this, if she needed this agency, or if this decision was being made against her will. The girl looked at her brother in surprise. She usually stood up for him, but this was the first time he decided to support her. Lavis calmly told Minha that if she was doing this by force, or if she was being forced, then let her say so, and he would sort everything out. Minha lowered her head sadly. She didn't want to go to Nox, but she suddenly remembered the things her stepfather had done to her timid mother. When she told Tay that she was leaving him, he beat her and yelled that she was ungrateful, even though he had taken her in along with her 2 children. Besides, no matter how much she kicks, she won't be able to take the children. She knows that they are listed in his family register. The woman begged her husband to let them go, but he yelled, "Well, let her try to leave. Let's see how she can live without a penny in her pocket." Minha then shouted that they had what their grandfather left them and that their uncle couldn't take that money away. Jung Tai called the girl a fool. He asked Minha if she knew what was most important to survive in this world, and that was to never let go of what had fallen into your hands. The sadistic stepfather then told his daughter Minha to remember this well. Maybe she would become smarter someday. Suddenly the girl raised her head and firmly said, "Yes, she is doing this because she wants to. No one is forcing her to do this. She wants to try herself in this direction, but she has one mandatory condition. Without it, she will not go to the agency." Mina demanded that if she earned the money, she wanted it to be in her name and no one else, especially her father, could touch it. The girl swore to herself that she would definitely free her mother and brother from this cruel devil Zhong Tai Shik. The mayoral candidate exclaimed, "This is self-evident after all. This is the result of Minha's efforts. Of course, this money will belong to her." Han Yanju agreed, okay, and offered to immediately sign a contract for young Minha to work in their variety agency Nox. Lavis Vindika asked the director to take care of their manhwa. He told Han Yeonju that she was more important to him than his own life. The mother turned to her daughter with concern and asked if Minha was sure that this decision was the right one. Maybe she would think about it some more. The girl smiled at her mother and asked her to simply believe in her. She was perfectly aware of what she was getting into and, most importantly, what it was all for. Mina smiled widely at her brother and thanked him for his unexpected concern for her. It seemed like he had grown up and become noticeably braver. The demon prince looked closely at the trio from the Nox agency. He categorically did not like them, although he did not know why. The contract was signed and the demonic trinity headed back. The agency director was very pleased with the deal. Yeonju spoke dreamily. The more she looked at Minha, the more perfect she was. This new vessel was truly magnificent. The demoness liked everything about this young girl with character, her appearance, her look, and even her innocence, so rare these days. Hansu noticed, but this young Minho seemed unusual to him. He was too different from all the other people. Yeonju asked Yeon what she thought about all this. The girl calmly replied, "There is some kind of special aura coming from brother Minha." After a short silence, Yeon added that she could be wrong, of course, but she felt like this boy, Young Minho, wasn't human. The agency director's eyes gleamed. If Yeon thought so, they might have encountered a stalker from the demon world. Sue asked his mother if he was the stalker and could deal with him, but she said his actions could cause problems. While they watched, the main thing now is Minho, Sue shouted. "This Minho has such a look that you want to tear him into pieces. Soon there will be a moonless night when she will perform the ritual and make Minha hers. Sue can do whatever she wants with Minho." The demon asked with delight if it was true. Let her promise, she confirmed. It would be a gift from his mother. She promises him. Yeon asked Maru what about her, when she would receive her gift. Why did she promise entertainment only to Sue? The agency director's eyes flashed. Why did she say that name? No one here should know that she is Mara, otherwise she's finished. She ordered Yeon to never say that name again. She is Han Yeon-ju. No, now she will be reborn as Jung Min-ha. She said, neither the Great Demon King nor the 12 Black Thrones, no one will stop her. She will not fail this time. The next day, Minhwa arrived at the huge building where the Nox agency was located. She needed to get to work. She was a little scared, but she exhaled and told herself that she could do anything. After all, she was doing this to save her loved ones. The girl entered decisively and headed towards the director's office, as they had agreed the day before after signing the contract. Yeonju introduced Jung Minhwa to everyone, saying that from today on, this girl became part of their large, successful Nox family. Everyone has seen this heroic girl on social media. Jung Minhwa will become the center of a new promising group from their agency Zira. One of the girls, Ha Yiyang, asked the director how this could happen so suddenly, since she had been training for the center position all this time. The director wished Minhwa good luck and told Ha Yiyan to help the new girl because she would definitely be the center, not Yiyan. Han Yeonju left, leaving the girls alone in the training room so they could get acquainted and begin training. Ha Yiyang immediately attacked Minhwa. She is the daughter of a mayoral candidate. It's probably convenient to get by with daddy's connections. Yiyan screamed that Minhwa had stolen the center's position, for which she had worked hard for 4 years, and that Jeong had apparently come with the condition of becoming the center. An angry Yiyang slapped Minhwa in the face, scratching her cheek. The girl didn't expect to be met with such aggression here. Ha Yiyang said angrily that they would have to wait and see how far Minhwa could get with her connections. Nothing here comes easy without effort. Minhwa carefully touched her bruised cheek. Blood began to slowly ooze from the wound. All these girls looked at her angrily. Sister Minho felt a warm trickle running out of the wound. The first day at the Nox agency had not gone too well. Meanwhile, Han Yeonju approached her office, from which all the premises of the vast Nox agency were visible. Sue, who was watching the girls fight, was delighted. Wow, this is brutal. Mom will definitely be furious when she sees the fight. Yeonju asked what happened here. Sue delightedly suggested that her mother watch the video from the hall where she had just left Minhwa. The guy pointed to the screen and said, Ha Yiyang scratched Minhwa's face. There was blood spilled. This girl, the former soloist, is fire. The agency director looked at the screen. Indeed, Minhwa was silently trying to hold a fresh, bleeding wound on her cheek. Han Yeonju's face twisted in anger and she growled. This creature Ha Yiyan is worse than an insect, a real savage even among humans. A demoness suddenly appeared through the human body. She screamed angrily at how Yiyang dared to damage her precious new vessel. Xion asked, So Minhwa is making her debut, Street remarked. It's cool. Nox is a pretty famous international agency. Minhwa's classmate was surprised. Mrs. Street knows everything, she grinned. After all, she has lived in the world of people for 200 years already. Lavis said that if this was Minhwa's wish, it was none of his business. But that female director and those who came with her irritated him. He didn't feel any demonic energy, but they dared not look away. Perhaps they were demons hiding in the human world. Street noted that the longer demons live in the human world, the easier it is for them to hide demonic energy. Caution does not hurt. But Mr. Lavis also shouldn't stare at everyone like that while he's in Minho's body, because that young man is only a schoolboy. Im Xion supported Street, that's right. No one would like it if Minho looked at them so sullenly and insistently. The prince objected. In any case, these three were suspicious. Even if he did not have demonic energy, he could not help but recognize the demon. Xion quietly added, and he couldn't find Beivor either. The prince flared up and ordered Street to immediately take this guy to the demon world. Lavis shouted at her to send Xion to the hellish training camp. The young man asked her to stop threatening him. The prince clenched his teeth in anger. Since he couldn't properly use the power of the demon bloodstone, every dog didn't give a damn about him. He asked Street if she had figured out how to return the power of the demon bloodstone. She confirmed that there was a way to return its power. The prince said that he would then restore his magical power, and Street and servant number 1 would find out about Han Yeonju and the twins. In the evening, Ha Yiyan was walking home from practice. The girl was very upset by the appearance of the new girl and the fact that Minhwa took her place. The girl cried, she sobbed, and quietly said that this should not happen. She had been preparing for this for 4 whole years. The cold blade of the sharp, single-edged sword scraped the pavement. causing a flash of sparks to fly, and a demoness followed behind Ha Yiyang. The girl looked around and asked in fear who was there. In the light of the lantern, she saw with horror the cold gleam of a steel blade. Han Yeon, armed with two sharp, slightly curved swords, walked silently towards the failed lead singer of the new pop group. Ha Yiyang trembled with fear. She asked Han Yeon what happened, what she was doing here with a weapon. Did Yiyang do something wrong? The girl burst into tears. If it was because of Minha, she apologizes. She was just so angry with her at that moment that she couldn't hold back. Ha Yiyang's eyes widened in horror as she saw a sword flying towards her, and the next second, the girl's tears mixed with her blood. Han Yan coldly slashed at the teenager with sharp swords. Everything around was covered in streams of blood. The demoness was happy. From the powerful blows of the sharp weapon, the girl's blood flew everywhere, splashing the walls and doors. Everything was covered in terrible scarlet stains. There were also warm drops of fresh human blood on Han Yan's face, and she calmly looked at the victim cut in half. Yeon asked the dead girl why she hit Minhu in the face. "Mom doesn't like that. You always have to pay for that with your life." On the pavement lay the young red-haired beauty Ha Yiyan, a talented and ambitious girl cut into several pieces. A caring husband asked his pregnant wife Yeonju not to stay out so late. He was worried, but she couldn't just sit at home and wait. At this moment, a creature resembling a slug emerged from the well and watched the young, beautiful woman walking arm in arm with her husband. The demoness carefully crawled out of the well and headed after her intended victim, who was the exiled criminal Mara. It was deep night, and Han Yeonju and her husband were fast asleep, neither of them suspecting that they were already being hunted. A pregnant woman had a nightmare. She trembled in her sleep and moaned softly. Twins, a boy and a girl, were growing inside her. Suddenly, Yeonju woke up and a vile horned monster, similar in appearance to a woman but covered in slime, was looking right at her. The yellow-eyed monster giggled and said that she really liked this body. Yeonju asked in confusion what she was. Mara shut the woman's mouth and told her to be quiet. Otherwise, she would wake up all the people here. There was no need to make noise. Everything would be fine. Diving into the woman's body, Mara told her not to worry about the children. She would take care of them. She just needed children. The last thought of Yeonju's dying soul was about her unborn children and what this vile creature would do to them. Mara almost instantly penetrated the body of the young woman she liked, completely capturing him as a vessel. The former Han Yeonju died, leaving the fugitive demoness with only her body and the twins growing in her belly as her inheritance. Mara took control of her body and giggled. Now it was difficult to recognize her, and she would be able to get used to this world of stupid, weak people. Yeonju's sleepy husband, awakened by the noise, sat up on his pillow and asked his wife for directions and if she was okay. But seeing the woman's eyes, the man instantly woke up. It couldn't be his wife. He opened his mouth in surprise and froze. The demoness understood everything. She grabbed Han Yeonju's husband and pulled him out onto the balcony. The man needed to be gotten rid of immediately. The shaking man asked his darling what she was doing. Mara asked if he was her husband, a very pathetic, unworthy creature. She said that he looked disgusting. How could one live with such a weakling? She intended to free herself from her pathetic husband. The man asked who she was and how she was able to get into the body of his dear wife, but he never received an answer to his question. Mara pushed him off the balcony of a high-rise building, saying that he didn't need to know this, that he was just an obstacle to her grandiose plans and should die. Yeonju's husband, falling down, screamed, "Where is his beloved wife? What did she do to her? And what will she do to their sweet children?" Khan fell to the asphalt and died instantly, covering everything around him in blood. The investigation concluded that he committed suicide. The demoness carefully grabbed her protruding belly and giggled. "Great, she did it. The first stage was completed." Mara smiled contentedly. "Now this body belongs to her. She will give birth to children with magical abilities, and then she will figure it out." The time had come to give birth. Yeonju was placed in the delivery room. Like other women, the demoness screamed loudly from terrible pain. Mara cursed and kicked the doctors, who tried to reason with the woman in labor and asked her to calm down. Otherwise, she would not give birth. Mara screamed at them to shut up and get this abomination out of her quickly. Otherwise, she would kill them all here right now. Finally, the children showed up. The demoness howled in pain. She cursed everything in the world, saying that it was all the fault of that bitch Aeneas. Before the mind's eye of the fugitive from the demonic world, a beautiful queen, the wife of the demon lord Galmudaira, appeared. Doctors looked at the newborn babies and couldn't believe their eyes. What was happening to them? Babies shouldn't be like this. The brother and sister looked at the doctors with blood-red eyes and narrow cat-like eyes. The doctors whispered, "This can't be." Mara was unhappy. Her body after giving birth was completely useless, this disgusting sagging belly. When will it go down? The twins reached out to their mother, asked for food, demanded attention. Their eyes returned to normal and became human-like. The woman pushed them away with her feet. Since they had taken her magical power, they had to pay back. How long would they continue to crawl like this? They must grow faster and protect her until she finds a vessel capable of fully housing her demonic soul. Han Yeonju's colleagues and friends didn't recognize her, and it's clear that she was shocked by her husband's suicide. But her behavior was still too much. Sympathy is not endless. She is no longer the same Yeonju that she was before. A colleague asked what about her children, how they feel. The friend was surprised that Yeonju doesn't even show them. She rarely even comes home, even though she got pregnant with difficulty and was so happy. At that time, Yeonju was flirting with a handsome, broad-shouldered television employee. The guy was crazy about such a beauty. The woman asked if Appa worked on television and knew a lot of handsome guys like him. The magical influence made the boy obedient. He was as if in a dream. The TV man confirmed. Of course, this is true. His eyes rolled back and he began to lose consciousness. Now Mara could do with him whatever she wanted. He became a doll. The guy obediently laid his head on the shoulder of the beautiful Yeonju. To those around him, it seemed that he had simply drunk a little more than the norm. Mara said to Aeneas in her mind, "Even in this human hell, there were plenty of young and beautiful things, and she would make them all hers." The fugitive demoness fiercely hated the queen of demons, the beautiful and powerful mistress Aeneas, wife of the great king. Mara vowed that she would gain strength, one day return to the demon world and kill the hated queen with her own hands. Director Noxa tearfully told the detective that Ha Yiyan should have been the center of the new group. She was the most talented of all. The police officer asked if the victim had enemies among her colleagues, or if someone was stalking her, and Han Yeonju burst into tears. The detective noticed that something was wrong with the agency director. She was shaking and kept holding a handkerchief. Han Soo told the detective that it was best to end things for today. The director treated the dead girl like her own daughter. Han Yan suggested that the police first talk to the other agency interns. Perhaps one of them might know something. The detective nodded his head. Of course he understood everything, such a tragedy. Then they would go and question other agency employees and interns. Standing up, he invited his colleague, Detective Park Young-un, to follow him. They had a lot of work here. They needed to hurry. As she left, Detective Park looked closely at the trio. For some reason, they all seemed very suspicious to her. Finally, the doors slammed behind the police officers, and the demons breathed a sigh of relief. The agency director no longer had any strength left. Han Yeonju's entire body shook as she struggled to hold back the violent attacks of vomiting with the help of a handkerchief. As soon as the detectives left, she removed the handkerchief and a stream of green slime and hideous maggots flew out of her, filling her body. The beautiful director of a prestigious agency was literally turning inside out from the green abomination that was overwhelming her. She growled, "Damn detective, what is he trying to find, scouring everywhere? She paid them so much, and where are his superiors looking?" Han Soo tried to calm his mother down. The detective would just go crazy and stop. The guy noticed with horror that maggots were even crawling out of his head. Mara exclaimed, "This body is already rotting quickly. She is rushing with all her might, and this girl Ha Yiyang dared to damage her new vessel." The son hugged his mother and asked her not to worry. He would quickly prepare young Minha's body. There was no need to be so nervous. It was very harmful. Director Noxa agreed and told Han Soo to start preparing as soon as possible. This body was already almost destroyed. The twins gathered the girls. They all probably heard about the death of Ha Yiyang. Some madman killed her. Han Soo said that the girl was attacked right in the middle of the street, and he was worried about the safety of others, and the atmosphere needed to be improved. Therefore, from tomorrow onwards, they will all be living in a dormitory, so they need to prepare before coming to a new place. One of the girls asked if it was really necessary to live in a dorm, since they were all still in school, and it was very inconvenient. Han Soo reminded that cohabitation is a law for idols. They must become one, as if they were one body. Minya said that she couldn't. The girl believed that if she wasn't at home, her mother and brother wouldn't be able to protect themselves from their stepfather's aggression. Han Yeon gave the girl an icy look. He noticed that Minha wanted a lot. If she couldn't do it at all, then she... Hansu took his sister by the shoulders and asked her to calm down. There was no need to worry so much. They would resolve all the issues and everything would be fine. He quietly asked his sister what she could do if she left even a scratch on this girl's face. Then Mom would immediately kill Yeon. The guy asked Mina to understand Yeon. She really valued Ha Yi Yang. She was worried, so there was no need to anger the older Uni, and it was better to listen. The agency director has probably already explained everything to their parents, so they need to pack their things and all meet here tomorrow. Minhoo wasn't happy about this at all. She was already worried because her brother had changed a lot lately. And then there was this move. Lavis Vindika started going to the gym regularly to train Minho's body and made Im Sayan go with him. The poor programmer tried his best, but his body was terribly weak, while young Minho's body had already begun to gain strength. The prince felt his demonic energy gradually increasing, but it was still difficult to meet the demonic beast. He was terribly angry at Wanbi. If he wanted to use him, he should at least teach him how to control the demon bloodstone. Not long before, the magician decided to write to his old childhood friend Lavis in a letter on how to control the demon bloodstone. Wanbi wrote that he had two gifts for the prince. The first was how he could control the obtained demon bloodstone. The stone was intended to control the magic of many creatures, but the magician altered it so that it would transfer the magic of the soul to the human body. This power will only be fully revealed when the stone breaks. That is, when Lavis gets a good hit in the eye. And the second gift, Wanbi sent him that child. The prince must take care of her and stop being endlessly angry with his old friend. Now, you just need to give the letter to Lavis. The prince needs to read it carefully and strengthen himself in a world that is alien to him. But the hot-tempered demon prince read only the beginning of the message and, in a fit of anger, tore up Wanbei's letter without finishing it. And now, working out in the gym, Lavis suggested that most likely the method was described in the letter that he tore up. Suddenly, Street burst into the room, shouting to Mr. Lavis that something bad had happened. She was so scared that she forgot about her disguise. The prince noticed that Street, in the body of a cat, was running on her hind legs, and he asked her what else had happened that had made her so alarmed. The panting cat blurted out that Han Yeonju, whom the prince asked to know about, and the twins, Lavis asked what was wrong with them. The frightened cat screamed, "This Nox agency director Han Yeonju is really not a human. In fact, he is the runaway Mara." Im Xian blinked his eyes in confusion. He asked who Mara was and what was so scary about her that Street's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. "This is the Witch of Greed, one of the 12 Black Barons. It seems Mara Baliax has taken over a human body and is living in it." Lavis Vindika chuckled. This was an interesting turn of events. He never expected to run into her in the human world. It was fate, it seemed. So this is where Mara Baliax has been hiding all this time while her pursuers from her home world of demons have been searching unsuccessfully for her. The ladies of the court twittered, "Aeneas, the most beautiful goddess of demons. Even her silent lips are beautiful. How can one become like that?" The demon queen replied with a smile that in order for lips to become beautiful, one must first learn to speak the truth with them. The interlocutor exclaimed, and indeed, every word of the queen was like the singing of birds. She spoke the truth, which means she will become more beautiful. Another lady exclaimed that she would make her daughter learn the art of scolding, so that she would be at least a little like Lady Aeneas. In response, the demon queen granted her subject the blessing of eloquence from the domain of her ancient, powerful ancestors. Mara frowned, extremely irritated by this eternal praise of the beautiful Aeneas, the powerful queen of demons. She sipped her cocktail and snacked on her favorite food, the parasites that were abundant in her skinny, bony body. The young demoness told Lady Beliax that she too was beautiful and very powerful, and that she had many admirers. Mara thanked the girl and also gave her daughter a blessing so that she would die floundering in a terrible mess of desires. The frightened demoness gasped quietly. Mara Beliax was incredibly cruel, evil, and envious even for the demon world. Mara's face twisted in rage. She looked with hatred at the queen, who was the center of attention of all her subjects. Then she promised that Aeneas would remember her words. She, Mara Beliax, would not leave it like this. She would definitely take revenge. Street asked Prince Lavis if Mara Beliax felt inferior to the beautiful Lady Aeneas. Lavis replied that, according to his mother, this had been going on since childhood, and of course, his mother didn't care at all. They say that just after becoming one of the 12 Dark Dukes, she was caught stealing the source of demonic souls and fled to this world. Im Xian asked why this witch approached Minha in particular. Maybe she knows that her brother is actually Lavis. The prince doubted it. It was unlikely that she knew about it. If she knew, she certainly would not have left him alone, but would have tried to kill him. In any case, in his current body, he is no match for her, and her children are certainly no slouch. She needs to get her strength back quickly. Street jumped up and exclaimed, "Then we need to quickly strengthen the demon bloodstone. She will start preparing right now." The first stage of preparation for the witch hunt is the cleansing of the area that Street controls. Cheyenne didn't understand what she was talking about. Young Minya and her mother were shopping, and her mother told her daughter that if she wanted to quit, she should just say so. As soon as the girl entered there, troubles began. The woman was somehow too worried about her girl. Minya smiled. "Everything is fine. Han Su says that the criminal will be caught soon. Apparently it was a murder without a motive." The mother looked closely at her daughter and reminded her that she had always dreamed of becoming a veterinarian, treating and saving animals. The girl looked longingly at the advertising image of the dog. She really loved animals and wanted to treat them. But to make her dream come true, she needed too much time. And unfortunately, Mina did not have that kind of time. She wanted to use her own strength to get her mother out of that hellish house where she had to endure beatings and humiliation as quickly as possible. Mina squeezed the handle of the cart. She needed to pull herself together and not show her mother her anxiety. She needed to calm her down. The girl smiled and told her mother that such a chance comes along rarely, and dreams change. She will become famous and earn a lot of money. Mom lowered her head. If Minha lives in the dorm, they will hardly see each other. The girl asked her mother not to worry. Large tears welled up in the woman's eyes, and she quietly asked Mina to forgive her. It was her fault for everything that had happened. She bit her lip to keep from crying. If she hadn't married again, her children wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Mina tried to calm her mother down. It had been hard for her to raise her and her brother at such a young age. And it wasn't her fault that their father had died. Besides, this Uncle Jung Tai Shik treated them so well before their marriage, and the mother and the little children, they were all deceived. The mother looked at her girl. Minha had already become so grown up, and she reasoned like an adult, although she was still a child. Minha asked her mother to wait a little. She would try very hard to make sure that everything would finally be okay for them all. The demon prince, accompanied by his loyal servants, went to an amusement park where the screams of children and adults could be heard from everywhere. The screams were mostly coming from the roller coaster ride, where thrill seekers were tickling their strong nerves. Lavis Vindica said contemptuously, "What kind of weak people are they? And what's so scary about this roller coaster? What nonsense?" Cheyenne asked Minho if he puked so loudly after the slides, probably because he was from the demon race, and why he went there in the first place. The prince wiped his mouth and cursed. He would never sit on one of those damned carousels again. He never thought he could get carsick. Street led Lavis Vindic and Im Cheyenne to the horror attraction in the center of the amusement park. But the prince felt nothing. Lavis asked Street if it was definitely here, if she had made a mistake. But the guard was absolutely sure that the demon the prince needed was here. Recently, one of the demons imprisoned in the human world escaped surveillance. But Street's instincts helped her find him. The prince asked what the demon's name was, and Street explained that it was Scream, who could turn human screams into magical power. This scream lover transforms the cries of terror and suffering of people into the frequencies of the demon world, and thus feeds himself with magic. Therefore, according to Street, the most effective way to lure out Scream would be with the help of the one who shouts the best and loudest. Lavis turned to Cheyenne. Finally, he would be of some use, but he exclaimed that he knew no fear and had never screamed in fear. The prince grabbed his classmate by the collar and dragged him inside. Street said that she would guard the entrance for now and wished the prince good luck. The guys went inside. There were skulls hanging around the room. Lavis asked why they were afraid of all this. It was just decoration. Cheyenne said quietly. Maybe it was because of Street's stories, but he felt a strange aura. There really was something in the haunted house. The young man was shaking with fear. The prince reassured him, "They came to catch this something, so stop panicking. Everything is fine." Suddenly, a dead head with burning eyes fell right on them. The prince screamed and cursed. Cheyenne began to wail in horror. The boys were shaking with fear, and Cheyenne had tears in his eyes. But they quickly realized that they were afraid of an ordinary doll, not a demon. Cheyenne asked. Lavis just swore, which meant he was scared. The prince grumbled that he was pretending. He wanted to test the enemy's reaction. Lavis chuckled. So now Im Cheyenne screamed for the first time in his life. The young man wiped away his tears and muttered, "It seemed like that." While the boys were talking, a demon appeared in the darkness. and the prince wondered if this was really the fastest way to activate the power. Every time there is a reaction to evil in the human world, the magic of the demon bloodstone is released little by little. This means that if you absorb the evil of demons, it is stronger than human, and you can release more power from the demon bloodstone. A fugitive demon, Scroom, emerged from the darkness, purring that the people's screams had just been as sweet as bright blood. The monster extended a clawed paw towards Cheyenne and added that his cry was as pure as a baby's and so surprisingly nourishing. The young man hiccuped in fear and asked his companion in confusion what kind of monster it was. He had no idea that such a thing existed here. The demon's green eyes were shining. He was telling Cheyenne that his scream was incredibly delicious. He should scream more and louder. Xian, trembling, looked at the paw in horror and asked Minho if this was the same demon he wanted to catch. Lavis Vindica calmly placed his hand on the demon's clawed paw, which it was extending towards Cheyenne, who was trembling with terror. The demon prince commanded Scroom not to touch the young man because he was his servant and under his protection. The fugitive demon chuckled, looking at Lavis, and finally Scroom asked who he was. Wasn't he a human like that little one? The prince, smiling, suggested that the demon listen to the scream that would come out of Scroom's mouth when he was very frightened. The demon laughed and hit Lavis with his paw. Scroom asked if the little man really thought that a bug like him could survive. Cheyenne screamed in horror. Scream shook with pleasure. Oh great, this superb sweet scream is simply delightful. The prince hissed in anger. Right now he could only use one hand. The rest of his body still couldn't perceive magic. Lavis clenched his left fist and again rushed to attack the amused demon. The prince needed to kill the fugitive. Scroom yelled at the annoying, insolent fellow, asking where he was going and whether such a weakling was really going to defeat him. Lavis flew away from Scroom again and fell to the floor. The demon prince was incredibly angry at this. Some lesser demon was throwing him. Cheyenne desperately shouted at Minho to be careful. The monster was reaching out its paws to him. This creature could grab him now. A satisfied Scroom laughed, inhaling the energy of Cheyenne's fear. Well done, kid. You need to scream even louder, more often and longer. Lavis yelled at Cheyenne to shut up. His screams only made Scream stronger. The frightened youth apologized and covered his mouth. The demon laughed even louder. He liked these horror-filled eyes of the little people so much. They were so beautiful and delicious. He punched Lavis and declared that he wanted to make something out of his eyes and wear it as a wonderful decoration. The demon prince angrily asked the pathetic fugitive who it was here, in his opinion, who was afraid of his pathetic paws and vile, vile face. Lavis Vindica rushed at the insolently grinning demon with a scream. Scroom was openly amused by this funny boy. The prince swung his fist but did no harm to his opponent. The demon laughed. Look how he was floundering with his short legs. The whole place shook with demonic laughter. Scroom exclaimed how adorable this boy was. Simply adorable. Lavis gritted his teeth. His jump was no better than that of an ordinary person. With this body, he couldn't cope even with such an enemy. And Scroom managed to grab Lavis in his huge paw. The prince groaned in pain. Was he really going to be killed by such a worthless thing? Xian was terrified. He was shaking, but he didn't make a sound so as not to feed the demon with his energy and make him stronger. Scroom gripped the human body that held Lavis Vindica tightly, and the prince felt trapped. A sharp blade appeared on the demon's finger. He told Lavis that he created this cute weapon from his friend's scream especially for him. Scroom asked if he were to pick out his brains with this blade. How sweet the baby's dying cry would probably be. Inside Lavis Vindic, everything was raging. Some insignificant little demon dared to threaten him. He declared that he would not scream. Scroom grinned. Was it really true that it wouldn't happen? Well, now he would check it out. The tip of a green blade reached towards Lavis's face. The demon watched his victim with a smile. This little man really wasn't one to be scared. Well, okay. The pain would make him scream. The demon prince froze. Another second, and Scroom's weapon would touch his left eye, where the mage Vanbei had placed a stone of demonic blood. And then Lavis felt the enemy's blade enter his left eye, and suddenly a stream of energy burst out of the wounded eye. Cheyenne hiccuped in fear. He was shaking, but remained silent. The young man was sure that the demon would now kill Lavis Vindic, and then start on him. To the prince's surprise, the blow caused small scarlet fragments to fall from his left eye, and the demon bloodstone was shattered. Scroom looked at the fragments of the demonic stone in confusion. He began to understand that it seemed that the person in front of him was truly not human. Lavis asked what the hell this was. Could someone explain to him what just happened because of that idiot Scroom? The prince blinked and suddenly exclaimed that his eyes had brightened and his body began to fill with its former strength and magic. Wang Bei wrote in the letter that he modified the demonic bloodstone to channel demonic power into the human body. This power will only be fully revealed after the demon bloodstone embedded in his eye is broken. The prince chuckled. After all, Wang Bei was an idiot, so this was the condition he came up with for releasing his power, the bespectacled bastard. Scroom's face twisted in anger. He asked what was going on, why his claws couldn't even poke out a human eye. Lavis finally landed a significant blow on his opponent and shouted back, because this wasn't some weak little man in front of him. The demon felt pain and released the prince from his clawed paw. He hissed angrily. What news? Who is this in front of him? Lavis told him Xian to start screaming nonstop as long as he could. Now a lot depended on him. The young man was surprised, but then Scroom would become stronger. The prince barked at Xian to shut up and scream, he knows what he's doing. Xian didn't understand what Lavis had in mind, but he had no choice but to trust the demon prince. Otherwise, they wouldn't get out of here alive. The young man, following the demon prince's order, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and screamed as loudly as he could. The entire horror attraction was filled with a piercing scream. Xian tried his best. His lungs were very powerful. A satisfied Scroom smiled. This sweet sound of a scream. It nourishes him better than any food. His strength increases. Lavis noticed that thanks to the activation of the demon bloodstone, the seal on his right leg was being destroyed, which was wonderful. Xian continued to scream. He didn't stop for a second. Scroom was distracted from Lavis and enjoyed the continuous stream of screams. He laughed and called the boy an idiot who was giving him his own strength. Scroom promised that this arrogance would be his undoing. Lavis asked his opponent, he slows down when he devours people's screams, doesn't he? That's very imprudent. Scroom tensed up. This guy was too confident in himself, and something in his manner of speaking seemed vaguely familiar to the demon. The demon prince prepared to pounce. Now it was his turn to beat the demon for all the humiliations Lavis had suffered at his hands. With a malicious smile, Lavis Vindica flew up to the enemy and exclaimed, and now everyone will hear the screeching of the evil Scroom. Lavis struck Scream's green eye, causing the prince's magical energy to glow much brighter than before. The fugitive criminal demon was no longer laughing. This creature in a human body was destroying him, and Scroom could do nothing. Lavis was pleased and thought, the shell of the demon bloodstone was broken and he could clearly feel it. The power was getting stronger. The evil Scroom was defeated. All that was left was to absorb his energy and thereby increase his strength. Lavis was happy. He knew full well that if he continued to absorb the demon's malice, his power would quickly return and Street would find suitable victims. Soon, there was almost nothing left of the arrogant and overly cheerful sadist Scroom. Only his last eye gleamed green in the darkness. But then this eye began to disintegrate, turning into a stream of demonic energy that fed His Highness Prince Lavis. The horror attraction space was cleared. Now there was no one left to scare people to death and torture them. The energy flow from the slain demon entered Minho's mortal body through the demon bloodstone in the prince's left eye. As Lavis thought, a power is accumulating that human medicines cannot compare to. It is pure magic. Now that the demon bloodstone has been released, all he needs to do is absorb the malice until he regains his true power. Xian was horrified by what he saw. The young man asked Lavis how he felt. That terrible demon seemed to have swallowed the prince. The prince replied with a smile that he now felt great and suggested that they go and devour the next escaped demon. In the evening, the young employees of the pop agency were housed in a separate, comfortable dormitory owned by Knox. Young Minhwa thanked Vice Principal Han Young for seeing her off, and all the other girls were already there. Han Yeon told Minhwa to unpack her things. She was not allowed to leave the dorm without permission before practice began. The girl obediently lowered her head and replied that she understood everything. She had the feeling that she had ended up in a comfortable prison. Han Yeon walked out of the girls' section and slammed the door behind her. Minhwa stood and looked at that door that she couldn't go through. The girl bit her lip to keep from crying. She really wanted to grab the suitcase and run away from there, but she still didn't leave. She clenched her fists and thought about her mother and brother. She must do everything to free her loved ones from this sadistic stepfather. Minhwa told herself that she could do it. She could do absolutely anything. She just needed to be patient a little, and then everything would be fine. She raised her head and noticed that there was a video camera hanging in the corner of the corridor. This seemed strange to the girl. Why was there a camera there? Minya had a strange feeling that someone was looking at her intently, perhaps through that very video camera. Mara was actually looking at the girl. Her previous body was almost destroyed. She told Sue that her mother was so worried. Mara asked her son, even if she transferred to that body, he would still obey his mother. Sue confirmed and said that he was starting. Having dealt with Scroom, Lavis Vindica and Im Cheyenne exited the horror attraction and slowly made their way to Street, who was waiting for them. She looked closely at her master, this smell of blood. Did it really work? He was able to release the power of the stone. Street enthusiastically congratulated the Lord of the Blood of all living things, Lord Lavis Vindic, on the return of his magical power. She said let the bloody footprints follow him wherever he went, and she would become his shadow and follow him to the very edge of darkness. The prince chuckled. Street shouldn't be outdone. He asked her for the coordinates of the next targets and sent her to track down Mara. Street must find Mara Baliax and keep her in sight so that Lavis can deal with her as soon as he regains his strength. Inspired by her master's success, Street cheerfully reported on the remaining demons and set off to carry out the mission. The next demon was called Apef Seol. He parasitized on heavy smokers who poisoned themselves and others with toxic smoke. This demon fed on the evil energy emanating from human lungs, especially when those lungs began to rot. Lavis Vindica grabbed the demon of acrid evil smoke by the head, but he didn't immediately understand who it was, how they could spot him in the clouds of smoke. The demon prince commanded Apef Seol to follow him, and the fugitive began to shake, not understanding what was happening here. Lavis didn't waste time explaining, but simply destroyed the escaped demon and absorbed its evil, increasing his own power. The prince cursed. What a disgusting stench, and why does he have to take evil from such garbage demons? Cheyenne coughed from the smoke. But there wasn't much to choose from, so Lavis and Cheyenne went looking for the next demonic fugitive. The next demon also smelled of some kind of nastiness. His name was Ascara. This demon absorbed the intoxicating energy of drunk people. Cheyenne was amazed. He didn't think there were so many demons in the human world. The guy asked why demons live off the strength of people. The prince explained that demons who escape to the human world lose their power when they cross the border, so everyone looks for a replacement here. The young man asked in surprise. So, possession by spirits is not just superstition. It really can happen, but it's terrible. Lavis noticed that he already seemed to have quite enough magical power. Perhaps he could try it out in action. Seeing the flaming weapon appear in the prince's hands, Im Cheyenne jumped in surprise. Wow, what is this? Lavis said with a smile that he finally got him back. His beloved Damrakal, even though it wasn't a full-fledged summoning. But still, Cheyenne asked the prince if it was dangerous to send Street alone on such a mission, since, as he understood, this Mara was a very powerful witch. Lavis Vindica reassured the young man that Street had so little magical power that it would be very difficult for Mara and her children to notice her. Meanwhile, Street turned into a bat and settled in a tree next to the main office of the Knox Entertainment Agency. Suddenly, the maid Lavisa felt that she was very hungry, but she could die of hunger. She needed to get something edible. She looked around and immediately saw a fat larva, which was slowly crawling right along the asphalt path. The hungry bat, its eyes shining, rushed towards its prey, and luckily it didn't have to fly far from the observation post. She shouted to the larva that the little bastard had been caught, and grabbed him with her tenacious paw, lifting him slightly off the ground so that he couldn't escape. But as soon as Street touched the larva, she immediately felt a powerful, familiar demonic energy. It's definitely a beetle larva that's been infused with Mara Baliax's magic, which means there are so many of them that she's dropping them everywhere. Street grabbed her finds and flew away. We need to urgently report all this to Mr. Lavis Vindica. Things are bad. At the same time, Han Yeonju's car was parked in the underground parking lot of the Knox Agency dormitory, waiting for her new vessel. Finally, the door slammed shut and the car sped forward. Night was approaching, perfect for the ritual, and Mara was in a great hurry. Han-soo bragged to his mother that he knocked out Minha cleanly without leaving a single scratch on her vessel. He was a good guy, really. Mara giggled. Of course, her son is just adorable, but she needs to go faster and perform the ceremony. She already wants this beautiful body so much. Soo urged his sister to step on the gas because his mother was very worried. Now they had everything they needed to perform this ritual. The demoness did not take her greedy eyes off the unconscious Minha. This young body, smooth skin, innocent face beckoned her. An agitated Street spoke with a beetle in her teeth. Lavis told her to spit out the beetle and speak. Nothing was clear. The girl assumed her usual appearance and invited the prince to look at this larva. He did not understand what it was. It smelled terribly. Street said it was definitely Mara's parasite. It looks like when Mara crossed the border, she lost her body and entered a human. Once parasites appear, it means Mara needs a new body. Her demonic soul cannot survive long in a human body. Cheyenne realized she lured Minha to take her body. Lavis confirmed that perhaps Mara was obsessed with everything young and beautiful. Lavis hissed. Mara was much older than his mother. It was time for the old woman to calm down. Cheyenne asked how old his mother was. The prince thought, in human terms, it was somewhere over 6,000 years old. Cheyenne was taken aback. And how old was Lavis then? The boy frowned. He didn't even remember how old he was exactly. But when he was a child, Uncle Barkin had once shown him and Vanbay the world of people. Lavis remembers well that at that time people were building something in the desert, some kind of structures that looked like giant brick pyramids. Barkin laughed and said, "This is the temple that people are building in his honor. They will pray there and worship him, the great warrior." And such an insignificant demon god as Lavis Vindica could only dream of such a thing. The prince snorted. Big deal. But the clever Wanbei told Mr. Barkin that, as far as he knew, these people did not worship him, but the god Ra from the heavenly world. Uncle was furious. Why stupid people worship the one whom Barkin beat up? Wanbei shrugged his shoulders. How could he know? But it was hard to spoil Uncle's mood. He concluded that in any case he had won. So it was all his, and he laughed loudly. The stunned Cheyenne muttered, "They say the pyramids were built 4,000 years ago. This exceeds all expectations." Street brought them back to reality. She asked what to do. Mr. Lavis's little sister could be eaten by Mara. Lavis wondered if there must be some reason why Mara clung to Minha's body. She felt something in it. The prince repeated Street's words over and over in his head. Since he was in this body, he had to protect his younger sister as well. Mara, her children, and the lifeless MNHA hurried to the very same abandoned house where Baver Hilt had settled with flowers. Finally, they arrived at the building. Mara could barely walk. She said dreamily what a beautiful moonless night it was today. It was on such a night that she was born. Above her was a sky that showed nothing. The old witch leaned on her young daughter. Looking at the abandoned construction site, Han-Su asked his mother in surprise if this was the place. It seemed too deserted. Mara confirmed that yes, there is a gap between the demon world and the human world, which is hidden from the eyes of the heavenly world. The demoness looked around in surprise, wondering what this was, where all this came from. Who dared to occupy this building without permission? She looked at the rows of corpses, on which devouring flowers bloomed profusely, and among them walked the escaped Bavor Hilt. In the huge hall, hundreds of dead bodies lay and hung, transformed into terrifying flower beds for blue-purple predators. Seeing the uninvited guests, Bavor menacingly asked what they were doing there and who the hell they were to find out this address. The witch grinned. "She is Mara Beliax, and this is the body she chose for herself," Bavor asked in surprise. "Is it really Mara?" Hilt chuckled. Mara used to occupy the Black Throne, and now she is a fugitive, unable to even summon a normal monster. Bavor declared that this place was his now. Sue asked in surprise what kind of creatures were lying there. Hilt shouted for the guy not to step on the flowers. Mara sighed heavily. Yes, unfortunately, she is nobody now. She barely even has enough strength to support a weak human body. Therefore, she also prepared for such a situation. She has her dear, very strong children who are able to protect her. Bavor snorted contemptuously. This is a cross between a man and a demon. A parent unable to protect his children. A pathetic sight. Mara asked Bavor why it mattered to him. She gave them life, so they must fulfill their duty, and they would definitely protect her from him. So Hilt better take these stinking weeds and get out of here, Bavor flared up. These are not weeds, these are his sacred flowers. Clutching a shoot of the devouring flower in his hand, an enraged Bavor Hilt shouted out, why no one understood the value of these flowers. He pushed off the floor and rushed at Mara Beliax and the twins standing with her. Han-Su was holding the lifeless Minha in his arms. Mara's son met Bavor with a kick to the jaw and the words, "What is this brainless demon doing?" Hilt gasped and flew to the side. Mara laughed and praised her son, who deftly repelled Bavor's attack. She remembered how she endowed the children with the power of demons. She was, of course, very sorry to waste her source of demonic souls on them. She stole it with such difficulty in the demon world. The babies cried and did not want to swallow the disgusting liquid that she poured into their mouths and yelled at them to swallow it. It was water from the source of demonic souls, which is located in the valley of Har Nahim, the deepest place in the world of demons. This place, filled with the tears of the god who created this world. This water can be called the source of magical power of all demons. And this is the only holy water that can quench the greed of Mara Beliax. She passionately desired to obtain it all her life. Mara believed that King Gamadair Vindica had appropriated the source of demonic souls unlawfully, and this infuriated her greatly. She felt sorry, of course, to give this water to human children, but nothing could be done. Let them drink it and protect her. Meanwhile, she will try to find the Serkyle hidden in the human world, and then she will become invincible and will be able to return. Imxian asked Street if she was sure they were headed this way, and she confirmed that the strong stench of Mara was getting closer. The white cat looked at the abandoned building in the middle of the forest and confidently said, "Here, it definitely has to be here." Street returned to her normal form, and Cheyenne wondered if there really was a building in such a remote place where it came from. Street glanced regretfully at her damaged nose, covered with a bandage. She sighed. Now her nose was useless. Out of breath from walking fast, Imxian begged Lavis Vindic to definitely save Man. The prince chuckled, he thought. Lavis hugged Cheyenne and said, "Okay, let's go." The young man was stunned. What if he also went? He would only get in the way there. The prince looked at the trembling youth and replied that he was wrong. He would make an excellent human shield. Cheyenne sweated in horror. Street wished Mr. Lavis Vindica good luck and begged him to destroy the evil witch Mara Beliax, who had escaped from their world. The demon prince turned to Street and ordered her to come in as well. They needed the numerical advantage, so go ahead. Street was terrified, and she would also go into battle. But she had practically no magical power. Compared to Mara, she was nothing. The messenger from the demonic world thought with longing, why did she have this wealth and fame? She should have stayed with Lord Wanbi. Meanwhile, Mara began the ritual of moving her soul into a new body. She drew a magic circle and laid Minha down. The witch was pleased. Everything was going well, but she had to hurry and finish the ritual as quickly as possible. She couldn't wait to get into the new vessel. The defeated Bavor begged the Witch of Greed to spare him. He would definitely be useful to her if she wanted to remain in the human world. Hansu asked his mother to give Bavor to him. He already had enough troubles. Let Hilt take care of all the little things, he agreed. Suddenly, Bavor Hilt heard the mocking voice of Lavis Vindic. He noticed that an excellent company had gathered here. A scoundrel who betrayed his family, a runaway who was exiled for her greed, and half-breed twins. All four are worth each other. Mara turned in surprise to the schoolboy standing in the room. Hansu opened his mouth in surprise. It was Minha's brother. Imxian looked around in horror. He quietly asked the prince if all these corpses were real. This was a whole cemetery. Looking at one of the bodies with flowers, Lavis recognized Vin Yanmu, and the prince kept wondering where this bastard had gone. But it turns out, he was here. Lavis pointed him out to Imxian and said that if he hadn't saved him, Cheyenne would have ended up the same way, so he should listen to him from now on. The young man stared at the unfortunate Yonmu. Cheyenne was shaking. How disgusting and creepy it all was. Here it is. The true world of demons. Bavor Hilt asked the guy if he knew Vi Youngmu, which meant he was the one who ruined all his grandiose drug plans, Mara muttered. She knew he was more than just a person. Sue smiled. His eyes never let him down. But does Mom know who he is? Street proudly introduced the demon prince. This is Mr. Lavis Vindica. He slaughtered the Hilt family and was cast down into the human world. Mara Beliax was filled with hatred. Could this really be Lavis Vindica, the very same prodigal son, the hated Aeneas? Bavor Hilt growled. Lavis Vindica, the bloodthirsty tyrant, the royal executioner who destroyed their entire noble Hilt clan. Bavor thought that this was a chance. Now he was not that ruthless killer Lavis, but just a prisoner in a pathetic human body. Bavor Hilt clenched his fists convulsively, hatred boiling inside him. Now he would be able to avenge the murder of his family with his own hands. The face of the beautiful demon queen appeared before Mara's mind's eye, and the witch spewed out a stream of filthy curses. Aeneas, that damn bitch, decided to interfere with her? Mara Beliax? She even sent her only son to the human world. Lavis understood that with his current strength, he couldn't cope with 3 of them at once. Bavor Hilt could strike him in the back at any moment. After some thought, the prince decided that he would have to deal with this freak later. He turned to Bavor and suggested that he leave. The beaten Hilt shouted at the prince. Did he really think that he was still Lavis from the demon world, and Bavor, right now, with his own hands? But Lavis interrupted him. That's enough already. If Beivor doesn't want to die, let him get out of here. A scarlet light burst from the prince's eye. Beivor Hilt hiccuped in fear as to why this demon trapped in a human body had magical energy and power. The prince told Beivor to tell the demons in the human world that he, Lavis, had descended into the human world as the Lord of Blood, and that they should sit quietly. Beivor shook with fear. How could this bloodthirsty degenerate use magic in a human body? It was simply impossible. But he remembered the bloody massacre in the castle of Hilt too well. With a curse, Beivor broke free from Sue's hands and ran away. The fugitive demon flew out the window and hurried to escape. He understood perfectly well that the damned prince would later continue to look for him. Now the prince turned to the old woman, saying that in order to become younger, he had to endure hellish pain. He couldn't just take and steal other people's bodies. Mara Baliax jumped up in anger. How dare this little freak call her an old woman? She is an eternally young beauty. Blood gushed from the witch's mouth. The former body was dying. Han Su carefully took his mother by the shoulders and told her that she should not overexert herself. Mara laughed. That's true, but soon it will all end. She will move into a new, beautiful body and regain her former strength. The witch chuckled, curious about the child Aeneas had cherished so much. What kind of face would she make when her children tore him apart? The prince replied that he too was interested in what Mara's face would be like when her children died at the hands of the son of the one she had always envied. Mara told the children, Han Su, Han Yeon, whoever brings mommy the tongue of this impudent degenerate first will receive a generous reward. A magical flail with a heavy spiked ball on the end appeared in Han Su's hands. The guy laughed. Finally, a fight. He answered his mother with a smile. Of course he would do it. Just let mommy wait a little. He would quickly deal with the boy. 2 swords sparkled in Han Yan's hands. She didn't say anything, but her gaze was unwavering. She could always please her mother first. Han Su shouted at Han Yan to stay back. He was sure his venom would be enough to shut that idiot's mouth forever. Lavis Vindica summoned his beloved bloodsword Damrakal, pushed aside the servants and rushed into battle with the twins of Mara. Han Yan irritably told her brother not to interfere and not to interfere with her fighting the hated enemy of their beloved mother. The brother growled at his sister, demanding that she get out of the way because she was in his way. He was spinning his deadly chain and could hit her. The girl calmly replied that Han Su should shut up and cover her back while she attacked the demon prince Lavis Vindic. The prince noticed that the twins had no coordination at all, and that he needed to take advantage of this and cause a quarrel between the brother and sister. Lavis noted with a grin that before killing him, they would rather tear each other's throats out. It was immediately obvious that they were related. Su hiccuped and jumped to the side. He yelled at his sister to be careful. She almost hit him with her favorite toys. Lavis saw the twins interfering with each other's attacks. Han Su being overconfident and Han Yeon being cynical, perfect to drive them apart. The prince assessed the positioning of his opponents and made a move. He parried Yeon's attack and deliberately pushed her sword aside with his own. This move seemed illogical from the outside, and the calculating Yeon did not expect this from the heir to the throne of demons. Her sword flew to the side. Everything happened exactly as Lavis wanted. Yeon's blade met the spiked blade of Han Su's flail. Sparks flew. The brother cursed, and here again Ha Yeon was interfering with the movement of his weapon, waving her blades around at random. The girl hissed irritably. Her brainless brother was getting right under her blows. Mom would be unhappy with her children again. Lavis took advantage of Yeon's distraction and attacked her. Damrakal slid across the girl's naked torso and inflicted a wound on her. There were a few drops of Han Yeon's blood hanging on the tip of the demon prince's crimson sword. They did not evaporate, meaning she was very strong. Lavis thought, even though the brother and sister were half-breeds, they had enough strength. I wonder what Mara Baliax did with these twins. Seeing his sister's wound, Su exclaimed that she was fighting well, but he would cut out that freak's tongue, and the guy rushed to attack the prince. Lavis didn't have time to jump back, and the spike of Han Su's weapon hit his human body. Blood spurted out, and the demon prince felt pain. Han Yeon rushed into battle again and shouted that she would cut off this idiot's head. Su must understand this and stay out of the way. She attacked the demon prince with both blades at once. Lavis dodged and took a step back towards the swordswoman's brother. Han Yeon was shocked. This guy managed to dodge her fastest and most deadly attack, but no human could do that. Han Su, overjoyed by his success, shouted to Lavis that he almost died. He had to be more careful. He had to die by his hand. The prince jumped back from the blade with sharp spikes flying at him and stumbled. Seeing this, Yeon again rushed at Lavis with 2 swords. The girl jumped up and furiously struck the impudent guy who had dared to wound her, who had fallen to the floor with both crinks. But Lava's Vindica managed to rise and blocked Jan's blow with his scarlet sword Damrakal, the favorite weapon of the heir to the throne. Han Yeon pressed on her opponent and, as if enchanted, repeated to him that he should die. Her trembling was transmitted to the sword in the hands of the demon prince. Lavis waited for the right moment and threw back the girl who was attacking him. She only managed to cut off the tie on his school suit. The prince realized that there wasn't enough magical energy for both of them. He had to try to provoke them. He shouted to Su that his sister was strong. Han Su screamed in rage. What does his sister have to do with it? She can't be stronger after all. He was born 18 minutes before her. The boy unwound the chain of his weapon and rushed at the prince, shouting that he would be the one to finish him off and not some sister. Lava's Vindica watched Han Su's hysteria and wondered if such a simple move could be so effective. Mara's son swung his formidable weapon at random, trying to hit the prince, and Han Yeon also rushed into the attack with a desperate cry. She called her brother a stupid idiot and asked why he also got into close combat. His weapon was most effective at long range. Su yelled at his sister, demanding that she shut up. He would be the first to bring the corpse of this degenerate to his beloved and only mother. Lava's Vindica was pleased with the result. The two were fighting like dogs. Their attacks had become more furious and chaotic. Everything was as it should be. And most importantly, Han Su fell into the range of his attack. The prince lightning fast struck Mara's son with his blood-red sword. Street said that Mara of the 12 Thrones, whom she respected so much, could not curb her greed and became such a monster. The witch went berserk. She screamed at Street. Who was she calling a monster? She herself was a pathetic creature with no power. Mara hit Street, who had angered her, with the slime that her hands had already turned into, and Lavisa's assistant gasped. She was wounded. Street gritted her teeth in pain, but she continued to distract Mara Baliax, giving Xion the opportunity to try to free Min. The young man rushed as fast as he could towards the magic circle in which Minho's sister lay, but she was protected by Mara's protective dome. The young man hit the dome with his hands, trying to destroy it, but he was unsuccessful. The witch's magical dome did not give in. Xion's hands shook. He felt pain, and for some reason he felt both heat and cold at the same time. He clenched his teeth. He saw the girl very close. She was lying motionless under this very dome. His hands were already hurting unbearably. What should he do? Xion clenched his teeth to dull the pain and pressed harder on the magic dome. What to do? How can he help his friend's sister? He called Minha by name, begging the girl to open her eyes and free herself from the evil magic of the Witch of Greed, Mara Baliax. The insulted Street Mara pursued the impudent demoness who dared to call her a monster. No one had ever called her that before. Street had a hard time distracting Mara, trying to delay her so that Xion could save Minha from a sad fate. Suddenly, the magic dome pushed Xion away from itself, and the young man, with a gasp, flew away from it. The witch protected her new vessel well. The young man's hands hurt unbearably. He looked at his burnt palms with a sigh. Xion didn't know what to do next. The boy thought sadly that he was just a man and could do nothing to save this nice girl, his friend's sister. A memory suddenly appeared in Xion's mind of the three of them walking home from school, and how sweet and cheerful Minha had always been. Xion clenched his fists. Even though he was only human, he still couldn't give up and leave the girl to be eaten by the evil witch. The young man rushed towards the dome again and hit it with his fist, shouting to Minha that they would definitely save her and tear her from Mara's clutches. He pounded his fists on the magical dome under which Minha lay, but it didn't produce any tangible results. And Mara continued to beat the impudent Street. She had already covered her fragile body with numerous cuts, but she did not give up. Finally, Mara Baliax asked the girl if maybe she should stop playing this pathetic game of demons, since she was too weak for it. The wounded Street thought that even with her rotting body, Mara was capable of such attacks. After all, she occupied one of the 12 black thrones. The Witch of Greed laughed. Did Street really think that because she was in this state, she could be dealt with so easily? That was a stupid mistake. Mara Baliax launched 2 pikes at the wounded Street, literally pinning her to one of the large pillars of the Great Hall. Street screamed in pain, blood gushing from her punctured shoulders, but she still tried to keep the greedy witch's attention. Mara smiled maliciously and told Street to watch carefully what end awaited this worm who dared to interfere with her. Street screamed at Xion to run away from there quickly. Otherwise, the witch would kill him now. He definitely wouldn't be able to cope with her. Cheyenne looked questioningly at Street, who was hanging on 2 spears. Only now did the young man realize that things were very bad. The demon prince's assistant hung on a pole, and a pool of blood was growing right beneath her. But she was more worried about someone other than herself. Xian let out a piercing scream. Mara threw him away from the magic circle and glued him to the floor with a clot of her mucus. The witch looked at Street cheerfully and told her to wait a little. She would use her as a source of nourishment along with that little man. Cheyenne tried to tear the sticky, stinking abomination of Mara Baliax off himself, but his body did not obey him at all. He could not even move. The witch extended her shaking hands towards Minha, who was lying on the floor. She had wasted too much time because of these bastards. She cried out, "I swear by the blade that cuts souls, moon of vow, I reject this rotting flesh. Let the flame of greed open the way." Mara continued, "The flame of greed will tear apart the gates of the heart and turn life upside down. Listen to me, darkness. My vow will be fulfilled." Suddenly, Minha opened her eyes. The witch took over her body. Seeing this, the demon prince cursed. Mara managed to move. Damrakal felt the owner's anger and furiously flared with a crimson fire, the fits of anger making Lavis Vindic even stronger. Something had to be done urgently. Lavis looked around and assessed the situation. The twins were pressing him harder and harder, distracting him from Mara. The prince slashed at Han Su's flail chain and instantly attacked his cold-blooded sister Han Yeon, who successfully repelled the attack. Lavis jumped sharply to the side and rushed towards the witch who was performing the ritual of transferring her rotten soul into the young body of young Minha. Seeing this, Han Yeon shouted for the prince to stop. Behind his sister, his brother was shouting, screaming that he would be the first to catch him and kill him. Suddenly, Han Su felt that his entire body was wrapped in some thin but very strong rope. Someone had thrown a magic lasso on him. The guy didn't even have time to scream before an unknown force pulled him away from the battlefield behind the nearest pillar and hid him in a secluded corner of the hall. And to prevent Su from even thinking of calling for help, his mouth was tightly sealed with thick tape. He frowned and stared at the kidnapper. Han Su, tied hand and foot, was moaning behind a column, and his relatives were not paying attention to him at all. The kidnapper kicked him. She put her finger to her lips, demanding silence, and asked if it was right to torture her dear demon prince Lavis Vindic like this. Meanwhile, the ritual of migration from one body to another was coming to an end. Mara Baliax opened her mouth and released a stream of mucus. A stream of this sticky, stinking mucus flowed from the almost destroyed body of Han Yeonju into the young, innocent body of Young Minha. The girl's body was shaking. Her soul was still alive, but the witch of greed was in a hurry to occupy her new, beautiful vessel. Now the stinking stream was almost over. The last splash flew into the open mouth of the young girl who the witch liked so much. The body stopped shaking. Only a thin stream of disgusting mucus flowed down the girl's cheek. The witch found herself inside Young Minha. The girl's eyes opened and she giggled. Mara exclaimed joyfully. Finally, she had received this desired perfection. Nearby, the old body of Han Yeonju, which had served as Mara's vessel, fell to the floor, and a strange rope stretched from the old body to the new one. The contented witch looked at Minha's thin and delicate hands. She exclaimed, "Ah, this fresh young body, this amazing feeling." Mara touched herself with delight and exclaimed, "Here it is, a wonderful, perfect body. She will enjoy this beauty for eternity." Xian screamed in horror, "No, this can't be. This shouldn't have happened. Minha's body can't belong to Mara." Street shouted at Ms. Minha to fight. It was not over yet. The greedy witch had not yet completely taken over her young body. Lavis Vindica, seeing that Minha had stood up, cursed. Han Yan called out to him. Where was he looking? They weren't finished yet. The demon prince's face twisted with anger, he thought. It was too late. The old woman had managed to occupy the girl's body. She needed to be driven out of there. The assistant sent by Wanbei looked at Lavis with loving eyes. Ah, those beautiful lips. His new look is so sexy. While Lavis was distracted, Han Yeon slashed his sword across his arm. The prince felt pain, and the girl repaid him for the wound he inflicted on her. Envoy Vanbe Veltia clenched her fists and told herself that she needed to come to her senses. Prince Lavis was now in mortal danger. But if she interferes, then dear Lavis will see her. The girl's face flushed with embarrassment. She was very afraid of the heir to the throne. The mere thought that he would look at her made Veltia embarrassed. But she couldn't just continue to admire him. What should she do? Han Su watched his captor's struggles closely as he tried to escape her grasp and free himself. While Veltia was thinking, he suddenly pushed off with his feet and moaned loudly, attracting the attention of his sister and beloved mother. Han Yan glanced at the sound and saw her brother, an interesting sight, who had done such a thing to her wonderful braggart Han Su. The prince noticed Yeon's confusion and realized that he needed to strike her now, while she wasn't focused on the fight. Maybe it would work. The girl jumped back and repelled the attack. She managed to shout to her mother that for some reason this fool Han Su was lying tied up near a column. Mara looked around the room questioningly. Indeed, her son was tied up and with his mouth taped. There was someone else here. She reached out to Han Su with her slime and asked what was wrong with him and who could have done this to her boy. He seemed to be very strong. As soon as Mara removed the tape from the guy's mouth, he sighed with relief. He was finally freed from this humiliating captivity. He turned around and asked where that bitch had gone. She suddenly jumped out. Mara smiled. It looked like they had a rat here. Only then did Su realize that his mother was in a new body. Mara asked him how he liked her. She was beautiful after all. He agreed, but she didn't look like herself. Upset, Imxian looked at the witch, he muttered. In the end, she still took over Minha's body. Is it really over now? Street shouted to Mr. Lavis Vindica that there was still a chance to save the girl. Mrs. Minha's soul had not yet completely disappeared. The demon prince was wary of what she was saying. Why was the soul here? Street explained that it was all because it was a moonless night. On this night, when the moon has disappeared and the boundary between the human world and the demon world is blurred, magic, contracts, and souls are unstable. Until this night ends, the ritual of Mara Baliacs cannot be considered complete, which means everything can be reversed. Suddenly, young Minha's body shook and his facial expression completely changed, as if Minho's former innocent sister had appeared. She reached out to the demon prince and called out to her brother, saying in horror that her body was moving on its own. She begged Minho to save her. Lavis looked at the girl in surprise. Was it really Minha's soul calling to him for help? That meant Street was telling the truth. Mara bit her lip and giggled. She regained control of her body, but this girl turned out to be much stronger than she thought. The witch laughed tensely and exclaimed, "Ah, how funny," she asked Lavis. "Well, does she look like the real young Minha?" The demon prince gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger. This old, envious, ugly hag still dared to mock him. Mara told her children Yan and Su that she was so tired and suggested that they quickly kill them all and call it a night. Han Su screamed, "Yes, Mom, now they will definitely kill all these freaks, and that rat also needs to be found very quickly and finished off." Lavis thought irritably that he would never be able to cope with some pathetic half-breeds and endure such humiliation. The prince saw that Mara was heading towards his servants. She asked them. They were probably tired of waiting. Now she would eat something tasty and gain strength. Street clenched her teeth. Was this evil creature really going to eat her? No, that couldn't be. Her great master Lavis Vindica would definitely save them. Mara licked her lips, looking from Street to Cheyenne and back again, asking the prisoners who she should start her meal with. Imxian clenched his teeth. Large beads of sweat rolled down his face. He could never have imagined that he would get into such a mess. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange object flew right up to the greedy witch's foot. It was a two-colored ball that looked like a toy. Mara stared at the object in surprise. She didn't understand what it was or who had planted it, and she was afraid to step on it in case it exploded. Suddenly, the ball opened and crimson smoke poured out, and inside was a miniature figurine that looked remarkably like Lavis. The witch looked at the figurine and shuddered, as if she had met the gaze of that very terrifying son of Aeneas. She instinctively shielded herself from the crimson smoke and the figure looking at her, shouting what it was and who had thrown it here. Lavis also looked in surprise at the ball that flew out into the hall. He understood what it was, but he couldn't believe it. It couldn't be. He wasn't alone. Mara cursed. What is this stench? It makes her sick. What the hell is going on here? Do they really want to take her body away from her? A girl rushed across the hall at lightning speed, and Lavis was surprised to recognize her as the tattoo artist and Yeonmu's assistant, Jin Jae-hee. Jae-hee ran up to Street and pulled out the spears that Mara had pinned her to one of the pillars with. Street screamed loudly in pain. Before Street could react, an amazing device appeared on her right hand that could increase her combat power. While the girl was asking what it was, the same device appeared on her other hand. Now she could fight perfectly. While running away, Veltia told Street to use this weapon. The demoness asked in confusion, "What is she, Jin Jae-hee?" After Street Veltia ran up to Imxian, she quickly freed him from the sticky magical slime of Mara that had captivated him. She handed him a gun and asked the man to help their great prince with this. Cheyenne almost jumped when he recognized Jae-hee. Having given the gun to the young man, Veltia quickly disappeared from sight, and Cheyenne looked in confusion at the gun hanging in the air right in front of him. Street looked at her hands. These were weapons created by the power of the demon world. But how did this toadstool Jin Jae-hee end up with them? Cheyenne couldn't take his eyes off the gun he received. What was it, and why did Jin Jae-hee give it to him? Or maybe it was someone else. The young man took the weapon he had received with both hands, and suddenly felt that it began to glow and unite with him. Cheyenne screamed loudly. Now not only the gun was glowing, but he himself was too. A very strange, unusual sensation appeared in his body. All the veins were bulging. The young man thought that something was wrong here. His heart was pounding like crazy, and his head. He began to see everything around him differently. Cheyenne felt his mind was going cloudy and he was suffocating. This was all Jin Jae-hee's doing. She must have decided to take revenge on him for everything. Mara asked Lavis where he had forged this thing and what he was planning again. She would never give them her new vessel again. At that moment, Street flew up to the greedy witch, armed with the devices of the genius weaponsmith of the demon world, Veltia. The witch asked sarcastically, had she already put the toy on her hands? Street replied, "It's not a toy. You won't know until you try it." Mara screamed angrily. The outcome was obvious anyway. Street was just a lowly monster abandoned here with all sorts of toys in his hands. Street answered proudly to the fugitive evil witch, not to one who had abandoned even herself for the sake of pitiful greed, to say such words to her. Veltia's weapon worked. Street deftly chopped off part of Mara Beliax's tentacles. Sticky stumps were already lying around her. The witch grinned, so it wasn't just a toy on her. Well, that was good. She still couldn't fight her, Mara herself. Besides, if she just gobbled it all up, it wouldn't matter anymore. With these words, Mara released a stream of her mucus toward Street. Lavisa's assistant noticed that Mara's tentacles were becoming harder and could no longer be cut. By the end of the night, the witch was becoming stronger. Street rushed to attack the witch again. She understood that Mara was adapting to the new body. The longer it lasted, the worse it would be for them. Mara laughed, even wondering what a quivering fresh monster would taste like, so young and cute. And then Street noticed that there was a dark rope trailing behind Min's body. That was the most important thing. It meant that not all was lost. This dark rope is the umbilical cord that connects young Minha's body and Han Yeonju's body. Two vessels for Mara's body, the old one and the brand new one. That's right, Ms. Minha is an ordinary mortal. Her body is not adapted for magical entities like Mara. This means that Jung Minha cannot accept the entire essence of Mara at once. Otherwise, she might die. It takes time for the complete transition. Street circled around the angry witch, who hunted the prince's assistant, trying to absorb her and strengthen her powers. The umbilical cord connecting Minha's body to Yeonju's body would need to be cut if that magical protective dome was to be destroyed. Meanwhile, Im Xian began to come to his senses. He stopped choking and felt that his breathing was gradually becoming more even. He looked again at the gun he had received from Jin Jae-hee. He couldn't understand what he should do about it, how he could help them. And then the young man saw that very magical dome that he could not penetrate. But now, underneath it lay the lifeless body of Han Yeonju. Cheyenne turned his gaze to Minha's body. Instead of hands, she had disgusting, slimy tentacles of a witch. The young man shuddered. Disgusting. And then he saw that Han Yeonju's half-dead body was connected to those tentacles by a strange tube, similar to a baby's umbilical cord. In this case, Mara has not yet fully moved to Minha. You need to act as quickly as possible to save the girl. The magical dome is needed until the transfer is completely completed to protect the witch's previous body from destruction and detachment. This meant that there was still a chance that Minha would return to them if the magical protective dome was destroyed. But the young man did not know how to do this. Suddenly, Cheyenne noticed that he now saw the dome completely differently. It was no longer a solid, impenetrable surface. The young man froze. He saw the structure of the magical dome. It turned out that this structure was just geometry. This was familiar to him. Geometry is shapes, and shapes can be translated into formulas. Ultimately, a dome is simply a structure calculated by numbers. This dome maintains the connection between Yeonju and Minha's body, which means we need to solve the dome's equation and find a vulnerability in it. Cheyenne began to count, analyzing the barrier formula. In the center is a cubic polynomial. The mana flow is in the form of an S-shaped curve. The core of the seal is hidden in the extremum. which means it needs to be differentiated. The young man scribbled lines of complex calculations. Street glanced sideways at the smart guy. Is this a magic formula? Is Xion really hacking into the magic dome right now? That would be great. The girl fought off Mara, distracting her. It turns out that thanks to the weapon from Jin Jae-hee, Xion was also able to analyze magic. The witch screamed at Street for that damn rat to come to her. She would finally swallow her up. How much longer could she kick there? It was useless. Street realized that in any case, while Xion was dealing with the magic dome, she had to buy as much time as possible. The young man muttered, transforming the dome structure into a matrix formula, the main diagonal, the mana vector, a symmetrical matrix. Xion's face lit up with a smile. If you find your own number, then there is only one vulnerability, and he will need its coordinates. Finally, the guy exclaimed. He had found it. The critical point of the structure was open. Xion's eyes were shining with joy and pride. He found that very point on the dome and took aim. The young man shouted to the magical dome. Here it is, its local minimum. Xion carefully aimed and fired his pistol, joyfully declaring that this was the death of the protective dome. It was about to collapse. A magical charge flew out of the gun's barrel and headed straight for the critical vulnerable point of Mara Beliax's former body's defense. A concentrated stream of magical energy struck the dome with which Mara covered the magic circle and the body lying there. Unexpectedly for everyone, under the impact of the shot, the protective magical dome of the Witch of Greed began to crack noisily. And then Xion's shot pierced the defense and the dome shattered into small pieces. Now access to Han Yeonju's body was free. Mara turned around and asked in shock what it was. What had happened to her magical protection? Why the dome was collapsing? Xion had never held a gun in his life, and the recoil from the shot sent him flying backwards, causing him to tumble backwards. The indignant witch screamed that with her magic circle and protective dome, it had never been destroyed before, especially by people. The happy young man lay and laughed. After all, he was able to calculate it, and the formula was proven correctly. How great it is to be smart. A gun, very similar to a toy, was lying next to Xion, and suddenly he felt his head spinning. Losing consciousness, the young man quietly muttered that everything worked out according to his formula. The magic dome was destroyed, and now Minhwa was saved. Mara's face was distorted with rage. How dare these pathetic creatures climb on her? Her body was not yet completely transferred to the new vessel, and they, seeing that Street was next to Han Yeonju's body, Mara yelled at the demoness to stop. What was she going to do? But Street didn't listen to the Witch of Greed. She knew exactly what she needed to do now to save the girl. She slashed with Veltia's weapon at Yeonju's lifeless body and severed the magical umbilical cord. Blood gushed out, and the old body died. Mara screamed piercingly. What the hell is this crazy fool doing? She's going to ruin everything, the insignificant creature. The enraged witch hit Street with a powerful stream of her slime and threw her away from Han Yeonju's torn body. The girl flew away from Mara's old body and crashed into the brick wall of the building. The impact was very strong and painful. Mara rushed towards Han Yeonju's body lying on the floor, screaming that she couldn't let anyone ruin everything right now. The witch lamented, "My body, my precious body. I can't lose a single piece of flesh. What this creature did, the bastard." Street said greed grows like a tree, but eventually breaks, unable to bear its own weight, and dirt sticks to the broken piece. Mara screamed that this lousy, insignificant insect was carrying on. She would gnaw her down to the last tiny bone for her sabotage. Street smiled. Now both her twins and Mara's greed would burn and disappear, because there was the great Lord Lavis Vindica. At that moment, the demon prince approached Mara Beliax from behind, his aura blazing with power, and holding the witch's children in both hands. Mara froze and frowned. Why did this degenerate Aeneas suddenly become so strong, and what to do? She needed to buy time. Hansu, barely alive, muttered for his mother to forgive him. The idiot absorbed the red smoke and suddenly became much stronger. Mara was perplexed. This couldn't be. What was there that filled Lavis with strength even in this pathetic human body? Could it be that strange, foul-smelling crimson smoke was the catalyst that awakened the true power of the demon prince Lavis? Veltia, in Jin Jae-hee's body, watched her beloved prince quietly, her cheeks flushed, her eyes never leaving his. It was good that Veltia took some blood from Lavis's body when he was chained and sent to the great judgment of the king and the council. Veltia intended to keep this blood, precious to her, forever. But she had no choice. This blood was needed by the demon prince himself. Wanbi told her that she was now needed by her beloved prince, who was sent to a foreign world so that Lavis could survive and win. The magician explained to her that a special magical stone of demonic blood was implanted into the body of the demon prince, as well as into Veltia's new body. If you absorb blood from your real body, you can regain some of your power, so she gave the blood to make Lavis rampage like before. The demon prince sighed with relief. He felt a surprising lightness, and a horn appeared on the head of the human body. An angry Mara cursed. These children are useless, insignificant creatures. Couldn't the two of them cope with one teenager? Mara extended her tentacles and freed Hansu's son first, and the boy felt the witch adding her power to his body. She then extended a tentacle towards Han Yeon. The girl's body shuddered as her mother entered her body and poured some of her own power into it. The twins' eyes flashed, they laughed, and simultaneously broke free from the hands of the demon prince Lavis Vindic who was holding them. Hansu immediately took his favorite magical weapon, a flail with a ball studded with sharp spikes, and prepared for battle. Han Yan summoned her swords, which she handled with absolute mastery. The humiliation she had experienced pushing her to kill her opponent faster. Hansu thanked his mother for saving him and for giving him strength. He was sure that now he would definitely kill that bastard demon Prince Lavis. With the new strength she received, Han Yeon's veins bulged as she rushed into battle, repeating over and over again that the nasty boy, Brother Minha, should die. But now the strength Lavis received from the blood was enough to simply deflect the twins' blows with his hands. They could not injure him. Mara exclaimed, "Lavis Vindica, he, the degenerate who calls himself the Prince of Demons. Why is he risking his life for some human?" The witch also entered into battle with the prince, but she could not understand him, because Minha was not even his real sister, so why should he care about her? Lavis chuckled. The greedy witch Mara Baliax wouldn't understand this, but if she was so interested, then it was all about one birthday cake. While fending off the attacks of the twins and their runaway mother, the demon prince said with a smile that the birthday cake was surprisingly delicious. Mara was amazed at what this guy was saying. He seemed to have gone completely crazy while he was in this hellish world of people. What the hell kind of cake? Lavis explained to the greedy witch that the cake his sister fed him was not a taste from the human world at all. It was a taste from heaven. Hansu angrily exclaimed, "What is Lavis Vindica talking about? He is a purebred demon, a demon prince, so why is he talking about the heavens?" Lavis summoned his bloody sword Damarkal and asked the twins, since they were brother and sister, if they had ever fed each other cake. Hanyan asked, "Lavis must be crazy. Why would they feed each other unless they throw cake in the face of that runt of her brother?" The twins' answers interested the prince, so that's how it was. He waved his hand towards the cynical swordswoman Han Yeon and inflicted a light wound on her. The girl screamed. Blood spurted from the cut on her neck, but at the same time this Lavis Vindica became invulnerable to her and her brother's attacks. Drops of Han Yeon's warm blood splashed onto the demon prince's face, and now, through the blood, Lavis could learn absolutely everything about this girl. He carefully licked the blood that had gotten on his face, wondering how ordinary children, whose parents were humans, had become monsters. And so Lavis mentally transported himself into Han Yeon's memories. He could see what had happened to this girl since her childhood. The demon prince saw little Han Yeon approach her mother and announced that she got 100 points on the test, expecting her to praise her. Hansu stood next to his sister and told his mother that he had cleaned everything up and was hungry. His mother replied that they were annoying and that Su could drink some water. Mara grumbled that these children were of no use, slammed the door and left, leaving the little ones home alone, hungry and sad. The little ones hung their heads sadly. They needed their mother's love and affection, and they tried very hard to deserve at least one kind word. Upset, Yeon tore the test she had worked so hard to get an A into little pieces, and her mother didn't praise her for it. Neither excellent studies nor diligent cleaning. Nothing helped the little children of Han Yeonju receive even one praise from their mother. One day they all went to a cafe together. Mara, as always, was in a foul mood. The little bastards really irritated her. She looked at the couple sitting opposite her and angrily told the children that if it weren't for them, men would be throwing themselves at her. That girl was infuriating her. Mara asked little Yeon if the girl knew that her mother really didn't like that fake smiling brat at the next table. Han Yeon silently looked at the girl, who was smiling broadly at her wealthy, handsome boyfriend and slowly drinking coffee. Without saying a word, Yeon stood up from her seat and resolutely walked towards the girl their cruel mother had pointed out to her. The girl paused for a second, wondering what she could do to please her mother. After assessing the situation, Yeon made a decision. She trotted with her small, slightly club-toed feet towards a cheerful girl in a beautiful white silk blouse with ruffles. Yeon pushed the girl with all her might under the elbow of the hand with which she was holding a large glass of coffee drink, and the coffee flew onto her blouse. The girl threw away the rest of the drink and angrily asked what the hell was going on. Mara ran to the girl asking if she was okay. The soaked girl yelled at Yeonju about what she would do with her clothes. The mother hugged Yeon and replied that she was really sorry. She would buy her something. Taking the twins by the hand, Mara quickly led them out of the cafe, pretending to be a caring young mother walking with her children. She hugged the twins and sighed loudly on purpose, saying what to do now. Things turned out so badly with that pretty girl. But moving a little further, Mara broke into a satisfied smile. Today, for the first time, her daughter had openly pleased her. She would be of use. She hugged her daughter. Our Yeon is so smart, she just adores her. Did she see that girl's face? She pretended to be a beauty, and now she's all wet. Little Yeon was stunned. For the first time in her life, her mother praised her, hugged her, and said that she adored her. The girl was surprised and very happy. Sue asked his mother to entrust it to him next time. He can also do a good job, Mara agreed. Sue will try next time. That day, little Han Yeon realized that if she tormented those whom her mother envied, her mood immediately improved, and she praised the children. And from then on, Yeon became an obedient tool in the hands of the greedy witch who had taken possession of their mother's body. But the girl still considered her her mother. As time went on, Yeon grew up, and the power of her demonic soul began to manifest itself in her, and she was already capable of more than just spilling coffee on girls. Now, if she beat up those whom her mother didn't like, she praised her daughter, and she was ready to do everything so that her mother would love her alone. A pleased Mara encouraged the girl. She said with a smile that our Yeon is such a good girl. She obeys her mother in absolutely everything. A little more time passed, and deadly swords began to shine in the girl's hands, stained with the blood of those who dared to contradict Mara. Having killed another beauty with swords to the delight of the bloodthirsty witch, Yeon said that she would do everything that her wonderful, beautiful mother said. Mara was delighted. Oh my God, how lovely our girl is. Then next time she will be able to kill too. Yeon loyally confirmed this. As a teenager, Han Young realized that what her mother appreciated most was when she killed people she didn't like, and that's when she really glowed. That is, if you kill the one whom Mom pointed out, then she will give love. And Yeon did everything that her mother ordered her to do, receiving affection in return. That's how, in pursuit of her mother's love, the smart and excellent student Han Young turned into a cold-blooded and cynical killer with the power of a demon. Lavis Vindica chuckled. Mara raised the children well. Now it's clear why ordinary children turned into such monsters. Hearing the demon prince talking about her beloved mother, Han Yeon furiously attacked him, screaming at him to finally die and shut up. On the other side, Han Su was flying towards Lavis. His eyes were burning, his veins were bulging. He was screaming that he would kill him first. He would not give this up to his sister. Mara shouted to her son, "Yes, kill him quickly. Get this freak out of my sight immediately. I no longer have the strength to look at the son of the creature Aeneas." Lavis, armed with his beloved sword Damrakal, rushed into battle, now very close to his true form as a demon. With a blow of his sword, the demon prince cut off Han Su's right hand, cutting the chain of his magical flail at the same time. Mara reached out to her son. Now Lavis's eyes were shining. He was floating above the battle with amazing ease. The twins couldn't even scratch him with their weapons. He told Mara that he recognized that she had value, and therefore she had the right to be killed personally by him. The great demon Prince Lavis. The witch looked questioningly at the enemy. She noticed that the guy's gaze had changed greatly. He was no longer the same one who came here recently. Mara suddenly frowned. She recognized that look. It was all too familiar to her. But it was simply unbelievable, even though they were relatives. Now this boy of the hated Aeneas for some reason began to resemble a beast of the battlefield, the brother of the queen of the invincible Barcan. The boy had the same enthusiasm. He was intoxicated by the battle and the spilled blood, and he smiled just like his beloved beast Uncle Barcan. Han Su, who had lost his arm, fell to the floor and started screaming. Han Yeon called her brother an idiot and said that he should have kept his eyes open instead of yawning. Lavis, cutting the girl's swords, asked Yang sarcastically. She was probably a little worried. Su was still her brother. They had the same blood. And Su screamed that all this happened to him because of that fucking bitch Han Yeon. She herself should have dealt with this schoolboy with her swords. The girl was stunned. These are some statements from her brother, yes. It looks like he lost not only his arm, but also the rest of his brain. Oh well, she will cope, as always. Hansu shouted at his sister to let this brat die immediately, otherwise he would finish her off if she couldn't handle him. Yeon snorted. Lavis swung at Han Yeon. He was pleased with the twins' reaction. Mentally, he encouraged them. Let them continue to squabble, fools. The girl saw a powerful attack. She was not sure that she would be able to repel it. She had already managed to appreciate the power of Lavis's crimson sword. Suddenly, she grabbed her brother, who was lying on the floor with his arm cut off, and pulled him towards her. Hansu didn't understand what it was. With a strength unexpected for a girl, Yeon lifted her tall brother and placed him in front of her as a human shield from the prince's attack. She managed to defend herself in time. Lavis Vindic's blow hit the guy, cutting his chest. Streams of blood gushed, but Yeon was saved. The mortally wounded Hansu screamed and fell to the floor. Han Yeon released her brother. She didn't need him anymore. She could handle the rest. The boy screamed that he was in pain. His whole body was bleeding. He could no longer fight and please his cruel, bloodthirsty mother. Falling to the floor, Su called out to his mother with his last strength. Only she could save him, give him strength, and heal the wounds he received in battle. But Mara shouted back that Hansu was a useless brat and ordered Yeon to abandon the screaming brat and continue fighting. The girl obediently told her mother that she would do so, and with renewed vigor she furiously rushed at the demon prince with one whole sword. The dying Hansu begged his beloved mother not to abandon him, because he loved her so much and always did only what she told him to. Han Yeonju's son's eyes closed. He lost consciousness from pain shock and massive blood loss. But the boy was still alive. He called for his mother. Mara shouted at her daughter to kill Lavis, reproaching Yeon for digging around. The witch helped the girl, attacking the prince with tentacles. But Lavis Vindica managed to fight off both Han Yeon and the enraged old witch, and now he was strong enough to defeat them. The demon prince figured it out. He had dealt with one of his opponents. There were two left. Han Yeon was no match for him, but Mara was quite strong. He glanced sideways at Han Yeonju's body. It was getting smaller and smaller. Mara's essence had almost transferred to the new human body. If a little more time passes, then Minha will no longer be able to be brought back. Then the witch will take the girl's body forever. This is very bad. Lavis didn't know how much more stress this human body could withstand, but he still decided to take the risk in order to speed up. The demon prince suddenly grabbed Han Yeon's only intact sword and yanked it sharply towards himself, causing scarlet blood to spurt from his hand. The girl did not expect such a move and, taken by surprise, dropped the sword. Due to the sudden jerk, she lost her footing and began to fall. Lavis deftly caught the girl who had lost her balance and pressed her to himself, holding her tightly around the waist. Yeon didn't understand anything. Suddenly, he grabbed Han Yeon by the head and tilted it slightly to the left. The girl tensed and tried to break free from the prince's tenacious hands. But Lavis Vindica did not let her go. Instead, he sank his teeth into Han Yeon's neck and swallowed her blood. The girl screamed in horror. But the demon prince ignored Yeon's cries and continued to drink her blood, enriched with the power of the source of demonic souls. Mara clenched her teeth. It can't be. What the hell is this? A normal human body shouldn't perceive this blood as nutrition. Lavis licked his lips and released Hansu, who was exhausted from blood loss, from his hands. The girl coughed, and without strength, began to slowly sink down. The witch watched in horror as her obedient daughter fell, losing her obedient weapon, ready to kill everyone and everything. Having absorbed Yeon's blood to the limit of Minho's body, Lavis instantly increased his strength. Now he could fight Mara Beliax and win. There was no time to lose. Mara could end the transfer of her essence at any moment. Lavis rushed forward. His hand reached for the black umbilical cord that still connected the two bodies. Two vessels for the vile, stinking essence of the Witch of Greed. Mara screamed at the nasty idiot not to dare come near her. She strengthened her tentacles to the maximum and attacked the prince with them. But it was useless. Damrakal's crimson sword easily cut through the witch's sticky slime. Huge chunks of the abomination fell to the floor. Lavis Vindica cleared his way with his sword. He was in a hurry to finish off Mara Beliax before she took over his body completely. The witch did not understand why Lavis Vindica did not die. According to all the laws of both worlds, humans and demons, he should already be dead. The demon prince, gritting his teeth, silently hacked his way through, crushing Mara's tentacles, his new body truly on the verge of death. He had the feeling that his body would crumble into small pieces. It couldn't withstand a large portion of demonic blood. Lavis saw that the veins on his body were bulging. It seemed as if he was about to be torn to pieces. His whole body was shaking as if in a fever, and suddenly he felt lightness and strength. His body adapted. Fire burst from the prince's eyes. How long had he been waiting for this here? Mara clenched her teeth. If this degenerate came close to her, she could die. His hand would not tremble to destroy her forever. The demon prince lunged and found himself next to the witch, cutting off the tentacles. He also cut the umbilical cord between the two bodies. Mara screamed in horror. No way! This bastard decided to ruin everything at the last moment. She had almost finished the transfer. Lavis grabbed the Witch of Greed by the throat. Now he needs to somehow force her to leave young Minha's body. But how can this be done? The demon prince knocked Mara to the floor and squeezed her throat hard. The witch began to cough, but she couldn't cope with the heir to the throne. She croaked at Lavis to let her go right now. How dare he touch her? The impudent boy, the vile degenerate. The demon prince calmly told Mara Baliax that it was all over. Her rotten life was over, and it would be nothing for him to kill her now. Mara screamed that she could not die, could not perish at the hands of someone like him, a vile, disgusting degenerate of the hated Aeneas. Lavis said he was giving her a final warning. If she voluntarily left Minha's body right now, he would spare her. Mara couldn't believe her ears. Was this fool really ready to spare her? But it could just be a trick, and nothing more. The demon prince said he, Lavis Vindica, promised on the honor of his father, the great demon king Galmudair, to spare Mara Baliax. Mara decided that this idiot was afraid that she wouldn't leave this body, but would explode along with it. Well, she had to take advantage of that. The witch smiled. It was a pity about the body, of course, but the main thing now was to survive and find another one, and that shouldn't be such a problem. She replied with a grin. It was unlikely that the blood of the great demon king would lie. Putting the honor of the family on the line, he should throw down the sword. Mara added that if Lavis Vindica does this, then she will do as he wants, because now he has no other choice anyway. The demon prince let go of the sword and immediately began to disintegrate into drops of blood and soon disappeared completely. There was nothing in Lavis's hands. The witch watched, unblinking, as her enemy released his deadly weapon, the famous royal sword Damrakal. When the sword disappeared, the prince released Minha's body and ordered the witch to leave this body before he changed his mind about letting her go in peace. Mara confirmed that she would be leaving now. The girl's body began to shake, as if she was feeling very nauseous and was about to vomit. The witch smiled. A plan had formed in her head, and she couldn't even believe that this pompous heir to the throne was so stupid. A wide stream of disgusting sticky mucus burst from Minha's mouth, and Mara began to emerge from the girl's body as she had promised the prince. She screamed with laughter that she was leaving. He was a stupid freak, and now he would definitely be in trouble. She would swallow them all up, the idiots. Lavis Vindica smiled. Finally, this was what he had been waiting for and had been provoking the old vengeful witch, Mara Baliax. He raised his hand, but it was no longer the weak hand of a teenage schoolboy, but the strong, clawed hand of a great demon prince. Lavis Vindica grabbed Mara, who flew towards him, a second before she was about to jump into Jung Minho's body and kill him. Mara couldn't believe what had happened. Why had his hand changed? It wasn't human now. A human couldn't do that. The prince laughed. Mara was one of the 12 Dark Dukes, but she had fallen for it so easily, and he didn't know how to get her out of Min's body. The witch shook with anger. What he said, so he deceived her, the vile little bastard. He simply lured her out of that young body. Mara screamed, "Oh, you bitch, it was all a lie." But what about his family and the honor of his father, the great demon king, which the prince had just sworn by? Lavis squeezed the witch's throat and said that he only needed to protect his own honor, and Galmudair would take care of the royal one himself. The witch writhed in the demon prince's hand, she lamented. No, this is her new body, she doesn't want to leave, and demanded to be let go. Lavis watched the whining witch and said what a pathetic sight it was, and yet she was one of the strongest in their kingdom. At that moment, Minha came to her senses, sat up on the floor and stared with all her eyes at the vile monster writhing in her brother's hand. The girl looked around and could not bear the shock and disgusting stench. She immediately lost consciousness, falling to the floor unconscious. Mara began to choke in Lavis's tenacious hand. A little more and she would die. Her greedy essence needed constant nourishment. The witch pleaded with the demon prince to spare her, promising to do whatever he said if he spared her life. But Lavis did not let her go. He knew this vile, envious, and greedy creature too well, always ready to betray anyone. At this time, Han Yeon woke up and saw her mother. She rose with difficulty and took the sword in her hands. Her hand and weapon were shaking from weakness. The girl gathered her last strength and took a few steps towards Lavis Vindica, intending to strike the unarmed prince. Mara's eyes sparkled. Yes, excellent, Yang. Kill this freak quickly and free Mom from his clutches, and then she can cure the girl. Han Yeon gritted her teeth and swung at Lavis. Another second and her sword would split his vile head open, erasing that smile. The demon prince sensed danger and turned around. But Yeon turned out to be very resilient, and she came to her senses quite quickly. But before Yeon could strike, Han Su's brother pierced her chest, saying that it was so unfair, she wanted to take all the praise for herself again. The dying boy muttered that he wouldn't allow this. The flow of power from Mara had ended, and Su had already lost almost all of his blood. The wound inflicted by Han Su's hand proved fatal. Blood gushed from Yeon's mouth. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she began to fall onto her back. In the middle of the hall, in a pool of blood, lay a dead brother and sister. The twins remained inseparable until the very end, until their death. Mara was furious. That damn psycho Han Su had so ineptly wasted her last chance. Now she had no one to hope for here. Lavis Vindica looked thoughtfully at the dead Han Su. The guy had been saying Mom. Mom for so long, he was faithful to her, and yet he died so absurdly. The witch begged Lavis to let her go, promised not to touch this girl and to move to another body. She and his mother were like sisters. Doesn't the prince really believe it? He can ask Aeneas. She called Mara sister and always treated her very well. Street was shocked. The children died, and Mara until the very end thinks only about herself. Whether she really is their mother, something doesn't seem very likely. Mara grinned. You can give birth to as many of them as you want. Lavis got tired of Mara. He again called upon his scarlet sword and chopped off her head. The witch stopped mid-sentence and began to cough. Damrakal was capable of taking the life of even such a powerful demoness as Mara. Throwing the severed head to the floor, the demon prince said, It's a pity about the reputation that one of the 12 dark demon dukes had. Stripped of its flesh and most of its essence, Mara Beliax's head rolled its eyes wildly and growled despite its coughing. She looked at Lavis Vindic with hatred and muttered how this little degenerate dared to humiliate her. The great Mara Beliax like that. That damned Aeneas's child. He's just like her, just as arrogant and obnoxious, and just like her vile little brother Barkin. Having gained strength, Mara screamed that she would not admit it. She would kill Lavis Vindic as soon as she gained strength, let him have no doubt. Instead of answering, the demon prince raised his foot and stepped on the vile, evil-smelling head of the witch of greed, Mara Beliax. With a few powerful blows, he crushed what remained of the powerful witch of greed, famous throughout the entire demon kingdom. The head that had just been hissing and screaming turned into a puddle of sticky and stinking rotten slime, the essence of this greedy witch. Lavis wasn't sure he could absorb this anger. He silently looked at the pool of anger that formed after Mara was killed. But to the prince's surprise, the puddle quickly diminished, and it turned out that he was able to feed on this high-level demonic energy. The remnants of Mara Beliax's essence transformed into magical energy and began to flow towards Lavis Vindica. The power of the slain demoness, like all the others, entered Lavis through the stone of demonic blood placed in the left eye of the body. The prince felt the evil of Mara Beliax enter this human body and flow through his veins, increasing his fighting power. And now the last surge of demonic energy flew into the stone of demonic blood and was absorbed by it. Now Mara is definitely gone. The demon prince sighed with relief. Finally, it was all over. This witch would no longer cause him trouble and would not decide to kill him. The wounded Street approached her master Lavis and said with delight that he had managed it. It was simply amazing. Lavis thought, after all, Mara Beliax was one of the 12 dark dukes in the demon kingdom. Now the power is in full swing. He transformed the demonic hand back into a human one, yet he is an exiled prisoner in a human body. The prince reached into his jacket pocket for a handkerchief, suddenly realizing how incredibly disgusting the place smelled because of the corpses and flowers. He covered his nose with a handkerchief and said what a disgusting and vile stench it was. All these corpses and flower-devouring things should be burned here. Compassionate Street looked at the dead twins with regret. She was sure that this all happened because of Mara Beliax. If Mara hadn't entered the human world and occupied Han Yeonju's body, they would have probably lived happily with their real mother. But the demon prince philosophically noted that we are not given to know this. Maybe Street is right, and maybe not. This is still unknown. Even if the parents are not demons, children can still die because of their greed. A prime example of this is young Minha and her evil stepfather. Before Lavis's mind's eye, there appeared the eternally dissatisfied Jungtai Shik, who had taken over his wife's inheritance. A contented Veltia carefully peeked out from around the corner to steal another look at her beloved handsome prince. The girl was happy. Everything worked out for her. But for now, it was time to get out of here before they found her out. Well, one more look and she could run away. Lavis Vindica turned to the pillar behind which Veltia was hiding and called out to her in a commanding voice, ordering her to come out. The girl hiccuped and timidly peeked out from behind the pole. How could that be? He shouldn't have noticed her. She was trying to stay out of sight. She hid behind the pillar again and tried to pretend that she was not there and had never been there. Maybe the prince had not noticed her after all. But Lavis loudly told her that he saw her and ordered her to come out. The girl's lido flared up. She asked, "Come on, pretend that you didn't see her." The prince called Veltia again. Street was shocked. Veltia is a famous weaponsmith with an ancient history in the demon world. Veltia, the youngest daughter of the Murtano family, bathed in love and adoration. The one everyone called a genius in the weapon business. Lavis angrily asked Veltia why she had followed him and sneaked into the human world, moving into this human body. The girl was indignant. She didn't follow. It was Wanbi who said that she was a gift for the prince. The surprise was a success, so it was time for her to leave here. Veltia, burning with embarrassment, jumped out the window and was gone. Street was surprised, but her face was exactly like Jin Jae-hee's. Veltia is the most capricious and arrogant of all the noble maidens, and is also known as Mr. Lavis's stalker. The demon prince clenched his teeth in anger. Again, Wanbi. It felt like the magician was constantly manipulating Lavis like a puppet on strings. He answered Street. And what does she think, Wanbei? That bastard probably placed Veltia's soul into Jin Jae-hee's body and sent it. All this greatly strained Lavis Vindica. He, the proud prince, heir to the throne of the great demon lord, became someone else's toy. The prince growled. Vanbei, the bastard. He promised Street that when they returned to the demon world, he would give the magician to her to obey. Lavis declared that Street would be able to boss Vanbei around as she pleased. But the girl was frightened. How could she dare to do such a thing? But after thinking about it, she asked the master for how long he would give her the magician Vanbei. Lavis angrily barked that he would give him to her forever. In the Demon King's castle, Barkan told his older sister the latest news about her beloved son exiled to the human world. Barkan exclaimed. He was so surprised. Lavis so easily took and drank the blood of Mara's daughter. His nephew was all like him. The queen shuddered. Aeneas asked. And then what? Barkan said. Using his new power, he cut off the tentacles, trampled the head, in general everything in that spirit. Barkan groaned dramatically. It was so cruel he couldn't go on. The queen smiled. Oh, poor Mara Beliax. Barkan said that if his sister was happy, then she should react normally. The queen demanded that they stop using her son. They executed Mara, who escaped to the human world. This is enough. Because her son is in the human world, she cannot live a day in peace. Barkan told his sister that the tea they were drinking was sent by the Roytes family. He heard it was a rare delicacy, and she drank it calmly. The queen irritably replied to her brother that one had nothing to do with the other. There was no need to talk her into it. It was enough to use Lavis. Barkan smiled. Now that Lavis could use her true power, she had nothing to worry about, so she could relax. Aeneas looked closely at her younger brother. He was deliberately cheerful and clearly pleased with how things were going in the human world. The queen asked Barkan, Vanbei, and Gamodere what the three of them were planning and what her young and still completely inexperienced son had to do with it. Barkan was indignant. The great demon king knows nothing about this, so Her Majesty the Queen is greatly mistaken in this. Aeneas chuckled. Did Barkan really think that without Gamodera's knowledge, Vanbei could have placed the bloodstone into Lavis's body? And then a terrible thought struck the queen. Her beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She jumped up and attacked her younger brother. Just don't let him say he wants to use Lavis to catch Morgus, Barkan exclaimed. Bingo! Aeneas saw through him. The queen screamed that she would kill her brother, Barkan objected. But Lavis himself wanted to catch him. How could an uncle ignore the prince's wishes? Aeneas was raging. Barkan should have been finished off 1,000 years ago, while Vanbei sat quietly to the side and enjoyed his tea. They say that the brother and sister are enemies from a past life who wished each other death, and then were reborn and met again. Vanbei put the empty mug on the table. Catching Morgus was indeed a difficult and extremely dangerous task. The queen was right. The magician thought, they know enough about Morgus, but he too will probably expect a reaction to him from the demon world. Morgus, the one who commands death, is a merciless god of destruction, who turns all things into nothingness at his whim. This willful and merciless god controls all three worlds, all of which are now in great danger because of Morgus. When the wind of death, awakened by Morgus, blows, the heavens, the demon world, and the human world will go out one after another at the will of this god. Morgus is a cruel strategist who wants to devour the human world and rebuild the demon world to suit himself, subjugating absolutely everything. Vanby mentally told Morgus, wherever he was now, to wait just a little longer. Lavis was already on his way, and he would win. Lavis returned home and carefully laid Minha on the bed. The girl was still unconscious. She had become very weak during the night. The prince stood silently near the girl's bed and looked at her. There really was something special about her. It was no wonder Mara noticed her. Lavis Vindica mentally addressed the soul of the deceased young Minho. The prince said that he had repaid the debt for the body he had provided. The stepfather shouted, "Mina should be at the training center. What the hell is she doing lying here?" The mother ran to her daughter as fast as she could. Lavis replied that it seemed Minha had been hurt during a rehearsal, and her stepfather was yelling at her about how they had allowed this to happen to the future star. The woman asked her husband how he could say such a thing, since they were both against Minha becoming an idol and going to Nox. Jung Tai screamed. Every time Minha was written about on the internet, the commentators praised him, and they probably felt sick reading it. The stepfather ordered his secretary to take the phone and take a photo of Minha. It must be said that this is all because of the stalker. The mayoral candidate laughed. Then they will get even more attention and sympathy. Their rating will jump even higher. The demon prince looked at Jung Tai Shik with disdain and thought that this idiot had gone too far and was ready to do anything to become mayor. Lavis turned to the man, who was now raging with anger, now laughing for no reason, and he had already opened his mouth to tell him everything. But then Minha's mother screamed. She screamed at her husband to stop right now. At least he could see what was happening to her child. A stunned Jung Tai Shik turned to his wife, and she continued. At first, she really believed that he would become a good father for them. But as soon as her father died, Jung Tai took over her inheritance and used their family connections for his election campaign. The woman had tears in her eyes, but she spoke firmly. Her money wasn't enough for Tae, so now he decided to use Min. That's enough. To Barked, he took in a woman who was crazy about the beggar, ran away from home and had children. Her father begged him to marry. He yelled at his wife. She had driven her ex-husband out of this world, and now she had taken him on too. They were all ungrateful scum, poor degenerates. Lavis was silent, but the blood in his veins was boiling. His patience was almost exhausted. His fists clenched involuntarily. How could he endure him? Every word that comes out of Jung Tai Shik's lips stinks terribly. How can this vile, evil creature be called a human? It's a shame there's a ban on killing in the human world, but a couple of broken bones would definitely do this idiot some good. Suddenly, his wife abruptly interrupted T, shouting, "Shut up, you scum!" A dead silence fell over the room, and everyone was stunned by the surprise. The demon prince turned to the woman in surprise. Wow, and he thought she was incapable of saying a word against her husband. Chan roared. What did she just yelp? She called him a scumbag, his wife responded. She only tolerated it for the sake of her children. She didn't want to traumatize them. She couldn't let them lose their father a second time. And such a hypocrite is aiming for mayor, it's just ridiculous. Jung Tai Shik's face twisted with anger. He growled that this bitch had gone completely crazy, decided to bite the hand that feeds her. The woman stood up to her full height and firmly told her husband to listen to her very carefully. She was no longer a puppet in his hands. Now she will be the hand that closes around his throat, and let him just dare to open his vile mouth here even once more. Lavis looked at Minho and Minha's mother in surprise. But he thought of her as just a weak person who endured everything and remained silent. But now this woman reminds Prince Lavis very much of his mother, the beautiful, strong, and powerful demon queen. Jung Tai Shik growled angrily. He hissed back at his wife. How dare she talk to him like that? She is nobody here. A nobody, even worse. Unexpectedly for everyone, he suddenly started screaming. He became hysterical. For the first time in his life, he encountered such a decisive rebuff. The U.S. military facility Fort Walcher, located in the Middle East, was attacked completely unexpectedly. All the security at the facility was killed. The man in the cloak was confused. Where should he press here? There are too many buttons. Oh, maybe this one. The mortally wounded officer begged the stranger to stop, but not the start button. Morgus asked why it wasn't working. The officer tried to reason with the stranger who had attacked them, saying that if the missiles went off, thousands of innocent people would die. Morgus reached for the big red button. This was exactly what he was looking for. Great, let's see what happens if he presses it. He pressed the button and froze. Why was nothing happening? Maybe something else needed to be done. These people had done such a mess here. Morgus pressed the button harder and held it down. He asked the officer if that wasn't what missiles were made for, to kill people. A red sign lit up. It said that the missile strike protocol had been launched. There was no one to stop this protocol. Everyone died. The wounded officer screamed, "No, what the hell is this man doing? Who the hell is he? Why did he kill all the soldiers here?" Morgus calmly answered the officer that he was the devil, and that was why none of them could resist him. People did not have enough strength. The officer's jaw dropped, and he asked in surprise what the stranger had just said. It must have been some kind of stupid joke. The stranger turned to the officer and said that he would spare his life, but he must tell his men that Morgus had done it. One of the Middle Eastern cities lived its normal, peaceful life. Nothing foreshadowed tragedy. The country was not at war with anyone. People were rushing about their business when a luminous point appeared in the sky. It was an American missile flying towards the peaceful city. The little boy excitedly pointed out to his mother a bright flash in the sky, asking what it was. Maybe it was a big plane. The next second, there was a deafening explosion, and part of the city turned into a deep crater in which flames raged. Morgus looked with pleasure at the burning city. He was pleased with the result. It was simply a wonderful device that people had come up with. The officer clenched his teeth and quietly cursed. What had this idiot done? How many people had died? How would he explain all of this now? Morgus called his servant Shua and ordered him to bring the shard. He obeyed his powerful master without question. He wondered why people spend so much time and money to create such beauty. If they just hide it afterwards, what a pity. Well, thanks to this excellent weapon, he, Morgus, found the precious shard by simply pressing a button with his finger. Imxion listened to Lavis's story with delight. He asked if his mother was getting divorced, the prince confirmed. But not everything was so simple and smooth. They say that if she divorces Jung Tai-shik like this, she will no longer be able to return the family's money. This must not be allowed under any circumstances. To live comfortably in the human world, you need money. The prince would gladly finish off this freak, but he is forbidden to do so. Suddenly, Lavis looked at the young man. He told him Xion to find a way to return the money. Xion was at a loss as to how he would do it. The prince said that Xion was the smartest person he knew, but he objected. Lavis didn't know anyone except his family and him. Xion shouldn't underestimate himself. He created an app for traffic, but the young man shut the prince up by asking if he was crazy. Lavis pushed Xion away. How dare he touch him, by the way? How much longer do they have to choke on this swill? It's time to leave. The demon prince looked at the huge bear walking past them and said that before they left, they needed to deal with this. Lavis sternly ordered Veltia to return to the demon world. Stop following him around in the human world. But Veltia saw the customers and handed them a flyer, asking if they would like a large cup of chilling Americano. Xion said that it seemed that Veltia did not hear him at all. The prince explained that she did not talk to him face to face. She was very embarrassed. The young man was perplexed. She was a brilliant blacksmith and weaponsmith, a talented alchemist, the kind that are born once every 3,000 years. What do they have in common? They are so different from each other, as if they were from different planets, and yet she is clearly in love. When Veltia was still in her mother's womb, the great demon king Gamudire Vindica gave her father the everlasting flame. The girl was born in a great magical forge and was consigned to the fire of the unquenchable flame before she even had time to open her eyes. The father cried out, "Burn in the flame given by the great demon king. This flame will show you the path you must take." Fire devoured the flesh of the newborn Veltia, and the whole world seemed crimson to her. It was very hot, and thus a brilliant weaponsmith appeared. Elder Murtano reported to the demon lord, "O great demon king Gamudire Vindica, the promised creation is finally completed." Veltia's father held out a gift, the Maw of Cositus, which absorbs the false oaths of traitors, turning them into a punishment of icy shards. Gamudire looked at the elegant mask and said, "This is a work of art in which pain is elevated to the absolute." Count Valdior Murtano replied proudly that it was a masterpiece created by the genius of their family's weaponry, his Veltia. The Lord said that the Count's daughter's praises could fill the entire palace. But looking at this work, he understands that they are well-deserved. The Maw of Cocytus will go down in the history of the demon world. The skill of this young talent can truly be called the greatest. The king sighed. He envied the Count, because he was raising such a genius as Veltia, while his son brought nothing but headaches. Gamadair added that this was just an old man's grumbling, and that he shouldn't take it to heart. He gratefully accepted this gift from the Murtano family. The Demon Lord proclaimed that from now on the future of the demon world's weaponry is in the hands of the Murtano family. He is counting on them. A satisfied Count Valdior, together with his youngest daughter, walked leisurely through the palace of the Demon King. The visit had been a success. He asked Veltia if she had heard how highly the great Demon King had praised her creation and raised the status of their family. At that moment, the queen came towards them. She was dragging her son and saying that the king must be magnanimous and able to forgive. And Lavis cried out that forgiveness and generosity belittle the greatness of the Demon King. A true ruler should not know pity. Aeneas barked. In that case, she would take him to his merciless uncle and let him not hope to beg for forgiveness. It was then that young Veltia first saw the eccentric Prince Lavis Vindic, who forever captured her tender heart. No one could ever understand how exactly this headstrong boy was able to conquer the brilliant and hard-working Veltia. Count Valdior Murtano, inspired by the support of the Demon King, encouraged his youngest daughter to create new masterpieces. Now the forge became Veltia's home. Her father called it his creation, and the unquenchable flame showed her the path of the alchemical genius. Veltia spent 300 years in the forge, manipulating fire, studying ancient tomes, and creating unique weapons using alchemy. Her only friends were two servants of the Murtano family, who were constantly quarreling with each other over trifles. Khosri constantly bullied the naive Juan, bossing her around and sending her to do the dirtiest tasks, like cleaning the stables. Juan complained to Lady Veltia about the injustice, and Khosri made excuses, while the younger Murtano mastered the secret science. This time, Juan complained to the lady that Khosri had eaten all the demonic fruits that the Count himself had given them as a reward. To stop the squabble, Veltia allowed Juan to take her share. It would be fair and would finally put an end to the useless argument. Khosri was indignant. Well, how can this be? It was yesterday, and today she did not eat, and asked permission to eat one fruit, and Juan will eat two. Veltia, without looking up from her book, gave her permission. The maids were delighted. Their young mistress was so amazingly kind and generous. Juan burst into tears. And why had the Count never brought such a sweet lady out into the world? Keeping her locked up in the forge, the Count was so cruel. Veltia explained that her father had promised that as soon as he ascended the Black Throne, she would be able to leave this place. But for now, she was still studying. Khosri smiled, wishing this day would come soon. They would definitely go to the king's castle so that Veltia could meet with Lavis. Veltia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She again remembered Prince Lavis. He was so handsome, so strong and powerful. For the girl locked in the forge, he seemed like an unattainable ideal. She could only dream about him, which is what she did for 300 years. For Veltia, almost a recluse, stories from the lives of the maids, their jealousy and friendship, their squabbles, were the only entertainment. And the girl's stories of love were the only book of life that allowed her to feel alive until the terrible day came. Veltia was born in a forge and spent her entire life within its walls, as if in a dungeon. As time went on, the girl became more and more skilled. As she learned the secrets of demon alchemy, her magical power grew and Veltia began to lose control of it. One day, Veltia was badly burned. She screamed loudly in pain, feeling that the unquenchable flame was burning her unbearably. The young mistress's faithful servants came running at the cry, and saw that their Veltia was completely engulfed in an unquenchable magical flame. Veltia extended her hand to Juan and Khosri, shouting that they should not come near her under any circumstances. It was very dangerous for them. But a stream of furious flame burst from Veltia's hand and instantly engulfed the bodies of the maids, and they screamed piercingly. The unquenchable flame destroyed the weak bodies of Juan and Khosri in the blink of an eye. It was impossible to save them. The girls died immediately. Veltia was horrified. She killed with her own hands her only friends who had been by her side for the last 300 years. The girl screamed, tears streaming from her eyes. What had her unbridled magic done? Now she had become dangerous to those around her. Time flowed like molten metal, only increasing the heat. The flame of Veltia, burning ever more furiously, melted them completely. She walked up to the skulls, the only thing left of Juan and Kosri, her friends, and a stream of bitter tears flowed from Veltia's eyes. Veltia was hysterical that day. She couldn't believe that her faithful servants were no longer there, and that she herself had killed them. From that very day on, by order of the Count, demons deprived of magical power did not dare even approach Veltia's forge. And yet, despite the incident, Veltia's father was pleased. He told his daughter with a smile that she had now become the embodiment of flame. The girl then told her father that she could no longer stay there, she wanted to leave. Now she didn't even have those maids. But Count Valdior Murtano didn't want to listen to anything Veltia was saying. She was not allowed to leave the forge under any circumstances. And if someone kidnaps Veltia, what will happen to their family then? Their clan has finally taken its place among the 12 Black Thrones. The father asked the girl if she really wanted innocent demons to die at her hands again, like the poor servants Kosri and Juan. Veltia's imagination immediately conjured up images of 2 girls burned alive, and she remembered their heartbreaking death cries. Veltia was terrified that she might kill someone else in the same way, and she meekly said that she would never, ever leave here. Count Murtano was pleased with his daughter's reaction. The fame of their brilliant weaponsmith had already spread throughout the demon kingdom. Veltia clenched her fists tightly, her hands shaking. She had condemned herself to a life in the forge of their rich and renowned house, Murtano. From that very moment, young Veltia was left completely alone. The servants were afraid to even come close to her. Everyone knew about Kosri and Juan. Days passed, imperceptibly intertwining into years. Decades passed since then, and Veltia still lived in her red-hot forge. The scrolls of orders left at the door of her forge became Veltia's only tangible connection with the living outside world. The girl's memories became like a pile of scrap metal, and her existence turned to ashes. Everyone even forgot what she looked like. And when the meaning of Veltia's life had already begun to fade, an amazing event happened that once again breathed into her the desire to live. It rained heavily during the night, and no one wanted to go out on their own free will. It seemed as if the whole sky had turned into a continuous stream. Vanby grumbled. And what the hell possessed him to follow this psycho? Because of this, he was soaked to the skin. Lavis interrupted his friend. Stop whining already. The demon prince said that he, the future great demon king, needed a worthy weapon. But his father was stubborn, saying that it was still too early for him, so what should he do? They say that you only have to voice your wish here, and the local alchemist will fulfill it exactly. Lavis simply has to try it. Wanby asked what kind of weapon he wanted. The prince wanted the most flawless sword in the entire demon world. What was the name of that alchemist? The magician knew only from rumors that ever since this genius appeared in the Murtano family, they occupied one of the 12 Black Thrones. He doesn't know Wanby's name. He's definitely not a simple craftsman. They're currently supplying weapons to all the inhabitants of the Demon Lord's castle. Mac chuckled, and indeed, Lavis was an exception. The prince barked at Vanbay to shut up, and why was there so much stuff here? Lavis wanted to see the alchemist as soon as possible. I wondered what he was like and where he was. The heat here was simply unbearable. Veltia, who was watching the uninvited guests, was stunned. It was Prince Lavis. Could it really be that he himself had come to visit her in her forge? The girl couldn't believe that the prince and his friend were really looking for her, since she was the brilliant alchemist and weaponsmith from the Murtano family. Veltia's cheeks flushed. She mentally asked the guests to look here. That same brilliant alchemist was right in front of them. Finally, Lavis noticed Veltia. He asked her who she was and how long she had been standing here, whether the little one had seen the brilliant alchemist here. The girl froze with happiness. Prince Lavis turned to her. What happiness, she was ready to do anything for her beloved. Wanbei was alarmed. Who is this? We have to get out. If they get caught, they are finished. The prince asked him if he is normal at all. It is already too late. The girl sheepishly said that her name was Veltia Murtano, and that she was the alchemist and weaponsmith they were looking for here. Wanby couldn't believe it. The alchemist was such a small thing. It couldn't be, according to rumors. He should look like a terrible monster. They said that ordinary demons would burn alive from just one look from him. Veltia was shocked. Could such rumors really be spread about her? Lavis chuckled. She was just a small girl, so you can't trust rumors. He asked the little one if she could make him a sword. Veltia looked at her beloved prince with wide eyes. He had just called her a little girl, and if she was little, then she was cute. The girl's imagination raced like a whirlwind. Darling means beloved. In that case, he now called her Cutie. What happiness! At that moment, the girl's heart was filled with golden light, and her sweet prince appeared again in her gloomy life as a hermit. Blushing with embarrassment, Veltia answered the prince that she could make a sword. Lavis asked if this was true and what she needed for it. Since the materials for the perfect weapon will have to be smelted in the unquenchable flame, she needs Lavis's soul to work. The prince was stunned. What was she saying? Should he burn his soul? In that case, he doesn't really want this sword that much. Veltia reassured him. He should open up to her and she would see everything. The soul, the mana, his path, the prince asked, and how she was going to see it. The girl simply replied that she would simply continue to observe. She was an alchemist after all. She was given the ability to see such things in all demons. For the sake of Lavis, who looked at her with warmth for the first time in his life, Veltia vowed to use everything to create the sword. And to fulfill this oath, Veltia left her prison to discreetly observe Prince Lavis Vindica everywhere. It was a very difficult step for a girl who had not gone outside for hundreds of years and had buried herself alive in a weapons forge. But she plucked up her courage and left the walls of the forge. She overcame her fear, all for the sake of Prince Lavis, dear to her heart. She quietly watched Lavis train, how he handled weapons, how his indomitable, powerful aura raged. Veltia stared at the prince. Everything about him seemed beautiful to her. Every cell of his strong body fascinated her. These hours of watching her beautiful hero were as delightfully wonderful to her as if she were alone with him. She admired Prince Lavis's sexy jawline, which took her breath away and made her head spin. She was also drawn to those hollows above his collarbones, in which one could drown. It seemed as if she had studied every part of his body. Over these days, Veltia came to life again and turned into not just an alchemist, but a young girl who is prone to falling in love. She had been watching Lavis Vindic's soul for a long time, and he felt that someone was watching him, but he never noticed her. Veltia devoted all her time to creating a sword worthy of Prince Lavis's soul, putting aside all her other orders. And after a long time, a unique weapon created only for Lavis Vindic was ready, the Crimson Bloody Sword Destroyer. It was the perfect sword, capable of merging with Lavis's soul, and Veltia Murtano named her new creation Damrakal. The girl was happy. She had finally created a sword exclusively for him, a sword into which she had put all her knowledge. A starry night fell on the demon world, but Veltia could not sleep. She finally finished the sword, but how to give it to Lavis? She paced the forge with excitement. She was so ashamed. What if he didn't like the sword and he hated her? What should she do then? Suddenly, the door of the forge swung open and the demon prince entered. He shouted to Veltia to give up the sword as long as she could hold on. Lavis walked down the stairs to the girl and asked how much longer she would simply watch him, since 100 years had already passed. Veltia shook with embarrassment. It was so creepy. Prince Lavis came here to her personally. But what if the Crimson Sword disappoints him? The worried girl was afraid that the prince would say that this piece of iron couldn't even cut off the monster's tongue. And what if he got angry with her? Veltia's oddities irritated Lavis a little, but he still sighed and pulled himself together. He couldn't find a better weaponsmith. He told Veltia that he was leaving tomorrow to clean up the traitors of Zeogonon and asked her to give him the sword today. The girl's face flushed when she heard the words of her beloved prince. He speaks to her so sweetly and politely. Oh, mommy. Besides, dear Lavis told her I ask, which means he begged her. No, she cannot refuse him. She must finally give up the sword. It seems like the prince is so desperate to get this weapon. Oh, Veltia's head is spinning. What luck, he needs this weapon. She ran to the table on which the finished sword rested, handed it to the prince, and quickly hid, burning with embarrassment and shame. Lavis was delighted. Yes, his sword was ready. Finally, he did not take his shining eyes off the weapon. This was just what he wanted. Veltia was shaking, hiding behind the table. She said to herself, I don't know anything. I already gave it away. I still gave it away. Oh, what will happen? Her teeth were chattering with horror and excitement. The prince was silent. She was finished. She was so scared. What if sweet Lavis Vindica scolded her for this sword? Suddenly she heard Lavis's voice. He told Veltia that this sword was damn good. She stopped shaking and blushed. The prince admired the blade's balance. It was simply perfect. It accepted his magic as if it were his own, and tomorrow he would wipe everyone out with this sword. Lavis asked Veltia, who peeked out timidly, what she called this blade. He was sure that she had already given a name to this beautiful sword. The girl said that this was the Lord of Bloody Doom Damrakal. The demon prince smiled even wider. Sounds great. A happy Lavis Vindica thanked Veltia for the excellent sword and said that he would never forget what she had done for him. The girl couldn't believe her ears. Dear Lavis said that he would never forget her. Veltia's cheeks burned like a red-hot furnace. She watched the prince run away with her eyes wide with surprise and delight. She did not expect these words from him. As soon as the girl was left alone, she jumped with delight. Did her prince really say that he would always look only at her? Then, for the first time, she realized that it was good that she had burned in the flames immediately after birth. Otherwise, she would not have been able to withstand the fire of love now. Veltia wished with all her heart that her path, born of fire, would belong only to him, the handsome demon Prince Lavis. She swore to Lavis Vindica that she too would always look only at him, and they would be together for eternity. But she absolutely cannot touch the prince. She does not want to hurt sweet Lavis Vindic with her unquenchable flame. Cheyenne muttered in confusion. So that's what happened, Lavis said. The story is, of course, approximate in places, but overall the essence is correct. The prince wondered why Cheyenne wasn't looking at Veltia, who replied that Jin Jae-hee's face was causing him to have fits of terrible panic. Veltia was embarrassed. She was so close to the prince. She was holding back only because it was not her face, but she was still terribly ashamed. Lavis reminded him that Cheyenne wanted to ask Veltia something, so he should ask quickly while she was still here. Otherwise, she would soon run away. The young man felt like something was wrong with his body after that shot. He was so agitated as if he had gone crazy. He was not like that at all. Since then, sometimes my heart beats like crazy. My vision gets blurry. I break out in a cold sweat, it's hard to breathe, and anxiety rolls over me. Veltia calmly replied to Cheyenne that she knew perfectly well what it was. There was nothing special about it, so there was no need to worry. The young man exclaimed, was he really under the influence of magical power and his personality began to change? He is a very kind person. The girl looked questioningly at this weirdo. Magic had nothing to do with it. These symptoms were similar to a panic attack. Veltia confirmed that the man was having panic attacks, exactly the same, and he also had a split personality. Cheyenne was shocked. How could this be? Isn't this a side effect of synchronizing with demonic power, due to his body being compatible with demon world weapons? The prince agreed. He's a master of both underestimating himself and suffering from delusions of grandeur at the same time. This is due to a split personality. Veltia explained to Cheyenne that all souls in the world have unique energy. No two beings are energetically identical. This energy is different for celestials, humans, and demons. It depends largely on the personal qualities of the soul of this being. If the body that contains energy disappears, then the soul disappears along with it. Such are the laws of all worlds. Nothing can be done. Cheyenne was stunned. And could Veltia really see all this? She confirmed that it was true. She could see the soul of the one who ordered the weapon. Veltia determines what energy the soul it sees needs and creates a weapon that is ideally suited to that soul. The girl clarified that she only complements the energy of a specific soul. She cannot change or create it anew. This is beyond her power. That's why it's so important to truly understand the client's soul, what they're capable of, what their opportunities, desires, and even passions are. Xian was stunned, which meant that his joy at receiving the gun was due to the fact that this weapon suited his second personality. The energy of the second personality, which Cheyenne didn't even know about, burst out. Veltia only made a gun that suited it. The young man sadly hung his head. He sighed. It can't be, just think. It turns out that such a person was hidden inside him. Lavis noticed that Veltia was surprisingly talkative today. The girl hiccuped in fright, blushed, and covered her face. She jumped off. That's it. Enough. She held out for so long only because she wasn't in her real body. But still, it was time for her to go. The prince barked. Where is she going? She's making him angry, so let her go back to her native world of demons, to her favorite forge. Veltia replied that she didn't want to. The prince promised that they would be together forever, so she would stay with sweet Lavis forever. And the girl in the pink bear costume ran forward, dancing and singing a song. She was glad to stay here forever. Cheyenne was surprised. Lavis had such tastes. The prince growled at him to stop talking nonsense. He didn't say such things. She made it all up herself. The demon prince was overcome with anger. This absurd situation had arisen because of that freak Wanbei. Who else could have thought of Veltia? Lavis raised his head and shouted, "Oh, you bastard, you're looking at me and grinning right now. Come here, you brute." And suddenly, as if in response to the call of the demon prince, strange purple stripes began to shine in the sky. someone was approaching Lavis. A smiling Wanbei, dressed in a school uniform, appeared near the table where Lavis and Im Xion were sitting. The prince jumped up, asking why Wanbei actually showed up. Was he also condemned? The magician objected. No, he was here as an official envoy. Wanbei greeted his bespectacled colleague, next to such thick-headed people as the prince. Brainy guys like him and the magician were needed. The magician said to Xion, a friend of his friend and his friend, "So there is no need for formality," the prince barked. "Why on earth is Wanbei his friend? He is a traitor." Wanbei was surprised that Lavis still hadn't realized why he was sent to the human world. The prince screamed, because he was a sinner. The magician did not retreat. But why did they give him the bloodstone then? The prince replied that they apparently wanted to curry favor with the great demon king. Wanbei sighed, wondering if Lavis even sometimes thinks with his head. The prince was indignant. He was simply stating a fact, nothing more. The magician turned away. "Okay, he can continue to dwell on the facts and die in this body," Lavis roared. What were they planning there? After a short silence, Wanbei asked the demon prince if he remembered the death demon Morgus, who had been imprisoned in the human world for a long time. So he started to act. Some time ago, they noticed that he began to collect fragments of the Circail hidden here. Lavis Vindica was wary. Morgus the prince had long dreamed of catching this bastard, but this exiled demon is incredibly strong. The magician said that Morgus was going to perform the reverse creation of the Circail in order to destroy the heavens, the demon world, and the human world. In the luxurious casino hall, everything sparkled and shimmered, reminding players of the possibility of a luxurious, carefree, rich life. The slot machine cheerfully spun bright images, instilling hope of a rich jackpot in avid gamblers. One of the players cursed and grabbed his head, again in the minus. What kind of bad luck has he had lately? Just a nightmare. He slammed the machine gun and shouted that it had taken him 3 days to do this, and demanded that the damn thing return his money right now. Bavor Hilt smiled and told Mr. Namuja to pull himself together, and he handed over some chips to calm the demon down. Namuja was delighted and thanked Bavor Hilt, saying, "I don't know who you are, but as soon as I hit the jackpot, I'll return twice as much." Having inserted a chip into the machine, the player again took hold of the slot machine's lever and immersed himself in the process of gambling, forgetting about Bavor. The pictures on the scoreboard started spinning at a furious speed. Namuja stared at the colorful board. Just a little more and he would win. His eyes sparkled greedily. As if enchanted, he repeated, "Jackpot, now he must definitely hit the coveted jackpot." Bavor leaned over and whispered quietly that he needed to tell Mr. Namuja something, but he was too absorbed in his game to listen. And so the pictures on the board finally stopped. The jackpot flew past the gambler again. The third picture did not match the first. Namuja roared, "Damn it, it almost worked. The damned piece of iron robbed him again. Why can't he win?" And at that moment, not far from him, a man beside himself with happiness shouted, "Hooray, the jackpot has been hit!" and laughed loudly. Namuja grimaced. The gambling demon shook with anger. "You bastard, there will be no jackpot if he doesn't get it." He snapped his fingers. At this time, Bavor Hilt quietly told Namuja that the demon prince and heir of Lavis Vindica was now imprisoned in the human world. As soon as the meaning of what was said reached the exiled demon, he asked in bewilderment, "What? How could such a thing be? It was incredible." Namuja pointed his fingers at the jackpot machine and said, "Roar to prevent some little man from winning." At that very moment, the slot machine exploded. Flames burst into flames, and the man who had just been rejoicing was taken aback. "What the hell? Where is the money?" He fell to the floor, the fire from the exploding machine gun spreading to him, and he screamed, begging for help to put out his burning clothes. There was a commotion in the hall due to the exploding machine. Namuja sighed. "The jackpot always goes to anyone but him." Namuja stepped aside a little and demanded that Bavor Hilt lay out what he was saying, as he was saying that Lavis was in prison. Bavor confirmed that this was true. He saw him himself. He was exiled for the fact that he slaughtered the entire Hilt family without any sanctions, only of his own free will. The last Hilt laughed to himself, but Lavis himself ordered that everyone be told that he had come down here. Well, many would be happy. So Bavor told Mr. Namuja that he would be simply happy to meet the heir to the throne in the human world. Meanwhile, Wanbei told Lavis why and for what purpose he was sent to the human world, and that they were constantly watching him. The prince concluded that Wanbei, his father and uncle, had conspired and sent him here to stop Morgus. But wasn't he in his own body? And he, Levisa, was locked in this flimsy human carcass and sent to deal with Morgus. Is this normal? Vanbei replied that Prince Lavis was wrong. Morgus was not quite a demon now either. He had been locked in the human world for several hundred years. True, during this time he seemed to have managed to rebuild his body. Morgus now became something of a hybrid between a demon and a human. Imshion asked the magician if Morgus could freely use both demonic power and human energy. So they modified the prince with a demonic bloodstone, just like Morgus himself. Wanbi laughed, the smart, bespectacled man. Lavis asked why him. The magician explained that he was the only one in the entire demon world who was truly capable of dealing with Morgus. But if he, the offspring of the great demon king, were to go to the human world through official channels, it would give heaven a reason to start a war. So they thought about it and resorted to a trick, imprisoning him in a human body, which makes it clear that heaven has nothing to do with it. The prince frowned and asked his old childhood friend why he hadn't told him about all this right away, before he was sent here. Vanbei sighed. If he had said in advance, would Lavis have come down in a human body and would have been hysterical that he wouldn't go anywhere? So the magician wants him, the prisoner, to stop Morgus, save the world of people and prevent the war between heaven and demons. If the demons descend here, the heavens will consider it an attack, which means there will be no reinforcements. Wanbi smiled. Lavis became smarter. Wanbi said that although the prince was the first one they tested the bloodstone on, he did everything better than Morgus, so there was no need to worry. Lavis grinned, and he had to believe it. The magician was offended. What is the prince saying? It's him, Vanbei. They've known each other since they were in diapers. Besides, Lavis had already absorbed Mara's power, and he had a friend to help, Shion muttered. He didn't say he would help. Lavis asked Vanbei if his father had abandoned him. His uncle had said that he was tired of him, and he had betrayed him and decided to become the Demon King himself. The prince screamed what kind of nonsense Wanbi was talking. How the hell could he kill Morgus in such a weak and fragile body without his strength? The magician replied that he had sent him reinforcements. Veltia, or perhaps Prince Lavis, was simply afraid that he would not be able to do it. The prince shook with anger. What was that weakling Wanbei saying here? He had never been afraid of anyone, unlike him, the weak, bespectacled nerd. Wanbi laughed, provoking Lavis. He shouted, of course, he was scared, a coward, a brat, and also the heir of the great Demon King. Lavis clenched his fists. He really wanted to beat Vanbei, break his big glasses, knock out his teeth, and tear out the horn from the impudent man. He shouted. Vanbei decided to challenge him with these tricks. Why shouldn't he manage it? He would finish off Morgus with his own hands. The magician continued to egg the prince on, shouting, come on, try it, risk your life, you are Lavis. And he shouted back, of course I can do it. Imshion looked at the prince in confusion and thought, wow, is he really that stupid that he would fall for such nonsense? Suddenly Lavis asked, since when is Veltia reinforcement? She irritates him, since Vanbei is here. Let him take her back with him. Vanbei objected. The safest place for Veltia now was next to Lavis, so he would have to tolerate her presence. The demon prince didn't understand why it was suddenly safest for her to be with him in this damn world of people. What happened at home? Vanbei asked if Lavis had forgotten what the Murtanos were like. How many hundreds of years her father had kept her imprisoned in the forge. Besides, the Murtanos were unreliable, and Veltia was a brilliant weaponsmith. Lavis was amazed that the Murtanos could betray them. Suddenly, a letter landed right on the cafe table in front of Imshion, transported there by the magical power of demons. The young man looked at the strange message in confusion, and finally he asked what kind of crap had flown here, and it was unclear from whom. A hologram of a playing card with a joker on it appeared above the seal that sealed the letter. The joker has delivered a message that defies fate. You are invited as a VIP guest, inviting Mr. Namuja. Lavis was surprised. Didn't that idiot Namuja escape from prison? Vanbei smiled. Wow, the fugitive decided to show up himself. The magician told Lavis to deal with this Namuja himself, and he went ahead. The messenger's time is limited. It's time to return to his world. Wanbi asked Shion if he wanted to press the seal, and the young man stared at the amazing letter in front of him, mesmerized. He reached for the lilac seal and asked the magician what to press. This seal that glows and transmits a hologram. Lavis yelled at the top of his lungs for Shion not to press the seal. It was a magical trap. Namuja would be waiting for them in his lair. But it was already too late. Imshion's finger had already landed on the lilac seal that sealed the fugitive demon's message. The demon prince only had time to curse before he and Cheyenne were sucked into the portal that the seal on the letter served as. Soon the screams died down, and Lavas Vindica and Im Cheyenne disappeared into the shining seal, as if they had never been there, leaving only flashes of light. Wanbi looked at the message from one of the dangerous and powerful fugitives of the demon world, Namuji, and wished Lavas and Cheyenne good luck. Lavas looked around and realized that they had entered a casino. He growled at Cheyenne. He had told him not to touch anything. The prince's head was already splitting because of Zhongtai's shik, and now they were in some kind of hole. All of this was Namuja's doing. Suddenly, Cheyenne asked Lavas if they won some money here. Would they be able to take it with them to their real world? The demon prince frowned. Cheyenne was having a split personality again. What the hell money? Getting out of here alive was good enough. In this casino, the stakes are their lives. So Cheyenne must pull himself together, stay close to him, not touch anything, and keep quiet. Lavas warned the young man that just one trick in this establishment could cost him his head. Cheyenne trembled and pressed himself closer to his companion.